Death's Mistress, Sister of Darkness, The Nicci Chronicles, Book 1, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Pilar Witherspoon. Chapter 1. Another skull crunched under Nicci's boot, but she kept trudging forward nevertheless. In the thick forest she could not avoid all the bones underfoot, or the claw-like branches that dangled near her head. The way would have been treacherous even in full daylight, but in the deep night of the dark lands, the trail was nearly impossible. Nicci never bothered to acknowledge the impossible, though, when she had a task to complete. Piles of moss-covered human remains cluttered the shadowy forest. Yellowing bones stood out in the gloom, illuminated by moonlight that seeped through the leafy vine-strangled boughs overhead. When she climbed over a rotted oak trunk that had collapsed across the path, her heel crushed the old shell of another skull, scattering ivory teeth from a gaping jaw, as if these long-dead victims wanted to bite her, like the cannibalistic half-people who had recently swarmed out of the dark lands. Nicci had no fear of skulls. They were just empty remnants, and she had created plenty of skeletons herself. She paused to inspect a mound of bones stacked against a lichen-covered oak. A warning? A signpost? Or just a decoration? The witch woman read had an odd sense of humor. Nicci couldn't understand why Nathan was so insistent on seeing her, and he refused to reveal his intentions. Crashing through tangled willows ahead, Nathan Rawle called back to her. "There's a big meadow up here, sorceress. We'll make better time across the clearing." Nicci did not hurry to catch up to the wizard. Nathan's impatience often led him to make rash decisions. She pointed out coolly, "We would make better time if we didn't travel through the thickest forest in the dark of night." Her long blonde hair fell past her shoulders, and she felt perspiration on her neck, despite the cool night air. She brushed a few stray pine needles and the ragged lace of a torn spiderweb from her black travel dress. Pausing at the edge of the wide meadow, the wizard raised an eyebrow. His long white hair seemed too bright in the shadows. "Judging by all the skeletons, we must be close to our destination. I am eager to get there, aren't you?" "This is your destination, not mine," she said. "I accompany you by choice, for Richard." The two had trudged through the trackless forest for days. "Indeed. I thought you were supposed to watch over me." "Yes, I'm sure that's what you thought. Perhaps I just wanted to keep you out of trouble." He arched his eyebrows. "I suppose you've succeeded so far." "That remains to be seen. We haven't found the witch woman yet." Nathan Rawle, wizard and prophet, had a lean and muscular frame, azure eyes, and handsome features. Although the two men were separated by many generations, Nathan's face, strong features, and hawk-like glare still reminded Nicci of Richard Rawle, Lord Rawle, leader of the much-expanded Daharan Empire, and now leader of the known world. Under an open vest, Nathan's ruffled white shirt was much too frilly to serve as a rugged travel garment, but he didn't seem to mind. He swirled a dark blue cape over his shoulders. The wizard wore tight but supple black pants and stylish leather boots with a flared top flap and dyed red laces for a flash of color. As Nicci joined him, he put a hand on the pommel of the ornate sword at his hip and gazed across the starlit clearing. "Yes, traveling through the night is tedious, but at least we keep covering distance. I spent so many centuries in one place, locked in the palace of the prophets. Indulge me for being a little restless." "I will indulge you, wizard." She had agreed to take him to the witch woman, but after that, she had not decided how best she would serve Richard and the Daharan Empire. For now. Nicci was also restless, but she was a woman who liked to have a clear, firm goal. He smiled at her brusque tone. "And they say prophecy is gone from the world. Richard predicted you might find my company frustrating as we traveled together. I believe he used the word obnoxious. I'm quite sure he didn't say it aloud." They crossed the dew-scattered meadow, following a faint trail that led to the trees on the other side. Nevertheless, I am pleased to have such a powerful sorceress protecting me. It befits my position as the roving ambassador for Dahara. With my skills as a wizard and a prophet, we'll be nearly invincible. You are no longer a prophet, Nicci reminded him. No one is. Just because a man loses his fishing pole doesn't mean he ceases to be a fisherman. And if my gift of prophecy is taken away, I will still muddle along. I can draw upon my vast experience. Then perhaps I should let you find the witch woman yourself. No. For that, I need your help. You've met Red before. He gestured ahead. I think she likes you. I've met Red, yes, and I survived. Nicci paused to regard a knee-high pyramid of rounded skulls, a sharp contrast to the peaceful starlit meadow. But I am the exception, not the rule. The witch woman likes no one. Nathan was not deterred, nor had she expected him to be. Then I will work my charms, so long as you help me find her. Stopping under the open sky, Nicci looked up into the great expanse of night. And what she saw there frightened her more than any moldering skeletons. The panoply of stars, twinkling lights strewn across the void, were all wrong. The familiar constellations she had known for nearly 2 centuries were now rearranged with the star shift Richard had caused. When Nicci was a little girl, her father had taken her out into the night and used his outstretched finger to draw pictures across the sky, telling stories of the imaginary characters up there. Only 2 weeks ago, those eternal patterns had changed. The universe had changed in a dramatic reconfiguring of magic. And when Lord Rawl realigned the stars, prophecy itself was ripped from the world of the living and sent back through the veil to the underworld. That cataclysm had changed the universe in unknown ways, with consequences yet to be seen or understood. Nicci was still a sorceress, and Nathan remained a wizard, but all the intricately bound lines of his gift of prophecy had unraveled within him. An entire part of his being had now been simply stripped away. Rather than worrying about the loss of his ability, though, Nathan seemed oddly enthusiastic about this unexpected new opportunity. He had always considered prophecy to be bothersome. Imprisoned in the palace of the prophets for 1,000 years, considered a danger to the world, he had been denied the opportunity to lead his own life. Now, with prophecy gone and the undead Emperor Sulachan sent back to the underworld, Nathan felt more free than ever before. He was delighted when Richard Rawl sent him off as a roving ambassador for the newly expanded Daharan Empire, to see if he could help the people in the Dark Lands, a thinly disguised pretext for Nathan to go wherever he liked, while still ostensibly achieving something useful. The wizard had been eager to see lands unknown, and the way Nathan said the words made it sound like the name of an actual country. Lands unknown. Knowing his intent, Nicci couldn't possibly let the wizard go off alone. That would have been dangerous to Nathan, and possibly dangerous to the world. While the battled Daharan army returned from the bloody battles, and the dead were still being tallied and mourned, Nicci had accepted an important mission of her own. A mission for Richard. Everyone from Westland to the Midlands, from Dahara to the Dark Lands, and even far south into the Old World, needed to know that Lord Rawl was the new ruler of a free world. Richard had decreed that he would no longer tolerate tyranny, slavery, or injustice. Each land would remain independent, so long as the people followed a set of commonly agreed-upon rules and behaviors. But much of the world didn't even know they had been liberated, and there would surely be petty warlords or tyrants who refused to accept the new tenets of freedom. Richard needed to know the extent of his empire, so much of which remained unexplored, and that was a service Nicci could provide, gathering information as she traveled with Nathan. Nicci believed in her mission wholeheartedly. This was the dawn of a golden age. In the old world, what remained of the imperial order in the aftermath of Emperor Jagang and his predecessors was now a mixed bag of local leaders, some of them fair-minded and enlightened, others abusive and selfish. If any local leader caused trouble, Nicci would deal with the problem. Though she knew Richard would back her up with his full military might, she did not intend to bother the whole Daharan army, unless it became absolutely necessary. Nicci would make certain that it did not become necessary. On a more personal level, although she loved Richard with a depth she had never felt for anyone else, Nicci knew that he belonged with Kaylan, and she would always feel out of place close to them. She didn't belong there. By going off with Nathan to lands unknown, she could serve Richard, but also have a new freedom. She could have her own life. "I've heard what the witch woman can do." Nathan strode along with far too much cheer in the brightening morning. He tossed his blue cape over his shoulder with a flourish. "I need to ask something of her, and I have no reason to believe she won't grant it. We're practically colleagues, in a certain sense." They maneuvered through a dense grove of spindly birch saplings, pushing aside the white-barked trees as they followed the mounds of crumbling bones. Nathan sniffed the air. "Are you certain this is the way?" "Red will be found if she wants to be found." Nicci glanced down at the staring empty eye sockets filled with moss. "Many people regret finding her." "Ah, yes. Be careful what you wish for." He chuckled. That should have been another one of the wizard's rules. Up on her mountain pass, Red left the ground strewn with thousands and thousands of bones and skulls from a great army of the half-people she slaughtered single-handedly. Nicci looked from side to side. But some of these remnants are much older. She has been killing for a long time, and for her own reasons. Nathan was undeterred. "I shall endeavor not to give her a reason to kill us." The granite boulders around them grew more prominent, shaded under lush maples and domineering oaks. A tingle crept along the back of her neck, and Nicci looked up to see a muscular cat-like thing regarding them from the top of a large, rounded outcropping. The strange creature had green eyes and darkly spotted fur. Seeing them, it let out a sound that was partly purr, partly growl. Nathan leaned against a birch, unafraid. "Now what is that animal? I've never seen a species like that before." "You lived most of your life locked in a tower, wizard. The world has many species you haven't seen." "But I had plenty of time to peruse books of natural history." Nicci had recognized the animal at first glance. The mother confessor named him Hunter. He is Red's companion. The cat-like thing's pointed ears pricked up. Nathan brightened. "That must mean we are close." Without seeming to hurry, Hunter jumped down from the boulder and trotted off through the birches, guiding Nicci and Nathan along. "He has led me to the witch woman before," Nicci said. "We should follow." "And of course we shall," Nathan said. They moved at a fast pace, following the creature through the slatted birch forest and tangled underbrush. Hunter paused every so often to glance over his shoulder, making sure they were still there. Finally, Nicci and Nathan emerged above a serene, hidden hollow. The outstretched boughs of a gigantic, lichen-covered oak spread over the entire glen like an enormous roof. The bitter smell of smoke rose from an ill-tended cook fire that burned in a ring of stones not far from a fieldstone cottage constructed against the side of the opposite slope. As if waiting for them, a thin woman sat primly on a stone bench in front of the cottage, watching them with piercing sky-blue eyes. She wore a clinging gray dress, and her hair was a mass of tangled red locks. Black painted lips made her smile ominous instead of welcoming. The crow, perched on her shoulder, looked more curious about the visitors than the witch woman did. Knowing full well how dangerous Red could be, Nicci met the other woman's gaze without speaking. Even though he had seen the countless skulls, Nathan ignored the danger and strode forward with a hand raised in greeting. "You must be the witch woman. I am Nathan Rawl, Nathan the prophet." "Wizard, not prophet," Red corrected. "Everything is changed now." Her black lips smiled again without warmth. "You are Nathan Rawl, ancestor of Richard Rawl. I have been called a seer and an oracle, but I have had enough visions to last me for quite some time. I foresaw that you would come to me." The spotted cat-like creature sat beside her, blinking his green eyes as he faced the visitors. Still seated on her stone bench, Red fastened her gaze on Nicci. "And Nicci, the sorceress, I'm pleased to see you again." "You have never been pleased to see me," Nicci said. Part of her wanted to summon her magic, release a flow of destruction, both additive and subtractive magic, anything that might be necessary to blast the witch woman into ashes. "In fact, you commanded the Mother Confessor to kill me." Red laughed. "Because I foresaw that you would kill Richard." She must have seen the dark edge of Nicci's anger, but she showed no glimmer of fear. "Surely you can understand. I had only the best of intentions. It was nothing personal." "And I did kill Richard, just as you predicted," Nicci said, recalling how that decision had nearly torn her apart. Stopped his heart so he could travel to the underworld and save Kaylan. "See? So it all worked out for the best then, and I did help you to bring him back." The crow on Red's shoulder bobbed forward, as if nodding. The witch woman hardened her gaze. "Now, why have you come here?" Nathan stood straight and tall. "We've been searching for days. I have a request to make." Widening her black smile, Red indicated the countless skulls around her in the glen. "I receive many requests. I look forward to hearing yours." Chapter 2. Without asking permission, Nathan adjusted his cape and took a seat beside the witch woman on the stone bench. He let out an exaggerated sigh. "I am 1,000 years old, and sometimes I feel the age in my bones." Nicci looked at the wizard, not hiding her skepticism. She had traveled with him for many days and many miles, and he had seemed completely healthy and spry. She doubted such an obvious ploy for sympathy would work with Red. The crow took wing from the witch woman's bony shoulder and flapped up to settle on one of the lower branches of the enormous oak. The bird scolded Nathan from above. Red shifted her legs and turned toward him. 1,000 years, you must have stories to tell." "I do indeed, and that is part of the reason I'm here. Since the Palace of the Prophets was destroyed, the anti-aging spell has failed, so now I grow old, as all mortals do." He looked at Nicci with a twinkle in his eye. "The sorceress is aging too, although she certainly doesn't show it." "Aging is another word for living, old man," Red said with a sharp chuckle. "And I presume you'd like to go on living." "I've just begun to live." The wizard leaned back on the stone bench as if he were relaxing in a park. "Now, for my request. I've heard of a thing that witch women can do, and I'd be curious if you might do me the honor." Nicci also listened attentively, just as intrigued. Since the wizard had refused to tell her his plans, despite the lengthy and arduous journey here from the people's palace, Red tossed her thick braids, making them wriggle like restless snakes on her head. "Witch women have numerous skills, some wonderful, some dangerous. It depends on which ability interests you." He laced his fingers together over one knee. "The Sisters of the Light possessed journey books, spell-bonded journals in which they could record their travels and also send messages over great distances, but a life book. Ah, now that is something different. Have you heard of it?" Red's intense pale eyes showed her interest. "I've heard of many things." She paused for just a moment. "And yes, that is one of the things I know." Nathan continued, as if he still needed to explain to the witch woman, or maybe it was for Nicci's benefit. "A life book chronicles the journey of a person's life, all the accomplishments and experiences." He leaned closer to her, adjusting his vest with a tug. Overhead in the tree, the crow cawed. "I would like to have a life book for myself, since I am starting a new phase of my existence, a new set of adventures." He rubbed an imaginary stain from the sleeve of his ruffled shirt, and he looked back at her. Can you work your storyteller magic? Nicci stood apart from them, watching. Once the wizard got an idea in his head, he was very insistent. She had led Nathan through the untracked wilds to find the skull-cluttered lair of the witch woman, all because he wanted to ask Red for a book. Nicci said with dry humor, You lived in a tower for most of your life, wizard. You think the sum of your experiences would fill an entire book? Hunter squatted in the dry oak leaves strewn all around. The feline creature snuffled the ground, nudging fallen acorns, equally unimpressed with Nathan's request. The wizard sniffed. Given enough time, the interesting events of even a tedious life can fill a book. Nathan turned back to Red. I've always been a storyteller myself, and I wrote many popular tales. You may have heard of The Adventures of Bonny Day, or The Ballad of General Eutros, grand epics, and relevant to the human condition. Nicci made an acerbic observation. You were born a prophet, Nathan Rawle. Some would say that your very profession was to make up stories. Nathan gave a dismissive gesture. Yes, some would say that, and these days, with the great changes in the universe, I'm afraid telling stories is all a prophet can do. Red pursed her black lips as she considered. The stories of your life might make a book, Nathan Rawle. And yes, I do have the magic to extract it. I know a spell that can preserve everything you've already done in a single volume, and that will be the end of its own story. Volume 1, Nathan said with delight. And I am ready to start a new journey with my sidekick, Nicci. Nicci bristled. I am no one's sidekick, wizard. I am your companion, perhaps, but more accurately, your guardian and protector. Red said, Each person is the main character of his own story. That may be how Nathan views you, Nicci, as part of his tale. Then he would be wrong. She refused to soften the edge of her tension. Is this life book meant to be a biography or a work of fiction? Even Nathan chuckled at that. The crow left its branch, swooped around the clearing, and settled on another bough as if to get a better view. The witch woman rose from the bench. Your proposal interests me, Nathan Rawle. There is much you need to do, whether or not you know it yet. When she cast a glance at Nicci, her ropey red locks swung like braided pendulums. And I know much of your life as well, Nicci. Your past would constitute an epic. Since I am working the storyteller magic, would you like a life book of your own? It would be my pleasure. Red had an unsettling hunger behind her sky-blue eyes. And I also know there is an importance to you as well. Nicci thought of the catastrophes she had survived, the dark deeds she had done, the changes she had undergone, the damage and the triumphs she had left in her wake. She was important? Other than a handful of witnesses and victims along the way, the only one who knew that story was Nicci herself. She gave the witch woman a cold, hard look. No, thank you. After a brief hesitation, the witch woman brushed her hands together dismissively and turned with a smile to the wizard. So, a single life book for Nathan Rawle, then. She left the bench and headed toward her cottage. First, I will need supplies. There are preparations to make. Red pushed aside the discolored leather hide that hung across the doorway and ducked inside. Lowering her voice, Nicci turned toward Nathan. What are you about, wizard? He just gave her a smile and a shrug. Red emerged with a small ivory bowl, the rounded top of a human cranium. She set it on the stone bench next to Nathan and reached out to him. Give me your hand. Happy that she had agreed to his request, he extended his hand, palm up. Red took hold of his fingers, stroking one after another in a strangely erotic gesture. She traced the lines on his palm. These are your lifelines, your spirit lines, and your story lines. They mark the primary events in your life, like the rings of a tree. She turned his hand over, studying the veins on the back. These blood vessels trace the map of your life throughout your body. When she stroked his veins, Nathan smiled, as if she were flirting with him. Yes, this is exactly what I need. Red snatched a knife from a cleverly hidden pocket in her gray dress and drew the razor-sharp blade across the back of his hand. Nathan yelped, more in disbelief than in pain, as blood gushed out. "What are you doing, woman?" "You asked for a life book." She clutched his hand, turning it over so that the red blood could run into the skull bowl. "What did you think we would use for ink?" As she squeezed his fingers, trying to milk the flow, Nathan was flustered. "I don't believe I thought that far ahead." "A person's life book must be written in ink, made from the ashes of his blood." "Of course it does," Nathan said, as if he had known all along. Nicci rolled her eyes. The blood flowed steadily from the deep gash. Hunter sniffed the air, as if drawn by the scent of it. When the skull bowl was a third full of dark red liquid, Nathan said, "Surely that's enough by now." "We'd better make certain," Red answered. "As you said, you've had a very long life." Finally satisfied, the witch woman released Nathan's hand and took the bowl over to her smoky cook fire. With a blackened femur, she prodded the coals, nudging them aside to create a sheltered hollow in the ashes. She settled the bone bowl into them so the blood could cook. Nathan poked at his cut hand, then released enough magic to heal the wound, careful not to let the blood stain his fine travel clothes. Before long, the blood in the skull bowl began to bubble and smoke. It darkened, then turned black, boiling down to a tarry residue. The light, slipping through the crowded branches overhead, grew more slanted in the late afternoon. High above, birds settled among the branches of the expansive oak for the night. The crow scolded them for their trespass, but the birds remained. Red ducked back into her cottage, where she rummaged around before returning with a leather-bound tome that bore no title on the cover or spine. "I happen to have an empty life book among my possessions. You are fortunate, Nathan Rawl." "Indeed I am." Red squatted next to the cook fire and used 2 long bones to gingerly remove the skull bowl. The blood ink inside the inverted cranium was even darker than the soot charred on the outer surface. Nathan watched with great interest as she set the smoking bowl on the stone bench. She opened the life book to the first page, which was blank, the ivory color of freshly boiled bone. "And now, to write your story, Nathan Rawl." She called the crow down from the tree, and the big black bird landed on her shoulder again. It used its sharp black beak to stroke her red braids in a sign of affection. The witch woman absently caressed the bird, then seized its neck. Before the bird could squawk or flail, she snapped its neck and caught its body as it fell. The dying crow's wings extended as if to take flight one last time. Its head lolled to one side. Red rested the dead bird on the bench next to the skull bowl. With nimble fingers, she combed through its tail and wing feathers, finally selecting a long one, which she plucked loose. She held it up for inspection. "Yes, a fine quill. Shall we begin?" After Nathan nodded, the witch woman trimmed the end with her dagger, dipped the pointed shaft into the black ink, and touched it to the blank paper of the waiting first page. Chapter 3. The life book wrote itself. Red sat on the stone bench, hands on her knees, not noticing that she left a smear of dark soot on her gray dress. As she worked her spell, a guiding magic suspended the crow feather quill upright, and then it moved of its own accord, inscribing the story of Nathan Rawl. Bending closer, the wizard looked on with boyish delight, resting an elbow on his knee. Nicci stepped up to watch the words spill out across the first page, line after line, and then move on to the next page. Each time the ink ran dry, the feather paused above the book, and Red plucked it out of the air, dipped it into the bowl of burned blood, and placed it back on the page. The flow of words resumed. I recall how many times I wrote and rewrote the adventures of Bonnie Day until I was satisfied with the prose, Nathan said, shaking his head as he marveled. This is far easier. The story flowed, page after page, chronicling Nathan's long life as a dangerous prophet, how he'd been imprisoned by the Sisters of the Light, first to train, then to control him, how for years they monitored his every utterance of prophecy, terrified of the turmoil that could arise from false interpretations. And prophecies were nearly always misinterpreted, warnings often misconstrued. Merely trying to avoid a dire fate usually precipitated that exact fate. People never seemed to learn the lesson, Nathan muttered as he read. Richard was right to disregard prophecy for so long. Nicci agreed. I am not sorry that prophecy is gone from the world. The words flew past faster than anyone could read them, and the life book's pages turned of their own accord. Nicci scanned back and forth, catching some snippets of Nathan's life, stories she already knew. On the road, he had spent much time telling her about himself, whether or not she asked. He leaned closer as a new section began. Oh, this is a good part. In his loneliness in the palace, the sisters had occasionally taken pity on Nathan, hiring women from the finer brothels in Tanamura to comfort him. According to the tale as written in the life book, Nathan enjoyed the conversation of an ordinary woman with ordinary dreams and desires. Nathan had once whispered a terrible prophecy in the ear of a gullible whore, and the horrified young woman had run screaming from the palace of the prophets. Once out in the city, she repeated the prophecy to others, and the repercussions spread and spread, eventually triggering a bloody civil war, all due to Nathan's reckless pillow talk to a woman he would never see again. The sisters had punished Nathan for that, curtailing his limited freedoms, even after he revealed that the supposed mistake had accomplished his intent of killing a young boy child destined to become a ruthless tyrant, a tyrant who would have slaughtered countless innocents. A relatively minor civil war was a small enough price to prevent that outcome, Nathan remarked as he skimmed the black blood words scrolling out. When the quill ran dry again, Red dipped it into the skull bowl, stirred the burned blood, and set the feather tip on the page, where it continued to scratch and scrawl. Nathan's story went on, rambling, in Nicci's opinion, and the feather pen wrote word after word. Of course, most of his adventures had occurred only after he managed to escape from the palace. His brief romance with Clarissa and its tragic end. His work with Richard Rahl to overthrow the Imperial Order and Emperor Jagang. His battles to stop the evil Hanasark and the undead Emperor Sulachan. Faster than Nicci expected, the entire volume filled up. When the black blood finally reached the last page in the book, the tale ended with the all-too-recent account of Nicci and Nathan trudging through moss-covered skulls to find the witch woman in the dark lands. All of the charred blood ink in the skull bowl was used up, and the lifeless feather dropped and drifted to the ground. Nathan was obviously impressed with his own story. Thank you, Red. When he closed the cover, he was delighted to see that his name had appeared on the leather front and on the spine. I shall carry the life book with me and read it, off and on. I'm certain others would like to read it as well. Scholarly libraries will want copies. The witch woman shook her head. That will not be possible, Nathan Rahl. She took the tome from him. I agreed to create a life book for you, but I never said you could keep it. The volume stays with me. That is my price. Nathan sputtered. But that wasn't what I thought. That isn't the purpose. You did not ask the price beforehand, wizard, Nicci said. After living 1,000 years, you should be wiser than that. Red ducked back into her cottage, leaving the volume on the bench, as if daring Nathan to take it and escape. He did not. She emerged with a smaller, thinner, leather-bound book, which was also blank. I will take your life story, but I give you something that's worth far more. A new life book, filled with potential, rather than stale old words. She offered it to Nathan. I have your past, your old story, but with this book, I give you the rest of your life. Live it the way you would want it to be written. Nathan ran a fingertip over the smooth leather cover, disappointed. Thank you, I suppose. He held the book in his hands. I happen to know that you and the sorceress are both vital to the future. The witch woman stepped uncomfortably close to Nicci and dropped her voice. Are you certain you don't want a life book of your own? There may be things you need to learn. I am certain, witch woman. My past is my story to keep, and my future will be written by me in my own way, not through the control or influence of you or anyone else. I just wanted to make the offer. She turned away with a hint of secret amusement in her eyes, followed by a shadow of unexpected concern. You may still be required to do things, sorceress, whether or not you want to hear about them. Nathan opened his new life book and was surprised to find it wasn't entirely blank. There are words written on the first page. Cole Adair. Perplexed, he looked up at Red. I don't recognize the term. Is it a name? A place? It's what you will need. Red bent over her cooking fire and used the blackened femur to stir the coals and reawaken the flames. You must find Cole Adair in the old world, Nathan Rahl. She flashed a glance at Nicci. Both of you. We have our own mission, Nicci said. Here in the Darklands. Oh? And what mission is that? To wander aimlessly because you are too much in love with Richard Rahl to stay at his side? That is a pointless quest. A coward's quest. Nicci felt the heat in her cheeks. That's not it at all. Nathan came to her defense. After our last great battles, I wanted to come back here to see if I could help the people. Red sniffed. Another pointless quest. There are always people who need help, no matter where you go. In the Darklands? In the old world? What is the purpose? Would you rather not save the world and save yourselves? Nicci turned her anger into annoyance. You babble nonsense, witch woman. Nonsense, is it? Turn the page, Nathan Rahl. Read your new life book. Curious, the wizard did as she suggested. Nicci leaned close, seeing other words written there on the second page. Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. Cole Adair lies far to the south in the old world. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again. And the sorceress must save the world. Nicci said, I have helped save the world enough times already. But Nathan was more perplexed. This is a game for you, witch woman. You planted this joke for us. Why would I need to be made whole again? Am I missing something? He touched his arm, which seemed remarkably intact. That is not for me to say, Red said. You see what's written. A path established long ago. And prophecy is gone, Nicci said. Ancient predictions mean nothing. Truly? Asked the witch woman. Even pronouncements made when prophecy was as strong as the wind and the sun. While Nathan flexed his fingers, as if searching for missing digits, Red brushed back her tangled locks of hair. You of all people should know that it is unwise for others to interpret a prophecy. Nicci tightened the laces on her traveling boots and adjusted her black dress. She could not keep the skepticism out of her voice. As I said, there is no more prophecy, witch woman. How can you know where we need to go? Red's black lips formed a mysterious smile. Sometimes I still know things. Or maybe it is a revelation I foresaw long before the stars changed overhead. But I do know that if you care about Lord Rahl and his Daharan Empire, you will heed this warning and this summons. Cole Adair. You both need to make your way there, whether for the journey or the destination. If you don't, then all that Richard Rawle has worked for may well be forfeit. She shrugged, suddenly seeming aloof. Do as you wish. Nathan slipped the new lifebook into a leather pouch at his side and closed the flap. As Lord Rawle's roving ambassador, my assignment is to travel to places that might not know about the changes in the world. He looked up at the darkening sky through the canopy of the ancient oak. But the exact route is at our discretion. We could go to the old world just as well as to the dark lands. Nicci was not so convinced. And are you going to take her babbling seriously, wizard? Nathan stroked back his long white hair. Frankly, I've had enough of the dark lands and all this gloom. The old world has more sunshine. Nicci considered, realizing she had followed him, but with no real goal otherwise. She just wanted to serve Richard and strengthen his new solid empire to help bring about his longed-for golden age. I have my own orders from Lord Rawle to explore his new empire and send reports back of the things we find, at Coladair or elsewhere. And save the world, Red added. She did not believe Red's prediction. How was she supposed to save the world by traveling to or seeing a place she'd never heard of? But the wizard had a valid point. The old world, once part of the Imperial Order, was now under the rule of Dahara. Even those distant people would want to hear of their freedom, to know that Lord Rawle would insist on self-determination and standards of respect. She had to see what was out there, and take care of problems she saw so that Richard need not be bothered. Yes, I will go with you. Nathan adjusted his cape and shouldered his pack, just as eager to depart as he had been to find the witch-woman in the first place. But Nicci hesitated. Before we go south to the old world, we need to tell Lord Rawle where we're going. We have no way to communicate with him. She didn't want Richard or Kaelin to worry about the two of them if they disappeared for a time. We could find a way to send a message when we reach Tanimura, Nathan said. Or some other town along the way. Red surprised them. I will take care of it. She picked up the crow's limp carcass and cradled the bird in her hands, extending its flopping wings. She adjusted its lolling head, straightened its broken neck, then closed her eyes in concentration. After a moment, the crow squirmed and fluffed its feathers. Red set the reanimated bird back on the stone bench, where it tottered drunkenly. The neck remained angled in the wrong direction, and its eyes held no glint of life at all, but it moved, like a marionette. The crow stretched its wings as if fighting the remnants of death, and folded them back against its sides. Tear a strip of paper from a page of your life book, Nathan Rawle, she said, handing him the black quill. There should be enough ink left for you to write a note. For Lord Rawle. Nathan did so, scratching out a quick summary on a thin curl of paper. When he finished, Red rolled it tightly and bound the strip to the crow's stiff leg. My bird has sufficient animation to reach the people's palace. Lord Rawle will know where you are going. She tossed the awkward crow up into the air. Nicci watched the dead bird plummet back to the ground, but at the last moment, it extended its wings, stiffly flapped them, rose up beyond the enormous oak, and flew into the dusk. Hunter's ears perked up, and the cat-like creature sniffed the air before bounding off into the forest to dart among the shadows of the tall trees. Out beyond Red's sheltered hollow, Nicci saw a flash of fur, something as large as a horse prowling through the thickets. Hunter happily bounded after it, frolicking through the underbrush, and disappeared along with the large predatory shape in the deeper gloom. Red looked up. Hunter's mother often joins us for dinner. Her mouth formed an odd smile. Would you like to stay? Nicci took note of the strewn bones and skulls and decided not to take further risks. We should go. Thank you, witch woman, Nathan said as they headed into the thickening night. Even alone in the wild, dark forest, Nicci guessed they would be safer than if they chose to stay at Red's cottage. Nathan strode along, paying no attention to the skulls. It will be a grand adventure. Once we leave the Darklands, we can head south to Danimura. At Grafan Harbor, we're sure to find a ship sailing south. We will find Colader. And that's just a start. Richard had told her to go to the boundaries of the Daharan Empire, and she decided that the far south was a perfectly viable option. I suppose the rest of the world will be sufficient for our purposes. After Red watched the two disappear into the forest, Hunter trotted in and squatted by the cook fire. Moments later, his shaggy mother padded in, as big as a bear and bristling with cinnamon fur. The much smaller son nuzzled her, wanting to play, but Hunter's mother thrust a huge head forward to Red, who dutifully scratched the silky fur behind the creature's ears, scrubbing with the nails on both of her hands. Hunter's mother made a sound that was somewhere between a growl and a purr. Then she slumped heavily among the fallen leaves in the clearing. Red picked up Nathan's hefty life book. Yes, even a quiet and tedious life could add up to significant events in 1,000 years. She knew the real chronicle was just beginning for Nathan, and the real mission in store for both of them. Even though Nicci refused to let Red create such a book for her, the witch woman had been an oracle. She knew that the life of the sorceress, both past and future, would fill many volumes as well. And the sorceress must save the world. Carrying Nathan's tome, Red pushed aside the hanging leather flap over the opening and ducked inside her cottage. The low dwelling was lit with the orange glow of guttering candles settled in skull pots. The front room was small and cramped, but at the back wall against the hillside, she pushed aside another door hanging. She entered the main part of her dwelling, a large complex of wide passageways and grottos burrowed into the hillside itself. Red stood before shelves and shelves that were filled with numerous volumes similar to the one she held now. She had collected so many life books over the years, over the centuries, that she had lost track. But oddly and chillingly, every single one of the books had ended with the strange and previously incomprehensible words. Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. Colader lies far to the south in the old world. From there the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again. And the sorceress must save the world. The same words in every book. Hundreds of them, thousands of them, each one with the same warning. Red slid the story of Nathan Rawle into an empty slot on the shelf next to another volume. Countless life books, nearly one for each of those skulls buried under the moss. Chapter 4. With their new destination in mind, though somewhat skeptical of the importance Red had assigned to it, the two traveled for weeks through the Darklands before reaching the more populated areas of Dahara. Heading south, they found well-traveled roads and villages, including inns where they could eat home-cooked meals instead of foraging for game or wild fruit, and they could sleep in actual beds instead of bedding down on the forest floor. As a woods guide, Richard Rawle had reveled in finding his own trails in the forest, but Nicci much preferred civilization. And Nathan certainly did not object to comforts. Along the way, the two gathered news and disseminated their own tales about Lord Rawle's victory over Emperor Sulachan. Most people in the south of Dahara knew little about the political changes that had occurred, but everyone had seen the stars convulse and shift in the sky, and they listened to the travelers with both wonder and dismay. In the warm, crowded common rooms of inn after inn, Nathan spread his hands and explained in a deep, confident voice, "Truth be told, the end of prophecy means that you can live your own lives and make your own decisions. I was once a prophet myself, and I speak from experience. Such powers were far more trouble than they were worth. Good riddance." Many local oracles and self-proclaimed seers, however, were less enthusiastic about the changes. Those with a genuine gift had already noticed the sudden lack of ability, and those who continued to sell their predictions were surely cheating gullible customers. Such prophets were incensed to hear themselves denounced as frauds and charlatans. But chastising frauds was not the mission Nicci had adopted, nor did she consider it saving the world. She moved ahead with her next goal in sight. She would go to the old world, scout the new lands Lord Rawle now ruled, and help Nathan find the mysterious Col Adair, whatever it was. Tanamura would be their starting point. The great port city was one of the northernmost bastions of the old world, a place where the main overland trade routes converged. As the two neared the coast, the air took on a fresh, salty bite. Traffic increased on the wide road through the coastal hills. Creaking mule-drawn carts passed them, as well as wealthy noblemen or merchants riding well-groomed horses with expensive tack. Farmers guided wagons laden with vegetables or sacks of grain, heading to the markets in the port city. While walking along in the warm sun, the wizard held up his end of the conversation, more than his end, in fact. But Nicci saved her energy for the hike. When they reached the top of a hill, the view unfolded before them. The old, sprawling city of Tanamura had been built on a long peninsula that extended into the sparkling blue expanse of the ocean. To the west, before spilling into the sea, the Kern River had excavated a broad valley. Croplands and villages dotted the countryside, interspersed with patches of dark forest. Nicci's focus, though, was on the whitewashed buildings of the extensive city. The wizard stopped to rest, shading his eyes. A splendid view. Think of all the possibilities Tanamura offers. He plucked at his threadbare sleeves, his frayed cuffs, his open vest. Including fresh clothes. Nicci said in a quiet voice, "It's been years since I was here." She narrowed her blue eyes, scanning the city, noting what she remembered and what had changed. The wizard gave a non-committal grunt. "Once I escaped the palace, I thought I would never come back, yet here we are." Down the sweep of the shore, Grafan Harbor was bustling with large cargo or military ships that sported creamy white sails, as well as fishing dhows with triangular sails. Nicci's lips quirked in a small, hard smile. "I see they've managed to rebuild the docks." In the harbor here, she and her fellow Sisters of the Dark had destroyed the Lady Sepha, the ship that had held them hostage. Emperor Jagang had granted the women their revenge on Captain Blake and his vile crew, even encouraged it. And Nicci and her companions were not kind to the sailors who had raped and abused them. The sisters had found a turnabout pleasure peeling off the soft flesh of the men, strip by strip. Then, unleashing the full force of subtractive magic, they had destroyed the Lady Sepha, lifting the entire vessel out of the water, snapping the masts like twigs, crashing the huge ship down onto the Grafan docks, and then wreaking havoc upon the whole harbor, as if the other ships were no more than the toys of a malicious child. Although that had been one of her darkest times, Nicci still smiled at the memory. Nathan also stared down toward the crowded city, lost in his own memories. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "We both left such a mark on Tanamura, dear sorceress. They might not welcome us back." His gaze was drawn toward the southern end of the peninsula and a large island just off the coast. Holzbund Island had once been connected to the mainland by a prominent stone bridge that allowed visitors, merchants, scholars, and Sisters of the Light to pass directly to the Palace of the Prophets. The mammoth edifice had stood for millennia, a place where gifted males were imprisoned and taught. The palace had been shielded in numerous ways, woven with a spell that prevented its inhabitants from aging, but Nathan had triggered a light web, bringing down the entire imposing palace so that its magical archives could not fall into Jagang's hands. Holzbund Island looked like a wasteland now, the palace vaporized. From what Nicci could tell, even after 6 years, no hardy souls had returned to claim the devastated land for their own. The wizard wore a bittersweet expression, but forced a smile. "I spent 1,000 years there. What could be a better start to a new life than to erase all signs of the past?" He pushed aside his dark blue cape and patted the leather pouch at his side that held the new life book and its ominous pronouncement. "It's time for a new adventure, before we get too old. You and I are not used to aging at the same rate as everyone else. Tanimura awaits." Nicci set off down the road to the city. As they walked down the hill, an ox cart rolled past, driven by an old farmer wearing a straw hat. The man stared at the road ahead as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. His cart was loaded with round, green melons. When Nathan asked for a ride, the old farmer gave them a casual gesture. The two sat in the back of the wagon, among the piled round melons. Nicci picked up one. "It looks like a severed head." The ox plodded along, not caring whether the road went uphill or downhill. Jostled by the slow, uneven cart, Nicci watched the approaching city. She remembered the tree-lined boulevards, the tall, whitewashed buildings, the tile roofs. Banners flew from high poles, scarlet pennants of the city of Tanimura and larger flags of the Daharan Empire. She and Richard had stopped here for a time on their way to Alturarang, when she had forced him to play the role of her husband, hoping to convince him to believe in the order. She had been so passionate, determined, ruthless, and so naive. He had learned how to cut stone here in Tanimura. Nicci's brow furrowed at the troubling memory. "We will not stay long, wizard. We'll get supplies for a long journey and find a ship sailing south to the old world. I'm sure you're anxious to find your Cole Adair. And you must save the world, of course." Nathan winced as the ox cart rolled over a large rock in the road, and one large melon rolled over the edge, but he deftly caught it and set it back on the precarious pile. "But why in such a hurry? Dear spirits, we traveled weeks to get to Tanimura. If that prophecy was written down 100 years ago, there can't possibly be any rush." Whether or not the witch woman is correct, Lord Rawle asked us to explore the fringes of his empire and to spread the terms of his rule. Everyone here already knows who he is. Our real work lies elsewhere. "Indeed it does," Nathan admitted with a sigh. "And I'm curious to find this place called Cole Adair that Red thinks I need to see." He looked at his shirt, then tried to brush away a grease stain from a rabbit they'd eaten in camp, and a spot of gravy that signified the much better food that an innkeeper had prepared for them the following night. "Before we can go on, though, my first order of business will be to acquire a new traveling wardrobe. Without a doubt, Tanimura has many tailors and garment shops to choose from. I believe I can find what I need." Nicci's black traveling dress was still in good shape, and she had a spare in her pack. "You worry about clothes altogether too much." He looked down his nose at her. "I spent 1,000 years wearing frumpy robes in the palace of the prophets. Now that I am out in the world at last, I am entitled to indulge myself." Nicci knew she wouldn't change his mind. "I'll make my way down to the harbor and make inquiries with the dockmaster. I can learn which ships are ready to depart and where they are bound." More carts joined them on the road, and they passed stables on the outskirts of the city, livestock yards where pigs and cattle wandered about unconcerned with their fates. Charcoal kilns stood like tall beehives, letting a whisper of sweet smoke into the air. Across a meeting square, shirtless carpenters were building a tall tower that so far consisted only of support beams. The listless cart driver did not speak a word to them, merely drove his ox along. As the city buildings clustered together, the crowds increased, as did the noise. People shouted to one another. Merchants hawked their wares. Washerwomen hung dripping clothes from lines strung between buildings. Not far away, they saw a large market crowded with rickety wooden stalls, featuring good luck trinkets, bolts of pattern fabric, wooden carvings, fire-glazed clay pots, and bunches of red and orange flowers. The old farmer flicked the ox with a switch to turn the animal toward the market, and Nicci and Nathan slid off the cart, ready to venture into the heart of the city. The wizard called out his thanks, but the old farmer didn't respond. As he stood to get his bearings, Nathan adjusted the ornate sword in its scabbard, checked the lifebook, straightened his pack, and self-consciously brushed down the front of his shirt. "I may be a while. Once I secure the services of an adequate tailor, I'll have him make more appropriate attire for me. Capes, shirts, vests, new boots. Yes, yes. If I am to be Lord Rawle's ambassador, I must look the part." Chapter 5. The ancient city of Tanamura was full of wonders, distractions, and dangers for the unwary. Nicci felt right at home. She was all business as she made her way into the thick of the city, her mind set on finding a southbound ship and a captain familiar with the port cities in the old world. From what the witch woman had described, Coladair might be far out in the sparsely populated fringe lands, not marked on common maps. But they would find it. During her years serving Emperor Jagang, when she had been called Death's Mistress, Nicci had brought many outlying towns under the rule of the Imperial Order. Although Jagang had been intent on conquering the New World, he had little interest in the less populated areas far to the south of his own empire. He had once told her the land did not hold enough subjects or enough wealth to be worth his time. Despite the distance, Nicci was convinced that those far-flung people also needed to know about Lord Rawle. She would be proud to tell them of their new life without tyrants and oppression, and she relished the challenge. She would do it for Richard. Future and fate depend on both the journey and the destination. As she headed down toward the harbor, the streets were steep and winding. The crowded buildings were stacked haphazardly, 2- and 3-story structures that filled any spare patch of ground, buildings erected on top of buildings. Some homes and shops were tilted as if trying to keep their balance on the hillsides. Gutters lined the streets, filled with a brownish slurry of rainwater mixed with emptied chamber pots. Broad-hipped women gathered and gossiped around a well, pulling up buckets of fresh water, which they handed to glum-looking teenagers to carry away. Scruffy barking dogs ran down the streets in pursuit of loose chickens. Nicci passed through a fabric dyer's district, where the air was filled with a rich and complicated tapestry of sharp, sour odors. Cloth merchants hung bolts of dripping fabric, indigo, saffron yellow, or stark black, which flapped in the sea breezes as they dried. In the threadmaker's district, boys ran down the street pulling long, colorful strands, twisting bobbins to tighten the threads. The tanning district reeked as leather workers cured and processed hides. Taking advantage of the foul smells, enterprising children ran about offering to sell passers-by fistfuls of mint leaves as nosegays. A little girl with black hair and pigtails ran up to Nicci, waving the mint leaves. "Only a copper. It'll make every breath smell fresh." Nicci shook her head. "The smell of death doesn't bother me." The skinny girl could not hide her disappointment. She was dressed in rags, her face was covered with dust and grime. She looked as if she hadn't had a good bath or a good meal in some time. Noting her industriousness, Nicci gave her the copper anyway, and the girl ran off laughing. The markets were loud, colorful storms of people, vendors hawking shellfish or live octopus from buckets of murky salt water. Butchers sold slabs of exotic imported meats, ostrich, muskox, zebra, even a greasy gray steak supposedly from a long-tailed gar, spread out on planks for display, although many of the meats drew more flies than customers. Smoked fish dangled by their tails across wooden racks like succulent battle trophies. Food vendors sold skewers of spiced meat sizzling over charcoal fires. Bakers offered loaves of knotted brown bread. 2 women stirred a steaming cauldron and ladled out bowls of what they called kraken chowder, a milky stew with thready seaweed, bobbing onions, and rings of tender suckers that had been sliced from some large tentacle. Nicci walked at a brisk pace, uninterested in the distractions. Jugglers performed in the streets. Gamblers placed bets on a game of shells and cups. A musician sat on an overturned pot, eliciting caterwauling sounds from a flexible stringed instrument. In the spice merchants' district, men in long green robes haggled over the price of cumin, turmeric, cardamom, A toothless old woman squatted on a curb as she sorted lumpy roots of mandrake and ginger. When an errant breeze whispered along the street, the spice merchants rushed to cover their powder-filled baskets. One man bent over a clay bowl of red pepper, and the breeze feathered some of it into his face, making him cough and retreat, flailing his hands. Tenamura was a crowded, vibrant city. Every person here was concerned with everyday living, but few of them considered the larger work of building and maintaining the Daharan Empire. These people weren't soldiers. They had lived for years under the imperial order. They had survived the turmoil of the long, bloody war, and now they might not even realize how fundamentally their existence had changed. If Lord Rawl's rule endured, these people might never need to concern themselves much about it. As she worked her way into the older, more crowded district just above the harbor, the streets grew tighter and more tangled. The buildings were tall and dingy, and every street degenerated into an alley. More than once, she found herself at a dead end of brick walls and garbage, forcing her to retrace her steps. Nicci turned down a wider alley between the leaning 3-story buildings with cracked and stained walls. The buildings closed into shadows redolent of stagnant water, rats, and refuse. She pressed forward, supposing the passageway would open into a broader thoroughfare, but instead, it turned along oddly skewered corners, and the passage narrowed. Ahead, she heard a frightened shout, and the sounds of a scuffle. Curses, gruff laughter, the smack of a fist striking flesh, then the more muffled sounds of boots kicking. She was already running toward the sounds when an outcry of pain joined what sounded like a little boy's mocking laughter. "That's all the money I have." It was a young man's voice. Nicci rounded the corner to come upon 3 muscular men and a wiry boy, all bunched around a young man of perhaps 20 years. It took her only an instant to gauge the tableau, identify the predators, the victim. The young man cornered by these thugs didn't look like a Tanamuran. He had long ginger hair and pale skin covered with freckles. His hazel eyes were wide with fear. He swung at his attackers, but the 3 larger men pummeled him with their fists. It was like a game to them, and they seemed in no hurry. The boy, no more than 10 years old, pranced from one foot to the other, clutching a small sack of coins in his hand, obviously stolen from the victim. One of the thugs, a heavy-set man with short but extraordinarily muscular arms, planted a solid kick on the meat of the victim's thigh. The red-haired young man went down, sliding against the slimy, stained wall. Even as he fell, he kept his arms up in an attempt to fend them off. Nicci said, "Stop what you're doing." It wasn't a shout, but hard enough to draw their attention like an unexpected slap. The 3 men spun to look at her in surprise. The curly-haired boy's eyes went as wide and bright as coins, and he bolted down the winding alley, disappearing as quickly as a cockroach revealed by the light. Nicci ignored the child and faced the 3 men, the real threat. The thugs turned toward her, ready for a fight, but when they saw only an attractive blonde in a black dress, their expressions changed. One let out a guffaw. They spread out so they could come at her from different directions. The squat, heavy-set man called after the boy, who had disappeared down the alleys. "There's no need to run, you little bastard. It's just a woman." "Let him run, Jer. We'll find him later," said a second man. He was swarthy, with a round face and bloodshot eyes that probably resulted from long familiarity with alcohol, rather than lack of sleep. "We don't want the little brat to see what we're going to do with her anyway," said the third man with greasy brown hair tied back in a ponytail. "He's too young for that kind of education." The ginger-haired victim tried to get up. He was bleeding from his nose, and his shirt was torn. "They stole my money." The man with bloodshot eyes smacked him hard across the face. The young man's head hit the alley wall hard. Although she felt coldness rise within her, Nicci didn't move toward them. "Perhaps you didn't hear me. I told you to stop." "We're just getting started," said Jer, the leader. In unison, the 3 men drew their knives. Apparently, beating the young man wasn't enough entertainment, and they had something else in mind for Nicci. Such men usually did. Leering, they came toward her. The man with the ponytail slid around to cut off her retreat, but she had no intention of retreating. They obviously expected her to run in fear, but that was not something Nicci did. "Nice black dress," said Jer, holding up his knife. "But we'd rather see you without it. Makes things easier." The young redhead tried to scramble to his feet, pressing a hand to his bruised thigh. "You leave her alone." The man with the bloodshot eyes snarled at him. "How many teeth do you want to lose before this day is out?" Nicci regarded the three of them with an icy gaze. "It has been several weeks since I had occasion to kill a man." She looked from one to the next. "Now I have 3 in one day." The thugs were startled by her boldness, and the heavy-set Jer laughed. "How do you expect to do that? You don't even have a weapon." Nicci stood with her hands loose at her sides, her fingers curled. "I am the weapon." From within she summoned her magic. She had countless ways to kill these men. The redhead finally managed to stand, and he foolishly lurched toward them, calling out to Nicci. "I won't let them hurt you." He dove at the legs of the man with the ponytail, knocking him to the ground. Bloodshot Eyes raised his knife and advanced toward Nicci, waving the point back and forth in the air in front of her, as if she was supposed to be intimidated. Jer called out, "Cut her, Auntie. But don't hurt her too bad, not yet. I don't want her blood all over me when I get between her legs." Nicci could have unleashed wizard's fire and incinerated the 3 of them in an instant. But she might also kill the young man as well as start a fire that could rage through the old town. That was unnecessary. She had other means. Nicci created a wall of air that slammed into Henty, and he looked as if he had blindly smashed into an invisible tree. As he stood momentarily stunned, Nicci used the magic to fling him up and back 15 feet above the ground. She was not gentle. She had no reason to be. Bloodshot Eyes slammed into the high wall, and the impact crushed his head like one of the dark melons in the farmer's ox cart. A splash of red painted a broad, round splatter on the already stained wall. Then the body traced a long, uneven smear as it slid 2 stories down to the ground. Unable to believe what he had just seen, Jer also came at Nicci with a knife. She used her powers to crush his larynx so he couldn't scream. Then she pulped the bones in his neck for good measure. The leader's eyes bulged, bursting with a sudden web of red hemorrhages, and his head flopped to one side. When his knees gave out, he sprawled forward. Ponytail kicked his way free of the scrappy redhead, who had tackled him, and slashed his knife across the empty air, trying to cut the young man who ducked out of the way. Then the last thug turned to snarl at Nicci. She stopped his heart, and he dropped to the ground like a felled bull. The young redhead looked around the carnage. "We're saved." His face had gone pale, which made his freckles even more prominent. He gaped at the 3 dead men lying in the garbage in the alley. "You killed them. Sweet Sea Mother, you killed them. You didn't have to do that." "Maybe not," Nicci said, "but that was the most convenient solution. They made the decision for me. Those men would have preyed on others, robbed others, and eventually they would have been caught. I was saving time and effort for the magistrate and the hangman." The distraught redhead couldn't decide what to do. His lip was bloody, his face puffy and bruised. "It's just, they took my money, but I doubt they were going to kill me." Nicci ran her gaze up and down his lanky form. The young man wore a loose homespun shirt, dyed brown, and sturdy canvas pants of the kind worn by sailors. He didn't have any weapons she could see, not even a knife at his side. "You don't think they were going to kill you?" "That is not a gamble I'd choose to make." He swallowed hard, and she was struck by how innocent and foolish he seemed. If even the bruises and the loss of his money purse had not taught him the necessary lesson, then Nicci would not waste further time on him. "If you keep walking these alleys, unarmed and unaware, you will soon have another opportunity to learn whether or not the thieves around here intend to kill you." She turned to walk away. "Don't count on me being here to help next time." The young man hurried after her. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't say that soon enough. Thank you. I was raised to show gratitude to those who do good things for me. I appreciate it. My name is Bannon. Bannon... He paused as if embarrassed. Bannon Farmer. I'm from Chiria Island. This is my first time in Tanimura. Nicci kept walking. I guessed that much, and it may be your last time in Tanimura if you don't stop being such a fool. Bannon followed, still talking. I used to be a cabbage farmer, but I wanted to see the world, so I signed aboard a sailing ship. This is my first time in port, and I came to buy a sword of my own. He frowned and patted his hips again, as if he somehow thought he had only imagined the robbery. They took my money. That boy. Nicci showed neither surprise nor sympathy. He bolted off. You'll never find him. That child is lucky he ran, though. I would have disliked killing a little boy, even if he was a thief. Bannon's shoulders slumped. I was looking for a swordsmith. Those men seemed nice, and they told me to follow them, led me down here. He shook his head. I guess I should have been more suspicious. He brightened. But you were there. You saved me. Are you a sorceress? I've never seen anything like that. Thank you for rescuing me. She turned to face him. And shame on you for needing to be rescued. You should possess more common sense than to let yourself become a victim. I have no mercy for thugs and thieves, but there would be no thieves if there weren't fools like you to prey upon. Bannon's face turned a bright red. I'm sorry. I'll know better next time. He wiped at the blood coming from his lip and nose, then smeared it on his pants. But if I had my own sword, I could have defended myself. He leaned against the alley wall and struggled to pull off his left boot. Maybe I have enough coins left, though. When he upended the boot, several coins rained out, 2 silvers and 5 coppers. He held them in his palm. I learned this trick from my father. He taught me never to keep all your money in one place in case you get robbed. He looked forlornly down at the coins in his hand. It isn't enough to buy much of a sword. I had hoped for a fine blade with a golden hilt and pommel, intricate workings. The coins might be enough, though, just enough. A sword doesn't have to be pretty to be effective at killing, Nicci said. I suppose it doesn't, Bannon replied as he replaced the coins in his boot and stomped his foot back into place. He looked back down the alley at the bodies of the 3 thugs. You didn't need a sword at all. No, I don't, Nicci said. But what I do need is a ship sailing south. She began to walk back out of the alley. I was on my way to the harbor. A ship? Bannon hurried after her, still trying to adjust his boot. I'm from a ship, the Wave Walker, a 3-masted carrack out of Serimundi. Captain Eli's due to set sail again as soon as his cargo is loaded. Probably with the outgoing tide tonight. He'd take passengers. I could put in a good word for you. I can find him myself, Nicci said, then softened her voice, realizing that the young man was just trying to help. Thank you for the recommendation. Bannon beamed. It's the least I could do. You saved me. The Wave Walker is a good ship. It'll serve your needs. I will ask, Nicci said. The young man brushed himself off. And I'm going to buy my own sword so I won't be helpless next time I get in trouble. With an inappropriate display of conscience, he stared at the dead thugs in the alley shadows. But what shall we do about them? Nicci didn't bother to look back over her shoulder. The rats will find them soon enough. Chapter 6. After the sorceress went on her way, Bannon wiped blood from his lip and felt the bruise. He tried to fashion a smile, which only made the pain worse. But he smiled anyway. He had to smile, or his fragile world would fall apart. His canvas trousers were scuffed and stained, but they were durable work pants, a farmer's garment made to last, and they had served him well aboard the ship. His homespun shirt was now torn in 2 places, but he would have time to mend it once the Wave Walker set sail. There would be quiet, listless days adrift on the water as they voyaged south, and Bannon was handy enough with a needle and thread. He could make it right again. Someday. He would have a pretty wife to make new clothes and do the mending, as his mother had done on Chiria Island. They would have spunky, bright-eyed children, 5 of them, he decided. He and his wife would laugh together, unlike his mother, who had not laughed often. It would be different with him, because he would be different from his father, so very different. The young man shuddered, took a breath, and forced his mind back to the bright and colorful picture he liked to hold in his mind. Yes, a warm cottage, a loving family, a life well lived. He habitually brushed himself off again, and the smile felt real this time. He pretended he didn't even notice the bruises on his face and leg. It would be all right. It had to be. He walked out into the bright and open city streets. The sky was clear and blue, and the salt air smelled fresh, blowing in from the harbor. Tanamura was a city of marvels, just as he had dreamed it would be. During his voyage from Chiria Island, he had asked the other sailors to tell him stories about Tanamura. The things they had described seemed impossible, but Bannon's dreams were not impossible, and so he believed them, or at least gave them the benefit of the doubt. As soon as the wave walker had come into port and tied up to the pier, Bannon had bounded down the gangplank, enthusiastic to find the city, at least something in his life, to be the way he wanted it to be. The rest of the crew took their pay and headed for the dockside taverns, where they would eat food that wasn't fish, pickled cabbage, or salt-preserved meat, and they would drink themselves into a stupor. Or they would pay the price asked by the special ladies who were willing to spread their legs for any man. Such women did not exist in the bucolic villages on Chiria, or if they did, Bannon had never seen them, not that he had ever looked. When he was deep in drink, Bannon's father had often called his mother a whore, usually before he beat her. But the wave-walker sailors seemed delighted by the prospect of whores, and they didn't seem interested at all in beating such women, so Bannon didn't understand the comparison. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on the sunshine and the fresh air. Absently, he pulled back his long ginger hair to keep it out of the way. The other sailors could have their alehouses and their lusty women. Since this was his first time here, Bannon wanted to get drunk on the sights of Tanamura, on the wonder of it all. He had always imagined that the world would be like this. This was the way the world was supposed to be. The white, tiled-roofed buildings were tall, with flower boxes under the open windows. Colorful laundry hung on ropes strung from window to window. Laughing children ran through the streets chasing a ball that they kicked and threw while running, a game that seemed to have no set rules. A mop-headed boy bumped into him, then rebounded and ran off. Bannon felt his trousers, his pocket. The boy had brushed against him there, possibly in an attempt to pick his pocket, but Bannon had no more coins for the would-be thief, since he'd already been robbed. The last of his money was safely tucked in the bottom of his boot, and he hoped it would be enough to buy a reasonable sword. He took 2 breaths, closed his eyes, opened them again. He made the smile come back and deliberately chose to believe that the street urchin had just bumped into him, that he wasn't a feral pickpocket trying to take advantage of a distracted stranger. Searching for a swordsmith, Bannon emerged into a main square that overlooked the sparkling blue water and crowded sailing ships. A heavy woman pushed a cart filled with clams, cockles, and gutted fish. She seemed unenthusiastic about her wares. Older fishermen with swollen arthritic knuckles worked at knotting and reknotting torn fishing nets. Their hands somehow remained nimble through the pain. Gulls flew overhead, wheeling in aimless circles, or shrieked and fought over whatever scraps they had found to eat. Bannon came upon a tanner's shop, where a round-faced man with a fringe of dark hair wore a leather apron. The tanner scraped and trimmed cured skins, while his matronly wife knelt at a wide wash-tub, shoving her hands into bright green dye, immersing leather pieces. "Excuse me," Bannon said. "Could you recommend a good sword maker, one with fair prices?" The woman looked up at him. "Wanting to join Lord Rawl's army, are you? The wars are over. It's a new time of peace." She ran her eyes up and down his lanky form. "I don't know how desperate they are for fighters anymore." "No, I don't want to join the army," Bannon said. "I'm a sailor aboard the Wave Walker, but I'm told that every good man should have a good blade, and I'm a good man." "Are you now?" said the leather worker with a good-natured snort. "Then maybe you should try Mandan Smith. He has blades of all types, and I've never heard a complaint." "Where would I find him? I'm new to the city." The leather worker raised his eyebrows in amusement. "Are you now? I wouldn't have guessed." The tanner's wife lifted her hands out of the dye basin. They were bright green up near the elbows, but her hands and wrists were a darker color, permanently stained from her daily work. "Down 2 streets after you smell a pickler's shop, you'll find a candle maker." The leather worker interrupted. "Don't buy candles there. He's a cheat. Uses mostly lard instead of beeswax, so the candles melt in no time." "I'll remember that," Bannon said. "But I'm not looking to buy candles." The woman continued. "Past the dry fountain and you'll find the swordmaker's shop. Mandan Smith, fine blades. He works hard, gives a fair price, but don't insult him by asking for a discount." I won't." Bannon lifted his chin. "I'll be fair, if he is." He left the tanner's and went off. He found the pickler's shop with no difficulty. The tang of vinegar stung his eyes and nose, but when he saw large clay jars with salted fermenting cabbage, his stomach felt suddenly queasy, and unbidden bile came up in his throat. It reminded him too much of the stink of his old home, of the cabbage fields on Chiria, of the bottomless prison pit that would have been his life back there. Cabbages and cabbages and cabbages. The young man walked on, shaking his head to clear away the smell. He passed the disreputable candlemaker without a second glance, then marveled at an elaborate fresco painted on the long wall of a public building. It depicted some dramatic historical event, but Bannon did not know his history. He found the dry fountain, which was adorned with the statue of some beautiful sea nymph. Tanamura was so full of marvels, he almost didn't want to leave here, even after being robbed and nearly murdered. Was that any worse than what he had left behind? He had fled his home in desperation, but he also wanted to see the world, sail the oceans, go from one port city to another. It wouldn't be right to remain in the first place he saw, but he was certainly impressed with that beautiful and frighteningly powerful sorceress, who was unlike anyone he had ever met on Chiria. After spotting the swordmaker's shop at the end of the street, he sat on the edge of the dry fountain, pulled off his left boot, and upended it so that the coins fell into his palm. 2 silvers and 5 coppers, that was all. He had a blister from the coins in his shoe, but he was glad he had taken the precaution. He'd learned that lesson from his father. Never put all your money in one place. Bannon swallowed hard and walked up to the swordmaker. Fine blades. Self-consciously, he touched his empty pockets again. "I need to buy a sword, sir." Mandan Smith was a dark-skinned man with a polished bald head and a bushy black beard. "I would imagine that to be the case, young man, since you've come to a sword-maker's shop. I have blades of all kinds. Long swords, short swords, curved blades, straight blades, full guards, open hilts. All the finest steel. I don't sell poor quality." He gestured to show an array of swords, so many types on display that Bannon didn't know how to assess them. "What type of sword were you looking for?" Bannon looked away, wiped at the bruise on his face. "I'm afraid you might not be able to provide the type of sword I need." Mandan palmed his bushy beard, but the hairs promptly sprang back out into its full brush. "I can make any kind of sword, young man." Bannon brightened. "Then the sword I require is an affordable one." The swordsmith was startled by the answer. His face darkened in a frown before he burst out laughing. "A difficult request indeed. Precisely how affordable did you mean?" Bannon held out all of his remaining coins. Mandan let out a long, discouraged sigh. "Quite a challenge." His lips quirked in a smile. "It wouldn't be right to let a man go without a blade, however. Tadamura has some dangerous streets." Bannon swallowed. "I discovered that already." Mandan led him inside the shop. "Let's see what we can find." The smith began sorting flat, blank strips of metal that had not yet been fashioned and forged. He rummaged through half-finished, long swords, broken blades, ornate daggers, serrated hunting knives, even a short, flat knife that looked incapable of anything more dangerous than cutting cheese or spreading butter. The smith stopped to ponder one clunky-looking blade, as long as Bannon's arm. It had a straight, unornamented crossguard, a small round pommel. The grip was wrapped in leather strips with no fancy carving, wire workings, or inlaid jewels. The blade looked discolored, as if it hadn't been forged as perfectly as the other blades. It had no fuller groove, no engraving. It was just a simple, sturdy sword. Mandan hefted it, held the grip in his right hand, tossed it to the left. He moved his wrist, felt the weight of it, watched it flow through the air. "Try this one." Bannon caught the sword, fearing he would drop it with an embarrassing clatter to the floor of the shop. But his hand seemed to go right to the hilt. His fingers wrapped around the grip, and the leather helped him hold on. "It feels solid, at least, sturdy." "Aye, that it is. And the blade is sharp. It'll hold an edge." "I'd imagine something a little more—" Bannon frowned, searching for the words that would not insult the swordsmith. "A little more elegant." "Have you counted the number of coins you've got to spend?" "I have," Bannon said, letting his shoulders fall. "And I understand." Mandan clapped him on the back, a blow that was much harder than he expected. "Get your priorities straight, young man. When a victim is staring at a blade that has just plunged through his chest, the last thing on his mind is criticism about the lack of ornamentation on your hilt." "I suppose not." Mandan looked down at the plain blade and mused. "This sword was made by one of my most talented apprentices, a young man named Harold. I tasked him with making a good and serviceable sword. It took him 4 tries, but I knew his potential, and I was willing to invest 4 sword blanks on him." The smith tapped his fingernail on the solid blade, eliciting a clear, metallic clink. "Harold made this sword to prove to me it was time he became a journeyman." He smiled wistfully, brushing his spiky black beard with one hand. "And he did. 3 years after that, Harold was such a good craftsman that he created a fantastically elaborate, perfect sword, his masterpiece. So I named him a master." He squared his shoulders and leaned back with a wry sigh. "Now, he's one of my biggest competitors in Tanamura." Bannon looked at the sword with greater appreciation now. Mandan continued. "That just makes my point. It may not look like much, but this is a very well-crafted sword, and it will serve the needs of the right person, unless your needs are to impress some pretty girl." Bannon felt a flush come to his cheeks. "I'll have to do that some other way, sir. This sword will be for my own protection." He lifted the blade, tried it in both hands, swung it in a slow, graceful arc. Oddly, it felt good. Perhaps because otherwise he had had no sword at all. "It'll do that," said the swordsmith. Bannon squared his shoulders, nodding absently. A man never knows when he might need to protect himself or his companions. The dark edges of the world infringed upon his vision. Marvelous Tanamura seemed to have more shadows than before, more slinking, dark things in corners, rather than bright sunlit colors. Hesitating, he held out the coins, everything that the thieves hadn't taken from him. "You're sure this is enough money?" The swordsmith removed the coins one at a time, the 2 silvers and then 4 of the coppers, closing Bannon's fingers on the last one. "I would never take a man's last coin." He gestured with his bald head. "Let's go outside. I have a practice block in back." Mandan took him behind the smithy to the small yard with barrels of scum-covered water for cooling his blades, a grinding wheel and whetstones for sharpening the edges. An upright, battered pine log, as tall as a man, had been mounted and braced in the center of a dirt clearing, strewn with straw. Fragrant piles of fresh pale wood chips lay around it on the ground. Mandan pointed to the scarred, upright log. "That is your opponent. Defend yourself." Imagine it is one of the soldiers of the Imperial Order. Ha! Why not imagine it's Emperor Jagang himself? I already have enough enemies in my imagination, Bannon muttered. We don't need to add to them. He stepped up to the practice block and swung the sword, bracing for the smack of impact when the blade hit the pine wood. The vibrations reverberated up to his elbow. The swordsmith was not impressed. Are you trying to cut down a sunflower, my boy? Swing! Bannon swung again, harder this time, resulting in a louder thunk. A dry chunk of bark fell off the practice block. Defend yourself, yelled Bannon. He swung harder with a grunt from the effort, and this time the impact thrummed through his wrist, jarred his forearm, his elbow, all the way to his shoulder. I'll defend myself, he whispered. I won't be helpless. But he hadn't always been able to defend himself or his mother. Bannon struck again, imagining that the blade was cutting not into wood, but through flesh and hard bone. He hacked again. He remembered coming home barely an hour after sunset one night on the island. He had been working as a hand in the Chiria cabbage fields, like all the other young men his age. He had to work for wages rather than working his family's own land, because his father had lost their holdings long before. It wasn't even dinner time yet, but his father was already out of the house, surely halfway drunk by now in the tavern. Getting drunk was about the only thing at which his father showed any efficiency. At least that meant their cottage would be quiet, granting Bannon and his mother an uneasy peace. From his field work in the past week, Bannon had earned a few more coins paid that day. It was the height of the cabbage harvest, and the wages were better than usual. He had already saved enough money to buy his own passage off of Chiria Island. He could have left a month ago, and he remembered how he had longed to be gone from this place, staring at the infrequent trading ships as they sailed away from port. Such vessels stopped in the islands only once every month or two, since the islanders had little to trade and not much money to buy imported goods. Even though it would be some time before he had another chance, Bannon had made up his mind that he wouldn't go, couldn't go, until he could take his mother with him. They would both sail away and find a perfect world, a peaceful new home like all those lands he had heard of, Tanamura, the People's Palace, the Midlands. Even the wild, uncivilized places of the New World had to be better than his misery on Chiria. Bannon had walked into the house, clenching the silver coin he had earned that day, sure that it would finally be enough to buy passage for himself and his mother. They could run away together the next time a ship docked in port. In order to be sure, he intended to count the carefully saved coins he had hidden in the bottom of the dirt-filled flower pot on his windowsill. The pot held only the shriveled remnants of a cliff anemone that he had planted and nurtured, and then watched die. Upon stepping into his cottage, though, Bannon had immediately smelled burned food, along with the coppery tang of blood. He stopped on guard. Standing at the hearth, his mother turned from the pot she was stirring, trying to force a smile, but her lips and the side of her face looked like a slab of raw liver. Her pretense that everything was fine failed miserably. He stared at her, feeling sick. I should have been here to stop him. You could not have done anything. His mother's voice sounded hoarse and ragged, no doubt from screaming and then sobbing. I didn't tell him where you hid it. I wouldn't tell him. She began to weep again, shaking her head. She slumped to the inlaid field stones on the hearth. I wouldn't tell him, but he knew anyway. He ransacked your room until he found the coins. Feeling an acid sickness in his stomach, Bannon ran to his room and saw his meager keepsakes scattered on the floor, the straw stuffing of his pallet torn out, the quilt his mother had sewn wadded against the wall, and the flower pot with the cliff anemone upended. The dirt poured all over his bedding. The coins were gone. No! He cried. That money should have been a new hope, a fresh life for them both. Bannon had worked hard in the fields and saved a year to get enough for them to leave Chiria and get far away from that man. His father had not just stolen the coins, he had robbed Bannon and his mother of their future. No! He shouted again into the silent cottage as his mother wept on the hearth. And that was how his father had taught Bannon never to keep all of his coins in one place, because then someone could take everything. It didn't matter how good the hiding place was. Thieves like his father could be smart, thieves could be brutal, or both. But when thieves found at least some money, then Bannon could make a convincing plea that it was all he had, and they might not think to look elsewhere. By the good spirits, my boy. The swordsmith's voice cut through his dark haze of memories. You're going to break my testing block, break that sword, and break your arm while you're at it. Bannon blinked and saw what he had done. In an unconscious frenzy, he had chopped great gouges into the pine log, spraying splinters in all directions. His hands were sweaty, but they squeezed the leather-wrapped grip in a stranglehold. The discolored blade thrummed in the air, but the sword was undamaged, the edge not notched. His shoulders ached. His hands were sore, his wrists throbbed. I think, he said, then swallowed hard. I think I've tested it enough. You're right, sir. It seems to be a good blade. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the last copper coin. One more thing from you, sir. Would a copper be enough for you to sharpen the sword again? He looked at the mangled practice block and suppressed a shiver. I think it might have lost some of its edge. Mandan looked long and hard at him, then accepted the copper coin. I'll put an edge on it that should last a long time, provided you take care of the blade. I will, Bannon promised. The swordsmith used the grinding stone to resharpen the sword, throwing off a flurry of sparks. Bannon watched, but didn't see, as his thoughts wandered through a quagmire of memories. Before long he would have to get back to the Wave Walker, so he could be there when they sailed out on the evening tide. The rest of the crew would be hungover and miserable and just as penniless as he was. Bannon would fit right in. He fashioned a smile again and touched his bruised lip, then ignored the soreness as he imagined everything he could do to the thugs if they ever bothered him again. Now he was prepared. He dipped briefly into his fantasy, no, his belief in a satisfying life, a happy family, kind friends. That world had to exist somewhere. Throughout his childhood on Chiria, during all the times his father had shouted and struck, Bannon Farmer had built up that picture in his mind, and he desperately clung to it. By the time he had reconstructed the rosy image of how things should be, Mandan had finished sharpening his blade and handed the weapon back to him. I give you this sword with my fervent wish that you never need to use it. When Bannon smiled, this time he did feel the sting in his lip. That is my hope, too. Always my hope. But he doubted that would happen. Bidding Mandan farewell, he left the shop and made his way down to the docks and the waiting Wave Walker. Chapter 7. Nicci reached the docks in Grafan Harbor after making her way from the darkly cluttered buildings to a more spacious district of merchants' warehouses and administrative offices. The harbor master's hall was a busy place, with the windows and doors thrown wide open to let in the breezes. Clerks in high-collared jackets bustled along the docks with their papers and quills, interviewing ship's quartermasters to inventory and tax the exotic and ordinary cargo. Dockside inns and taverns were adorned with garish signs and unappealing names. The Snout and Maggot was unusually busy, filled with people who conversed in shouts instead of normal voices. In front of the tavern, a pudgy boy offered burned meat pies to sailors who lounged on the steps or leaned against the outside wall. Servicing the steady flow of lonely men in port, rickety-looking brothels were crowded so closely against one another that the patrons of one establishment could hear the lusty activities in the adjoining brothel. Wildly imaginative murals painted on their exterior walls advertised improbable images of the services their women or boys performed. As Nicci considered the murals, she doubted many sailors could manage the intricate, overly flexible positions. She bit her lower lip, where once a golden ring had marked her as Jagang's property. From her unwelcome experience in the soldiers' tents, she knew that while most men believed they had great prowess as lovers, they were usually just brutes who finished quickly and without finesse. She walked past moneylender stalls, extravagant ones that financed whole sailing expeditions, or smaller and more usurious moneylenders who preyed upon desperate sailors. A forlorn-looking man was locked in a pillory in front of one moneylender's shack. Slumped and scowling in the restraints, he had been pelted with rotted fruit, and he sneered back as passers-by jeered at him. Nicci knew how Tanamura worked. Some supposedly compassionate captain would pay the man's obligation and take him aboard a ship as part of the indentured crew. But such rescued men were bound to such impossibly high interest rates that they were practically slaves. Although Nicci despised slavery, she also had little sympathy for any fool who would create such a situation for himself. Walking along the waterfront, she assessed the ships tied up at the docks, keeping her eyes open for one named Wave Walker, which Bannon Farmer had suggested. Those vessels with large cargo holds were clearly trading ships, while narrower beamed hulls and streamlined construction signified fast patrol ships or warships. Groups of hairy, muscular men offered their services as porters like human oxen, hauling cargo to where shouting merchants held auctions. Laborers pulled thick hemp ropes through squeaking pulleys to raise crates and pallets off the decks. At one smoke and grease-stained cargo vessel, the sailors struggled with a block and tackle to lift the severed tentacle of a huge sea creature. The leathery gray skin was covered with slime and adorned with suckers. The heaving workers swung the flopping appendage over the side, and it landed with a thud and a splat onto the dock. Butchers swept in, using saws and cleavers to chop the tentacle meat into smaller steaks, while young apprentices ran up and down the docks calling out, "Fresh Kraken meat! Fresh Kraken meat for sale!" The smell was so foul and fishy, Nicci couldn't imagine anyone willingly eating the stuff. She was startled to hear Nathan's voice call to her. "There you are, sorceress. I am ready to help you find us a ship to carry us on our grand expedition to the old world." When Nicci turned to look at the wizard, she nearly laughed at his appearance. Upon leaving the People's Palace, Nathan had worn fine traveling clothes. But during their journey through the Darklands and then down to Tanamura, his garments had grown bedraggled. The fabric faded, the cloth frayed around the cuffs, the hem of his cape tattered. Now he sported new brown leather trousers and a white linen shirt with fresh, starched ruffles down the front, voluminous sleeves, and wide folded cuffs, each fastened with a golden link. He wore an open embroidered vest, a fine forest green cape. He also carried a bound satchel, which no doubt held other shirts, probably another few impractical white ones that would become stained and dingy in no time at all, as well as vests, trousers, maybe even a second cape, as if he needed one. Nathan seemed to interpret her expression as admiration. I may have to reassess my opinion of Tanamura. It is a marvelous city, after all. Despite my past unpleasantness here, an entire district devoted to nothing but tailors. Shirt makers, jacket makers, trouser makers, cloak makers. The selection is extraordinary. He lowered his voice to a husky whisper. Would you believe I found 2 alleys devoted to highly creative small clothes for women? He cocked an eyebrow, and Nicci knew he did it just to annoy her. I could take you there, sorceress. I think not, she said. My black dress and my other travel garments are quite adequate, and I am traveling in service of Richard. She had no interest in obtaining lacy small clothes to entice some unknown man. Nicci had never needed lace, if that was what she'd been after. Nathan continued with his unflappable exuberance. And cobblers, specializing in all types of boots. He tapped the toe of his new black boot on the dock boards, adjusting the fit. Belt makers, button carvers, bucklesmiths, did you know that was a profession? Bucklesmiths. Nicci could imagine him walking among the shops, fascinated by so many choices, like a child overwhelmed by a sweet shop. I am surprised you made up your mind so quickly. Indeed. After I first escaped from the palace of the prophets, Clarissa and I went to a tailor outside of Tanamura, and he took some time to complete the job to my satisfaction. Very meticulous. A wistful flicker of memory crossed his face. But here in this city, with such extraordinary selection, I merely needed to name the clothes I wanted, and some tailor would find the items exactly in my size. He made a quick, satisfied sound in his throat, hefting his packs. I bought several outfits. He looked along the docks, scanned the numerous ships tied up in the harbor. So, I am ready to depart. Have you found us passage? Nicci thought of the young man in the alley. I'm looking for a ship called the Wave Walker, a 3-masted carrack due to depart tonight, sailing south. It may be what we need. Follow me, Nathan said. The Wave Walker is this way. She didn't ask how the wizard could know such a thing, or how long he had been exploring the harbor without her. Together they walked along the pier and found the Wave Walker tied up to the 3rd dock from the end. The ship's figurehead showed the face of a beautiful woman with curly tresses that flowed back, transforming into ocean waves. The Sea Mother, a superstition from the southern coastal towns of the Old World. The last carts and barrels of supplies were being loaded on board the Wave Walker for departure with the outgoing tide that night. Sailors carried cages of chickens onto the deck, and the pot-bellied ship's cook led a forlorn-looking milk cow by a rope up the boarding ramp. Sailors gathered at the rails, watching the activity on the docks, many of them looking miserable from hangovers or bruised from brawls. No doubt they had spent or lost all their money and had returned early to the ship, having no place else to go. Nicci and Nathan walked up the ramp, carrying their packs. The wizard waved at an older man in a gray captain's jacket, who rose from a wooden stool on the deck. The captain looked perfectly comfortable on board, liking his own ship better than the amenities in Tanamura. From the corner of his mouth he removed a long-stemmed pipe, from which wafted a curl of greenish-blue smoke, pungent with the smell of dream weed. "Are you Captain Eli?" Nicci asked. The man raised his bushy eyebrows and bowed, meeting them as they came aboard. "Eli Corwin, ma'am. How is it that you're familiar with who I am?" "One of your sailors recommended that we speak to you about booking passage south to the Old World. We wish to depart soon." Captain Eli removed his flat, gray cap. He had thick, wiry black hair shot through with silver strands. A dark boundary of beard outlined his jaw, but the rest of his face was clean-shaven. "If departing tonight is soon enough, then this is your ship. The Wave Walker is a cargo vessel, but we have room for a few passengers, provided the fee is adequate." "We have more than a fee." When Nathan puffed his chest with pride, his fancy new shirt swelled, as if the ruffles were flowers blooming. From the leather bag at his side he removed a document and extended it to the captain. "This is a writ from Lord Rawl, Master of Dahara, appointing me as his roving ambassador. The protection and status also covers my traveling companion." Captain Eli skimmed the writ so quickly that Nicci knew he wasn't actually reading the words. He did not seem impressed. "This writ and the price of a passage will be enough to pay for your passage." Nicci felt heat rise to her cheeks. "Lord Rawl's writ should guarantee us free passage." "Maybe it should." The captain put the cap back on his head and inserted the pipe between his lips. He inhaled a long, slow breath, then exhaled. "But such documents could be forged. There are many tricksters out to cheat an honest captain." He sucked again on his pipe. "Surely, a powerful man like Lord Rawl, Master of Dahara, has a treasury large enough not to begrudge me the price of your passage." He gestured toward the adjacent ship, where men in exotic silk pantaloons unloaded crates of spiny fruit. "For most of the captains here, a letter from a ruler they've never heard of will gain you nothing. For me, I'll try to be fair." The cow let out a low moan as the cook tried to wrestle it down a ramp to a lower deck. "Informing the world about Lord Rawl's rule is part of our mission," Nicci said. she still placed little credence in the other quest that the witch woman claimed was so important. Captain Eli returned to his seat on the stool. "And you are welcome to tell every member of my crew about your Lord Rawl's wonderful new empire, so long as you pay for your cabins." Nicci stiffened, prepared to demand that the captain acquiesce, but Nathan stepped forward. "That seems eminently reasonable, Captain. You're a businessman, and we can be fair." He plucked open the bindings of a small pouch in his palm and dumped gold pieces into the captain's outstretched hand. Surprised, the man looked at the coins, warred with his decision, and then handed 2 gold pieces back to Nathan. "This is enough, thank you." When the captain secured the coins in his own purse, Nathan whispered to Nicci, "We can always make more. Why not keep everyone happy?" Rather than carrying huge sacks of coins from the Daharan treasury, Nathan used his magic to transmute common metals into gold, so they never worried about having whatever money they needed. The wild people in the Dark Lands had no use for currency, but here, in the civilized towns of Dahara, Nathan found it useful to carry a fair amount of gold. "For that price," the wizard added, "my companion and I will each receive a private stateroom." The captain chuckled good-naturedly. "A stateroom? I see you've never been aboard the Wave Walker. In fact, I wonder if you've ever been aboard a ship at all? Yes, I can find a cabin for each of you. Some high-born nobles might consider them closets, but each room has a door and a bunk. After a week or 2 on the waves, you'll think of them as fine accommodations." As long as she got to her destination, Nicci didn't care about spacious rooms or padded furniture. That will be acceptable. Some of the crewmen lounged on the deck, assessing the new passengers, as if they were some strange fish they had drawn up in a net. Since the ship was due to depart soon, a stream of sailors continued to return, some staggering with hangovers, some carrying possessions they had purchased in port. They glanced at Nathan with a curious expression, no doubt wondering about his remarkable clothes and his fine sword, but their eyes lingered on Nicci, drawn to her long blonde hair and the black dress that accentuated her curves. Nicci saw no sign of the young man she had rescued in the alley. Dismissing the scrutiny of the sailors, the captain directed the 2 guests to their cabins. As she crossed the deck, Nicci noticed 5 shirtless men whose broad chests sported a waving line of tattooed circles. All 5 had dusky skin and mud-brown hair pulled back and tied like the tail of a war horse. Although most of the crewmen turned their gazes away from Nicci's stare, these haughty, shirtless men stared at her with undisguised hunger. Seeing their lascivious grins, Nathan stepped in front of Nicci. "Make way. Don't you know this is Death's mistress?" The shirtless men grudgingly backed off. Their cabins in the stern of the ship proved to be just as small and unimpressive as Captain Eli had led them to expect. Nicci could tell that Nathan was disappointed in the accommodations, and she said, "Even a small cabin is better than lying on the forest floor in the cold rain and fog of the Darklands." "You are ever the optimist, sorceress," he said. "I concur." For now, as the sun set over the delta of the Kern River and the tide began to go out, they went back up on deck to watch the preparations for departure. Captain Eli shouted orders as his crew climbed the masts and crawled out on yardarms to unfurl sails. Others slipped thick hawsers from dock posts and loosed the ropes from the stanchions on the pier. Hour bells rang from towers along the harbor. She still had not seen Bannon Farmer aboard, and she feared the young redhead had blundered into another group of cutthroats in an alley and had suffered the fate she expected him to. Just as the sailors prepared to lift the Wave Walker's boarding ramp, though, a young man with long ginger hair bounded down the dock. "Wait for me, I'm coming, wait! Wave Walker, wait!" Nicci noticed that he was now carrying a sword, which bounced and slapped against his thigh as he ran. Bannon raced along as merchants and dock workers scattered out of the way. He bumped into a reeling drunken sailor who couldn't seem to remember where his own ship was, but Bannon spun past him and ran up the boarding ramp. His fellow sailors laughed, and a few exchanged coins. I told you he'd be too foolish to jump ship when he had the chance. Captain Eli gave Bannon a scolding look. Some of our crew were betting you'd be a one-voyage sailor, Mr. Farmer. Next time, don't be late. I wasn't late, sir. Banton panted hard, swiping his loose hair out of his eyes. His cheeks were flushed with the effort. I'm just in time. When Bannon noticed Nicci, his face brightened, and the broad grin only emphasized the growing bruise on his smashed lips. You're here. You came. Welcome aboard the Wave Walker. It seems we will be passengers. This ship is going where we need to travel. She took a breath and added, Thank you for the recommendation. He held up his plain, unadorned sword. See? I found a blade, just like I said. The other sailors joked. One said, Some might call that a sword, I'd call it a grass cutter. Another said, Who do you intend to impress with that ugly thing, a blind woman? Or maybe a farmer who needs to chop down tall weeds? They all guffawed. Bannon frowned at his clunky sword, then reformed his expression into a cheery grin. A sword doesn't have to be pretty to be effective at killing, he said, repeating Nicci's earlier words. It's a sturdy sword. He held it up. In fact, that's what I will name it, sturdy. Captain Eli cut him off. Enough showing off your sword, Mr. Farmer. Right now, I need your hands and your muscles on the rigging ropes. I want to be clear of the ships in the harbor and out in the open water before night falls. Standing beside her at the starboard rail, Nathan mused. Well, we are on our way, sorceress. To Coladair, wherever it is. He gave her a wry grin. I think I'm already starting to feel whole again. Chapter 8. The sea was calm and dark, and the full moon rose like a bright torch as the Wave Walker glided out of Grafan Harbor. The three-masted carrack cruised past the chain of islands that strung out past Holzbund Island, which now held only the pulverized rubble of the Palace of the Prophets. After they had left the glowing lights of Tanimura, the night sky became a deep velvet black. Nicci stood on deck and looked up, trying to find new patterns among the bright stars that had shifted in the universe. The canvas sails strained tight, creamy white as the full moon shone on them. The ropes glistened with a thin film of night dew. The carved figurehead of the Sea Mother stared forward with wooden eyes, as if watching out for hazards ahead. Bannon came up to her near the bow, smiling shyly. I'm glad you decided to come with us aboard the Wave Walker. And I am glad that you survived Tanimura. Nicci couldn't tell whether he had learned any wariness or common sense from his time in the city. It has been a day full of surprises. He still proudly clung to his new blade. You were right about the sword, that it needs to be serviceable, not pretty, and sturdy. It needs to be sturdy. He held the weapon as if it had become his most prized possession, turning it back and forth as he watched the moonlight play along the discolored blade. He swept it sideways in a practice stroke. I can't wait for a chance to use it. Do not be so eager for that, but be ready if need be. I will. Do you have a sword of your own? I don't need one, Nicci said. His expression fell as he was suddenly reminded of what she had done to the thugs in the alley. No, I doubt you would. I saw you hurl that man and smash his head against the wall. It cracked open like a rotten pumpkin. And that other man, you turned his neck to jelly. I don't even know what you did to the third one. Bannon shook his head. His eyes were wide. I was trying to fight him for you, but he just died. That is what happens when you stop a person's heart. Sweet Sea Mother, Bannon whispered. He brushed his hair back. You saved my life, no doubt about that, and you were right. I was too innocent. I should never have blundered into a situation like that. I expect the world to be a nice place. But it's darker than I think. It is, Nicci said. It's darker than I want it to be. Nicci wondered if the young man had stolen some of the captain's dream weed. Better to see the dangers in the world and be ready when someone inevitably turns on you. It is a far preferable surprise to find that a person is kinder than you think, than to discover he is secretly a traitor. Troubled expressions circled the young man's face like eddy currents. I suppose you're right, and I want to thank you again. I owe you. He fumbled in the pockets of his canvas trousers. I brought you something, to show my gratitude. Nicci frowned at him. That is not necessary. I saved your life because I was in the right place, and because I despise those who prey on the weak. She had no intention of letting this young man fawn over her. I do not want your gifts. He withdrew a tiny fold of soft cloth that he held in the palm of his hand. But you have to take it. It is not necessary, Nicci repeated, in a harder voice this time. I think it's necessary. Bannon sounded more determined. He set his sword aside awkwardly, squatted against the side wall of the ship, and opened the cloth to reveal a pearl the size of a grieving woman's tear. I do not want your gifts, Nicci reiterated. Bannon refused to listen. On Cheeria Island, I was taught manners and gratitude. My parents wanted me to be polite to everyone and to meet my obligations. You were there when I needed you. You saved me, and you punished those evil men. My father said that if I was to be an upstanding man, I had to show gratitude. It doesn't matter whether you expect anything in return. I am required to give it to you. His breathing quickened as he extended the pearl. It seemed to be made of silver and ice. This is a wish pearl, an advance on my wages. The captain says we'll have plenty before the end of the voyage, but I wanted it now. He nodded intently. Right now it's very rare, and I want to give it to you. A sailor on watch strolled past. Rare? His voice had a mocking tone. That's just a leftover. We unloaded 2 chests full of them in Tanamura. It's how Captain Eli paid for his whole voyage. Soon enough, we'll fill more chests on our way down south. Bannon whirled to face the eavesdropping sailor, clenching his hand tight over the wish pearl. I was having a private conversation. This is a ship, cabbage farmer. Think again if you expect privacy anywhere on board. Defensive, Bannon picked up his sword. It's worth something now, and it's the last wish pearl. I want to give it to the sorceress, and if you don't treat her well, she'll crush your windpipe and stop your heart. I've seen it with my own eyes. The sailor laughed again and strolled off. Though Nicci did not want the offering, she understood the complexities of obligations. She had indeed saved him, although she had not set out to do so. If you've learned your lesson and taught yourself not to become a victim, Bannon farmer, then that is demonstration enough of your gratitude. Not enough for me, Bannon insisted, and extended the wish pearl again. Just take it. Throw it overboard if you like, but I will have done what was right. I fulfilled what I needed to do. The pearl felt slippery and cold in her fingertips. She rolled it back and forth on her palm with a fingertip. If I accept this pearl, what does it obligate me to do for you? What are you expecting? Bannon flushed, deeply embarrassed. Why, nothing. I would never ask. That isn't what I was thinking. She hardened her voice. As long as you're clear on that. It's a wish pearl. Don't you know what a wish pearl is? I do not. Is there some significance other than being a pretty bauble? Seeing that she had hurt him, Nicci grudgingly softened her voice. It is a beautiful pearl. I don't know that I've ever seen a finer one. It's a wish pearl, he repeated. You should make a wish. It might be just a legend, but I've heard that wish pearls are concentrated dreams, and you can unleash one if you wish on it. Who would believe such a thing? Nicci asked. Many people. That's why the Wave Walker makes such a profit on each voyage. Captain Eli knows the location of a long line of special reefs. He harvests wish pearls and sells them in the port cities. At least that's what the other sailors said. He lowered his voice and ducked his chin. This is still just my first voyage, you know? Nicci held the wish pearl, thought of where they were going, of the mission the witch woman had given to Nathan. No doubt it would be a long journey. She looked down at the icy silver sphere under the moonlight and said, "Very well. Then I wish this voyage will help us get to Cold-Adair." She closed her fingers around the pearl and slipped it into a small pocket in her black dress. Chapter 9. The Wavewalker headed south across open water, beyond sight of the coastline. Having spent so much time sitting alone in the Palace of the Prophets, Nathan was accustomed to sedentary days, but at least now he was out in the fresh air, inhaling brisk breezes. In the distance, Tanimura was only a memory. 1,000 years of memories as far as he was concerned. Time to make new memories. Red possessed the lifebook of his past, but he had a new volume for a whole new set of adventures. Now, without the gift of prophecy, every twist and turn of the future was a surprise to him. Exactly as it should be. The captain and his crew knew how to guide the ship, even when the winds did not blow in a favorable direction. The well-practiced sailors understood the intricate puzzle of how the rigging and the sails worked together, furling and unfurling canvas to catch any wisp of wind. It was like magic to Nathan, even though there was no magic beyond a well-seasoned familiarity with the mysteries of the sea. Most of the crew had been with Captain Eli on numerous voyages, and each sailor had a job to do, except for the 5 shirtless, tattooed men who lay about and did nothing. Watching their lazy behavior and attitude, Nathan lost respect for them, and not simply because they leered so much at Nicci. They displayed no interest in participating as members of the crew. He supposed the arrogant men must have their purpose, or the captain wouldn't tolerate them on board. For now, though, they were primarily useless. Bannon Farmer was the newest sailor on the Wavewalker, and thus received the least pleasant chores. Dumping out slops, pumping the bilge, scrubbing the deck with a bucket of salt water and a stiff hand brush. But he performed the drudgery with a strange cheer. Nathan watched the young man climb the ratlines and stand on the high platform to serve as a lookout, or crawl out on a yardarm to loose a sail. Once Bannon finished his chores, he would sit next to the wizard in the lazy afternoons asking questions. "Have you really lived 1,000 years? What fascinating things you must have done." Nathan patted the lifebook at his side. "I am more interested in what I have yet to do." He gave the thin redhead an encouraging smile. "But I'll be happy to tell you some of my stories, if you will tell me yours." Bannon's shoulders slumped. "I don't have any stories to tell. Nothing's ever happened to me." Looking away, he rubbed the discolored bruises on his face. "Why do you think I ran away from Chiria? I had a perfect life there, loving parents, a warm home. But it was too quiet and calm for a man like me." When he forced a smile, he winced from the scab on his still healing split lip. "I planted the cabbage fields in spring, weeded the cabbage fields all summer, harvested the cabbage in fall, and helped my mother make pickled cabbage for winter. There was no chance to have an adventure." He lifted his chin. "My father was very sad to see me go, because he was so proud of me. Maybe someday I'll return as a wealthy and famous adventurer." "Maybe." Nathan detected something odd in the young man's words. Bannon brought out his own sword as he sat on deck next to Nathan. Its steel wasn't perfect, but the edge was sharp enough. "I still think sturdy will serve me well." Since the young man seemed to expect sage advice, Nathan decided to give it. "A blade can only serve its wielder if he knows how to use it. You serve the sword just as the sword serves you." He withdrew his own blade from its scabbard to admire the fine workings on the grip, the inlaid gold, the gleam of the expensive steel. He had always felt that it made him look bold and gallant, a man to be reckoned with, a warrior as well as a wizard. Standing, he held the blade in front of him, watching the play of sunlight along its edge. He gave the young man a hard look. "Do you know how to use your sword, my boy?" "I know how to swing a blade," Bannon said. "We're not cutting cabbages. What if you were fighting against a bloodthirsty warrior from the Imperial Order, or worse, one of the flesh-eating half-men from the Darklands?" Bannon paled. I'm sure I could take down at least 5 of them before they killed me. Only 5? So, I would have to deal with the thousands that remained? Nathan flexed his arms and bent his knees in his supple new travel pants. Why don't we practice? I could use a good training partner. I'll teach you a few moves, so that if you ever find yourself facing a savage enemy horde, you could maybe kill 15 of them before they took you down. Bannon grinned. I'd like that. A troubled expression crossed his face. Well, I don't mean I'd like to be killed, but I would like to make a brave accounting of myself if I were ever in a great battle. Those fighting at your side would like you to make a brave accounting as well, my boy. Nathan stroked his chin with his left hand. I may be 1,000 years old, but I'm relatively new at being an adventurer. A sword looks so dashing, don't you think? He held up the point. Your sword is fine, sir, Bannon admitted. But will a fine sword and a dashing appearance frighten away a horde of monsters? I suppose not, Nathan said. Maybe we both could use the practice. He wrapped his hands around the hilt and tried different stances. Shall we learn together, Bannon Farmer? Grinning, the young man lifted his sword and stepped back to crouch into a fighting stance, or at least the best imitation of a fighting stance he could manage. When Nathan swung, Bannon slashed sideways to meet the blade, but Nathan had to adjust the sweep of his arc to ensure that their swords met with a clang. Then he struck backward, hitting the young man's blade as it came up in defense. In a flurry of attack, Bannon swung and chopped, flailing from side to side. The wizard scolded. Are you a woodsman trying to clear a forest? I'm trying to slay 1,000 enemy soldiers. An admirable goal. Now let's try a combination of strokes and jabs and deflections. Bannon responded with another wild combination of slashes and counter-slashes, which the wizard easily met, although he was by no means a master swordsman himself. In any confrontation, Nathan would always rely on magic as his first line of attack rather than a sword, but to teach the cocky young man a lesson, he worked his way through Bannon's defenses and smacked him on the bottom with the flat of his blade. Stung, Bannon yelped, his face flushing so crimson that even his freckles vanished. You'll pay for that, wizard. Take my payment on credit, Nathan said with a proud smirk. It may be quite some time before you can make me fulfill the debt. Some of the other sailors observed, amused by the swordplay. They howled with laughter. Look at the cabbage farmer, snorted Carl, a muscular veteran of many voyages who considered it his duty to make sure Bannon was well initiated. Indeed, look at him, Nathan called back. Soon enough you'll be afraid of him. Attacking again, Bannon released a bottled-up anger that startled Nathan, even frightened him. Ducking and defending himself, the wizard chided, Show control as well as enthusiasm, my boy. Now then, let's do it slowly. Watch me. Match my strokes. The two practiced for an hour in the hot sun, sweating with exertion. After Nathan had led him through several fluid but basic exercises, Bannon began to grow more confident with his weapon. He was bright-eyed and grinning as they picked up speed. The ring of blades brought out most of the crew to watch. Finally panting with exhaustion, Nathan raised his hand to signal a halt. Dear spirits, you've had as much instruction as you can handle for one day. I'd better give you time to absorb what you've learned. He tried to control his heavy breathing so Bannon would not notice how winded he was. The young man's hair was damp with perspiration, but the sea breezes blew it in all directions. He showed no sign of being ready to give up. Nathan continued. Maybe it's time for me to tell stories and teach you a bit about history. A good swordsman is also an intelligent swordsman. Bannon kept his sword up. But how will a story from history teach me to be better with my blade? Nathan smiled back at him. I could tell you the tale of a poorly skilled swordsman who had his head chopped off. Would that be a good enough object lesson? Bannon wiped his brow and sat on a mound of coiled rope. Very well, then. Let's hear the tale. Nicci spent the day at the ship's stern in Captain Eli's large chart room on the piloting deck. The captain had opened up twin windows at the rear to let in fresh breezes. The view of the ocean behind them showed a curl of foamy wake as the wave-walker sailed along. The line of stirred water reminded Nicci of the broad imperial roads that Jagang had built across the old world. But while Jagang's roads would endure for a long time, this watery path faded as soon as the ship passed. "I would like to study your charts and maps," she told the captain. "As an emissary for Lord Rawle, I must see the far reaches of the old world, where the imperial order conquered. That is all part of Dahara now." Captain Eli toyed with his long-stemmed pipe, tapping its bowl on the hard wood of a map table. "Many captains keep their routes confidential, since the swiftest passage means money for a trader. I once knew the currents and the reefs and the shoreline so very well." He sucked on the end of his pipe, musing to himself, but he didn't light it inside the chart room, lest a stray ash catch the maps on fire. "But I suppose it doesn't matter any more." "I am not your competition, Captain," Nicci said. "I have no interest in a map of the ocean. I want to know the coastline and the landscape inland. My companion and I are searching for a place called Col Adair." "Never heard of it. Must be far inland, and any place away from shore doesn't have much meaning for my life." He scratched the side of his face. "But I did not mean you were my competition. I meant that the current maps don't matter because all is changed, you see? Everything's different now. In the last 2 months, the currents have shifted. The wind patterns that I knew so well have now changed direction, as if the seasons are all mixed up." He let out a long groan. "And the stars at night are in the wrong places. How am I supposed to navigate? My astrolabes and sextants are useless. My constellation maps don't show the same stars, sweet sea mother. I don't even know if the compass points true north anymore. I am making my way by instinct." Nicci knew full well what had happened. "It is a new world, Captain. Prophecy is entirely gone. Magic has changed in ways that we haven't begun to fathom." Then she turned her bright blue gaze toward his, and drew a breath of the damp air as a breeze rippled the papers on the chart table. "But someone has to be the first to make new star charts, the first to map out the changed currents, and the first to discover the best places to drop anchor. You can be one of those firsts, Captain." "That would be a wonderful thing. If I fancied myself an explorer." The captain scratched his trim of a beard around his jaw. "But my ambition has always been to serve as a successful cargo captain going from port to port. I have families to support, many children. I see little enough of them as it is, and I want to be able to arrive on time." "Families?" she asked. "More than one?" "Of course." Captain Eli ran his fingers over his dark hair, tucking a silver-shot lock behind his ear. "I have a wife and 2 daughters in Tanamura, a younger wife and 3 sons at Larrikin Shores, and a very beautiful one in Seramundi, the daughter of the harbor lord." "Do they know about your other families?" Nicci asked. "Is this an unusual arrangement among sea captains?" "I take care of each one in turn wherever I go. Every wife has a fine house. Each of my sons or daughters is comfortable with food, shelter, and an education. Most sailors and captains would simply visit the brothels at every port city, and I know of many a captain who caught a loathsome disease and gave it to his wife when he came home." Captain Eli stared out at the endless sea behind the stern. "No, that's not for me. I have chosen my wives, and I am faithful to them. I am an honorable man." Considering the countless women Emperor Jagang had taken, including her, and how he had thrown Nicci and others into the tents to be raped again and again by his soldiers, she did not judge Captain Eli Corwin. She had never felt any inclination to be a man's wife, or one of his wives, except for the time she had forced Richard Rawle to pretend to be her husband. Nicci had imagined a perfect domestic existence, sure that she could convince him to adopt the philosophy of the imperial order. That had been not only a lie, but a bitter lie, and Richard had hated her for it. Unconsciously, Nicci rubbed her lower lip, still imagining the long-healed scar there from Jagang's gold ring. Nicci had never realized that her sick dream of forcing Richard to be her husband was a delusion as foolish as Bannon Farmer's imagined perfect world. Fortunately, she was a different person now. After living secretly as a sister of the dark for so many years, then being enslaved by Jagang, broken, then rebuilt. But rebuilt wrong, until she was finally fixed by Richard. She understood everything better now. Nicci owed Richard more than she could ever repay, and he had given her a mission. "Let me see your charts, nevertheless," she said, driving away the memories. "The more I know about the old world, the more I know for Lord Rawle's sake." Captain Eli spread the maps out before her on the table, sorting the broad papers until he found one that showed the coastline far south of Tanamura. "These are our major stops: Lefton Harbor, Keramus, Andalio, Larrikin Shores, even Saramundi. We have a special agreement with the harbor lord there, thanks to my wife." He smiled wistfully at the thought of her. Nicci ran her fingers to the edge of the map, seeing no sign of Cole Adair. "And what is farther south? These charts are incomplete." "No one goes farther south. No reason to go there. That's the Phantom Coast, barely settled, even though the imperial roads stretch far into that land." Captain Eli sucked on his unlit pipe again, set it aside, and wiped his lips. "Who knows what the old emperors had in mind when they built those roads?" Nicci frowned at the cities marked on the maps. "I need to make sure that everyone in the old world knows about the end of the war, the defeat of Emperor Jagang. We'll ask for your help as well, Captain. Even after we depart your ship, I will give you something in writing which you can take to these ports and help spread the message about Lord Rawle. All lands must be brought under one rule, even though each will keep its own culture and separate governance, so long as the people do not break the basic rules as determined by all." "A fine sentiment," the captain said, rolling up the maps. "If everyone felt the same way, but I doubt you will get them to agree." "That is the core of our quest. We'll have to make them feel the same way," Nicci said, and added a small, confident smile. "I can be very persuasive, and if I'm not sufficient, then there's a large Daharan army to help make the point." She and the captain left the chart room, stepping out onto the high deck from which they could watch the sailors doing their daily chores. The 5 shirtless men lounged about, disdaining the work and the crew. They turned their arrogant gazes toward Nicci, and one called up to her, "Come to play with us? We've got time." "You can waste your own time until we reach the reefs," said Captain Eli. "But I don't think the lady wants to play with you," Nicci said in a hard voice. "I doubt they'd enjoy how I might play with them." The shirtless layabouts responded with leering laughter, which annoyed Nicci. She turned to the captain. "Why don't they work for their passage? They are worthless men." "They are wish-pearl divers. They've been with me for 3 voyages, extremely profitable voyages." He nodded to them all. "Saul, Elgin, Rom, Pell, and Buna. They might be lazy louts now, but they will earn 10 times their keep in one day, once we reach the reefs." Chapter 10. Seagulls wheeled overhead, following the wave-walker under sunny skies. Fascinated, Nathan joined the sailors crowding the ship's rails, excitedly pointing down at the strange drifting infestation that surrounded them on the open seas. Hundreds of thousands of jellyfish floated on the surface like soap bubbles, each one as large as an ox's head, throbbing like jellied brain tissue. The mindless, translucent creatures posed no threat that Nathan could see as the wave-walker cruised along and nudged them aside. Some of the jellyfish splattered against the hull boards and left a glutinous film, but the rest simply bobbed out of the way. Captain Eli stood on deck, cautious. "Steady onward. If it was a sea serpent or a kraken, I'd be worried, but those jellyfish are just a nuisance." Bannon stared in wonder. He turned to his mentor, flushed. "I never saw the likes of these on Cheeria, but other kinds of jellyfish would drift close to shore in the quiet coves. where a boy and his friend might go swimming. They sting." He let out a wistful sigh, dreaming of home. Ian and I had our own special lagoon where there were tide pools. The water was just right for wading, but we didn't see the jellyfish. We both got terribly stung once. My leg swelled up like a week-old pig carcass, and Ian was even worse. We could barely walk home. My father was angry because I couldn't work in the cabbage fields for days afterward. The young man's expression darkened, and then, like clouds parting, he smiled again. We all had a good laugh about it. He blew air between his lips. And those jellyfish were only the size of my fist. He leaned far out over the side to get a better look. I'll bet a sting from one of those things would kill you, probably 5 times over. Being killed once would be sufficient. Nathan liked the young man. Bannon Farmer seemed earnest and determined. Perhaps a bit too innocent, but Nathan didn't mind innocence. The wizard had written his own tales for young boys like Bannon. The Adventures of Barney Day, and countless other stories carried far and wide on the mouths and lute strings of minstrels. Right now, Nathan saw no reason not to take the young man under his wing. Out in the open air, Nicci stood aloof, away from the sailors. Her thick blonde hair blew in the breezes, and her blue eyes pierced the distance. The tight-fitting black dress embraced her breasts and accentuated her curves. Cinched tight at the waist, the flowing skirt angled down to her right knee. On board, she'd decided to forego her black travel leggings and high boots. She looked beautiful in the way a pristine work of art was beautiful, to be admired and appreciated, but definitely not to be touched. Bannon occasionally looked at her with the wrong kind of sparkle in his eyes, not lust, but infatuation. Nathan would have to watch that, lest it become a problem later on. The young man had no idea what he would be getting into. Now, Bannon lowered his voice to an odd whisper as he asked Nathan, "Is it true she was really called Death's Mistress?" Nathan smiled. "Dear boy, our Nicci was one of the most feared women in Jagang's imperial order. She has the blood of thousands on her hands." "Thousands?" Bannon swallowed. The wizard waved his hand. "More like tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands." He nodded. "Yes, I would suppose that's more accurate. Hundreds of thousands." Although Nicci stood presumably out of earshot, Nathan saw her lips quirk in a thin smile. He continued in a stage whisper. "She was also a Sister of the Dark, served the Keeper for years before she served Jagang the Dreamwalker." He glanced around, noting that some of the other sailors were listening as well, and they muttered uneasily. While Bannon seemed in awe of Nicci's past, the others were fearful and superstitious. Nathan didn't mind. Fear generated respect. But that was before Nicci joined Lord Rawle, saw the light, became one of the staunchest fighters for freedom. Did I tell you she stopped Richard's heart and sent him to the underworld? She killed him? Only for a time. She sent him to the Keeper so he could rescue the spirit of his beloved Kaelin. But that's another story. He clapped the young man on the shoulder. "And on a long voyage we'll have plenty of time for tales. No need to tell them all now." The young man muttered in disappointment. "Oh, I've had a boring life. Growing up as a farm boy on a sleepy island. No stories worth telling." "You got stung by a jellyfish once," Nathan pointed out. "You must have other tales." The young man leaned back and pondered. Below, in the water, the crowded jellyfish bumped against one another with muffled slurping sounds. "Well, it might just have been my imagination," Bannon said. "A person's thoughts tend to run wild when drifting alone in a small boat in the fog." Nathan laughed. "Dear spirits, boy. Imagination is a critical part of a story. Tell your tale." Bannon pursed his lips. "Have you ever heard of the Selka? A race that lives beneath the sea and watches the activities of people above. They observe our boats and ships from below, which are like wooden clouds floating high in their sky. The Selka Nathan frowned, drawing a thumb and forefinger from his lips to his chin. Sea people, ah, yes. If memory serves, and my memory is as sharp as a finely honed dagger, the Selka were created to be fighters in the ancient wizard wars. Humans, altered by magic into another form, like the Mistress, or even the Sylph. The Selka were made to be an undersea army that could rise up and attack enemy ships. He narrowed his eyes. But they're either extinct or just legends. I never heard that part of the story before, Bannon said. We just told tales about them on Chiria. Sometimes the Selka grant wishes. Nathan chuckled. If I had a copper coin for every story about a mythical creature that grants wishes, I'd have so many coins that I could buy whatever I liked and have no need for wishes. I don't know about that, either, Bannon muttered. It was just a story they told in the village. And there are times when you just want something to believe in. Nathan nodded solemnly, sorry he had teased the young man. I've felt the same way myself. Bannon stared out to sea, seeming not to notice the jellyfish anymore. He lowered his voice to a whisper, just as there are times when an unhappy person needs to run away. I was foolish and young. Too young to know that I was foolish. Perhaps too young for that still, Nathan thought, but kept his words to himself. I set off in a little fishing boat all alone, meaning to leave Chiria forever. I didn't have any friends on the island. What about Ian, the one who was also stung by a jellyfish? This was later. Ian was gone. Bannon frowned. I set off at dusk as the tide went out, and I knew the full moon would light my way throughout the night. I hoped to see the Selka, but in my heart, I suspected they were just stories. I'd been told so many things that turned out to be untrue. He looked sickened, but with obvious effort he restored his expression to a happy grin. There's always a chance, though. I rowed into the darkness as the stars came out overhead, and I kept rowing until my arms felt as if they would fall off. After that I just drifted in the open water. For about an hour I could see the dark line of Chiria Island, with the lights of hearth fires and lamps from the shoreline villages high above the beaches. Then they vanished into the distance, and I kept on rowing. Where did you think you were going? Nathan asked. Just heading out into the open sea. Bannon shrugged. I knew the old world was out there. A continent filled with cities like Tanimura, Karamis, Andalio. A whole continent. I figured if I simply went far enough, I was bound to bump into shore sooner or later. He glanced away in embarrassment. Growing up on an island did not give me a good grasp of large distances. I drifted all night, and when dawn came, I saw only water, water in all directions, like this. He gestured over the side of Wave Walker. I didn't have a compass or nearly enough supplies. I drifted on the open sea all day long, under the baking sun, and I began to grow deeply worried. The heat of the day burned and blistered my skin, but the next night seemed colder than ever, and by the third day, I ran out of water and most of my food. I felt like such a fool. I saw no sign of land, had no idea which direction the old world lay, or even how to find Chiria again. I cried like a heartbroken child, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I stood up in the wobbly fishing boat and shouted into the distance, hoping someone would hear. That made me feel even more foolish than crying. That night, the moon was still bright, but a thick blanket of fog settled in. Although it wasn't a blanket, it was cold and clammy. I shivered, more miserable than ever. I couldn't see anything around me. Not that there was anything to see. The moon was just a gauzy glow overhead. His voice became a whisper. On a foggy, silent night, you can hear sounds from far away, and distances deceive you. I heard splashes that I thought were sharks. Then it sounded like swimming, an eerie voice. I called out again for help. In my imagination, I thought it might be the Selka, come to rescue me. But common sense told me it was just a distant whale or even a sea serpent. I shouted and shouted. But I heard no answer. Maybe my voice startled whatever it was, and I listened to the silence, nothing but the lapping waves and another distant splash. Something that might have been laughter, a giggle. But that couldn't be true. I was so distraught, anxious, exhausted, not to mention hungry and thirsty, that I eventually collapsed during the darkest part of the night and fell into a deep sleep. Nathan smiled to encourage the young man. "You have the makings of a storyteller, my boy. You've got me intrigued. How did you ever get out of it?" "I don't know," Bannon said. "I honestly don't know." Nathan frowned. "Then you have to work on a better ending for your story." "Oh, there's a good ending, sir. I woke up the next morning, and instead of the silence of the endless waves, I heard the rush of water against a shore. Surf riding up on the shingle. I realized that my boat wasn't rocking anymore. I stood up and nearly fell out. I had washed up on the shore of an island, a place I recognized. This was Cheeria, the same cove where Ian and I used to swim." "How did you get back there?" The young man shrugged. "Sweet sea mother, I told you, I don't know. Sometime during the night, when I was unconscious from exhaustion, something had taken me back to our island, brought me safely to shore." "Are you sure the currents didn't just circle you around to your starting point? In the fog, how would you ever know?" Nathan looked down his nose. "You're not saying it was the Selka who rescued you?" Bannon seemed embarrassed. "I'm saying that I found myself safely back on shore, where I started from, and I don't know how. In all the vast ocean, and all the islands in the sea, I had come back to the very place I called my home. The cove where I'd started from." He paused for a long moment, then looked at the wizard and smiled in wonder. "And in the soft dirt of the shore beside my boat, which had been dragged much farther up out of the water than even a high tide would have left it, I saw a footprint." "What kind of footprint?" "It looked human. Almost. But the toes were webbed, like a sea creature's. I saw the faint impression of what looked like a fin's edge and sharp points like claws instead of human toenails." Nathan chuckled. "A fine story, that is. And you said nothing had ever happened to you?" "I suppose." Bannon did not sound convinced. The jellyfish swarm showed no sign of abating. Egged on by his crewmates, the broad-shouldered Carl picked up a barb-tipped harpoon and tied a rope through the metal eye on the tail end of the shaft. As the others cheered and hooted, the veteran sailor leaned over the side and tossed the harpoon down to pop one of the jellyfish like a large, ripe blister. The iron point pierced the membrane, bursting the gelatinous creature into a smoking puddle. As the residue drifted out among the other jellyfish, its companions scooted away from the remains like fleeing robber bugs. With guffaws of laughter, the other sailors ran to get more harpoons, but when Carl pulled the harpoon back up by the rope, he grunted in amazement. Look at this." The sharpened iron tip was smoking, and it began to droop as acid pitted and ate away at the metal. The other sailors stopped, poised to throw their harpoons as part of the game to pop the jellyfish. Curious, Carl extended a calloused finger, but before he could touch the smoking iron tip, Nathan barked a warning. "Leave that alone or you might lose a hand as well as a harpoon tip." Captain Eli scolded them all. "I told you to leave those jellyfish be. The sea has enough dangers for us. We don't need to make any more." With a clatter, the other sailors lowered their harpoons, then sheepishly stowed them away. Chapter 11. The Wave Walker sailed south for a full week. Captain Eli bypassed the larger coastal cities in the Old World, and Nicci was concerned about the changed currents, altered wind patterns, and unreliable stars in the night sky. "Are we lost?" she asked, standing next to the captain at the bow one afternoon. "Lady Sorceress, I know exactly where I'm sailing." He wiped the thin end of his pipe between thumb and forefinger, then inserted it back into his mouth. "We are headed straight for the reefs." Overhearing, Nathan stepped up to them. "That sounds ominous." Pushed along by a steady sea wind, the wave walker moved at a fast clip. The captain gazed ahead. "Not if you know where you're going." "And how can you be sure? You claimed the charts and currents were no longer accurate," Nicci said. "They aren't, but I'm a captain, and the salt water of the sea runs through my veins. I can feel it in my senses, but before I can trade in Saramundi or Lefton Harbor, I need to take on my most valuable cargo. Tomorrow morning you'll see what I mean." Captain Eli was right. Taking his shift on the lookout platform high on the mainmast, Bannon called out, "A line of foam due south, Captain. Looks like rough water." The captain leaned closer to the carved figurehead of the Sea Mother, shading his eyes. "That'll be the reefs." Nicci watched the shirtless wish-pearl divers rouse themselves, as if awakening from a long sleep. "Our services are required," said the one named Saul, who seemed to be their leader. Elgin stretched lazily. "I'll get the ropes and the weights." The other three, Pell, Buna, and Rom, began breathing deeply, inhaling, exhaling, stretching their shoulders, loosening their arms. Given the size of their chests and their commensurate lungs, Nicci guessed these divers might be able to stay underwater for some time. Buna narrowed his eyes at Nicci. "After a good day's haul of wish pearls, maybe we'll all get to have our wish with the lady." With a huff, Nathan took insult at the comment, but Nicci answered calmly, "If I get my wish, you won't be physically capable of thinking such thoughts ever again." Even without charts, Captain Eli guided the wave walker through the choppy water, dodging dark barriers of exposed reefs. But the ship had room to maneuver in the deep channels. The crewmen tied up the sails, rolling the canvas against the yardarms and lashing it tight. When the ship slowly drifted into position, they dropped anchor in a calm, sheltered area, while the waves continued to break and foam along the outer lines of submerged coral. Once the ship was safely anchored, the eager sailors watched the 5 wish-pearl divers make their preparations. Saul barked orders to his comrades. "We go down 2 at a time. I dive first with Elgin. Second will be Rom and Pell. After they come up, I'll be rested enough to go down with Buna." He flexed his arms back to display his broad pectorals marked with a chain of tattooed circles. The divers opened a clay pot of grease which they smeared over their skin. The grease would keep them warm as they went deep into the intricate coves and crannies of the reef. The grease also made them slide through the water, according to Rom, who smeared an extra layer across his chest. Although the 5 divers had similar lines of circular tattoos, some sported more circles than others. Nicci learned that the tattoos were a tally of how many chests of wish pearls each diver had collected. Saul had been down so many times, he had started a second line on the right side of his chest. They each wore a braided belt from which dangled long, curved hooks to hang iron weights on, as well as a mesh sack for harvesting shells while they were underwater. As the first divers, Saul and Elgin each tied one end of a long hemp rope to the belt around his waist and secured the other to the foremast. Then they climbed up onto the rail, poised on calloused bare feet. They fastened iron weights to the hooks on their belts, which would drag them down to the bottom so they wouldn't waste time or breath stroking down to their destination. Once deep among the reefs, they could easily unhook and discard the weights before swimming back up. As the 2 divers stood balanced in the sunlight, they inhaled, exhaled, then sucked in another great breath, expanding their chests and filling their lungs. With unspoken synchronization, the pair dove over the side and vanished, with barely a ripple. The rope reeled out as they sank. Captain Eli scratched the line of beard on his jaw. He seemed very calm and satisfied. "We might stay here at anchor a day or 2. Depends on how long it takes to fill up our cargo chest." "A chest holds a lot of wish pearls," Nathan observed. "Yes, it does." The captain took off his cap and wiped his hair, then settled it back in place. After some minutes had passed, Bannon looked over the side, watching for the 2 divers to return. He glanced at Rom and Pell, who were fixing belts to their waists, attaching iron weights to the hooks, and securing their mesh sacks as they prepared to make their own dive as soon as the first pair surfaced. Bannon asked the two men, "Do you think I could be a wish-pearl diver someday?" Rom looked at him as if he were an insect. "No." The young man's expression fell, but he continued to peer over the side. "Here they come!" The divers burst to the surface. Gasping, they shook their heads, flinging water from their long, clumpy hair. It had been nearly 10 minutes. And Nicci was amazed the men were able to stay underwater for that long. Their lung capacity was as great as their arrogance. Each man grabbed one of the dangling ropes and scampered up the hull boards. After they swung themselves over the rail to stand dripping on the deck, Saul and Elgin emptied their sacks, spilling out dozens of lumpy gray shells, which were eerily shaped like hands, folded in prayer. "Sweet sea mother, that's lovely," said Captain Eli as the crew rushed forward. "Absolutely lovely." The Wave Walker's crew set to work with stubby flat knives to split open the wet shells, tear out the rubbery flesh, and pluck out icy silver pearls. Next, Rom and Pell dove overboard, while their comrades rested. Saul spread his lips in a grin for Nicci. "If you offer me a proper reward, I'll give you your very own wish pearl." Nicci simply said, "I already have one. Bannon gave it to me." Saul responded only with an annoyed grunt. By the time Rom and Pell swam back to the surface with an equally successful harvest, the next two divers were ready. For hours, the bare-chested men went down and came up again, over and over, as the crew shucked the shells and removed the pearls. Curious, Nathan picked up one of the split-open shells discarded on the deck. "Remarkable. They look like human hands cradling the pearls." "Hands folded to make a wish," Bannon said. To Nicci, the crudely formed fingers appeared to be holding tight to the treasure hidden inside. "These reefs are lush with shells," said Boona after his third dive. "There's enough treasure for 100 ships." "And we'll keep coming back," Captain Eli promised. Because the Wave Walker's crew took some of their pay in wish pearls, they pressed the divers to descend over and over again. Nicci was just glad to see the arrogant layabouts actually working. But at the end of the day, with the sun setting in a blaze of orange and golden fire, the 5 divers were weary, although Saul, Elgin, and Rom did not seem inclined to do extra work. Pell and Boona agreed to make one last dive. The two tied ropes around their waists, attached iron weights to the hooks, and jumped overboard. The sailors sat around on deck, chatting, shucking wish-pearl shells, and piling the discards against the side wall. Pell and Boona stayed down for a long period, longer than any other previous dive that day. Nathan paced the deck, wearing an increasingly concerned look. The captain also looked worried. Finally, Saul frowned, went to the rail, and leaned over to peer into the darkening water. "Pull on the ropes. Haul them back up." He clasped one of the wet hemp cables and strained, while an eager Bannon took the other rope tied to the second diver. Bannon's rope went taut in his hands, then suddenly yanked downward, tightening, burning through his fingers. He cried out and let go as the cable smacked against the Wave Walker's hull. Something dragged it down from below. "No swimmer could possibly pull that hard," Saul said, straining against the rope. The second rope creaked as an unseen force deep below dragged back. Rom and Elgin rushed to help haul on the ropes to bring their comrades back up. The strange grip tugged back with such strength that the whole ship began to tilt. They all strained together, shouting, heaving. "Pull them up," Saul yelled again. Suddenly, both ropes snapped and hung loose in the water, like drifting seaweed. Working hand over hand, the men furiously pulled the ropes until the frayed end of the first one came free. "Why would they cut their own ropes?" Elgin demanded. Bannon stared at the torn, stubby end. "That's frayed, not cut." Nicci immediately understood the significance. Something tore the rope apart. As the would-be rescuers hauled up the second loose rope, Rom climbed on the rail, ready to dive overboard to rescue his comrades. But before he could jump, the end of the second rope came dripping out of the water, still tied to the woven belt that had been ripped free from the wish-pearl diver. Tangled in the belt were flaccid, wet loops of torn intestine and 3 connected vertebrae, as if an attacker had simply ripped the belt entirely through the diver's spine and abdomen. The sailors howled in fear, backing away. But how? Rom staggered backward, falling onto the deck. We didn't see anything down there. Something killed Pell and Boona, Saul said. What could have caused this? What attacked them? Elgin glared over at Nicci. Maybe Death's mistress summoned a monster. The 3 surviving divers stared at the sorceress in horror and fear, which quickly turned to obvious hatred. Bannon whispered to Nicci in amazement. Did you really do that? Just like you killed the thieves in the alley? She quietly chided him for his foolish statement. But after having seen the potential violence in the Wish-Pearl divers, she was glad that they feared her. Chapter 12. The crew stared from the dissipating bloom of blood in the water to the shreds of flopping intestines that dangled from the loop of woven belt. Captain Eli shouted for the sailors to set the sails and weigh anchor as clouds gathered in the dusk. Although the Wave Walker was in warm latitudes, far to the south of Tanamura, the wind seemed to carry a chill of death. Nimble sailors scrambled out on the yardarms to untie the ropes, while others pulled on the halyards and stretched the canvas. The ship moved away from the reefs, slinking like a whipped dog, while the navigator pushed hard on the rudder and the lookouts guided the course to keep from scraping the dangerous rocks. The captain called in a hoarse voice, "We've already lost 2 men today. I do not wish to lose more." Catching the wind, the ship retreated from the angry line of reefs and reached open water again. As full night fell, clouds obscured the stars, which mattered little, since the captain could not navigate by the unfamiliar night sky anyway. He simply wanted to put distance between their ship and the reefs. Although the crew was superstitious about deadly sea monsters, Nicci simply assumed that some shark or other aquatic predator had attacked Pell and Boona in the reefs. Nevertheless, she remained alert for danger. An ominous mood surrounded the crew like a cold and suffocating mist. After several hours, the blame the 3 surly Wish-Pearl divers cast on Nicci took hold like an infection among the jittery sailors, and they all looked at her with fear. She did nothing to dispel their concerns. At least they left her alone. The Wave Walker sailed for 3 more days, and the weather worsened like an overripe fruit slowly spoiling. Troubled, the captain emerged from his chart room to stare at the clotted gray skies and the uneasy froth-capped waves. He spoke to Nicci as if she were his confidant. With a full chest of wish-pearls harvested, this voyage has been very profitable despite the cost in blood. Every captain knows he might lose a crewman or 2, though I doubt those divers will ever sail with me again. Nicci gave the man a pragmatic look. You'll find others. Where are they trained? One of the coastal cities, an island? Saramundi. Wish-Pearl divers are revered among their people. I noticed the arrogance. It won't be easy to replace them. The captain sighed. Those 3 will talk once we get back to a port city. Then invest your new fortune wisely, Nicci said. Those pearls in your hold may be the last you ever harvest. The single pearl Bannon had given her was tucked away in a fold pocket of her black dress. When the watch changed, a lookout climbed down from the high platform, and another scrambled up the ratlines to take his place. Nathan joined Nicci and the captain on the deck as the wind-blown, deeply tanned lookout approached. The clouds look angry, Captain. You can smell a storm on the wind. Captain Eli nodded. We may have to batten down for a rough night. Are there more reefs to worry about ahead? Nathan asked. Will we run aground? It would be much harder to find Col Adair if we're stranded out on a reef somewhere. Yes, I'm sure it would be quite inconvenient all around. The captain sucked on his unlit pipe and pressed a hand on his cap to keep the wind from snatching it away. We are in open water. No reefs that I know of. The sailor nodded and went back to his duties. When the other man was gone, Nicci lowered her voice. You said that your charts were no longer accurate and you weren't exactly sure where we were. Captain Eli's expression was distant. True, but I don't think reefs appear out of nowhere. As the blustery wind increased, the anxious crew performed only the most important chores. The pot-bellied cook came up with a bucket of frothy milk, fresh from the cow kept tied below. She doesn't like the rocking of the waves, he said. Next time, the milk may be curdled when it comes out of her teats. Then we'll have fresh cheese. Captain Eli took a ladle of the preferred milk. Nicci declined, but the wizard was happy to taste it. He smacked his lips after he drank. The cook offered milk to the surly wishpearl divers, but they scowled at the bucket, focusing their glares on Nicci. She might have poisoned it, said Rom. Hearing this, Nicci decided to drink from the ladle after all. As the wind whistled through the rigging and the hours dragged on, Nathan suggested that he and Bannon practice their swordplay on deck. The clang of steel rang out in a flurry as the two pranced back and forth, dodging coiled ropes and open rain barrels that had been set out to collect fresh water in anticipation of the imminent storm. Bannon had gotten noticeably better as a swordsman. He had a reckless energy that served to counteract his gracelessness, and Sturdy lived up to its name, receiving and deflecting blow after blow from Nathan's much finer blade. For a while, the performance distracted the uneasy crewmen from their gloom. By the time the young man and the wizard were both exhausted, the afternoon clouds were so thick with the oncoming storm that Nicci couldn't even see the sunset on the open water. Instead, she merely watched the daylight die. Will you show me some magic? Bannon suggested to Nathan, climbing up on a crate that was too high to serve as a comfortable chair. Why would I show you magic? Nathan asked. Because you're a wizard, aren't you? Wizards do magic tricks. Wizards use magic. Performing monkeys do tricks. Nathan raised his thick eyebrows. Ask the sorceress. Maybe she'll perform a trick for you. Bannon glanced over at Nicci, swallowed hard, then turned back. I've already seen her magic. I know what she can do. You know some of what I can do, said Nicci. The carrack rocked back and forth in the rough seas, rising on the swells, then dropping into the troughs. Though most of the wave-walker's crew had iron stomachs, some sailors bent over the rail and retched into the open ocean. The masts creaked and groaned. The sails rippled and flapped. Captain Eli stood with hands on hips and his woolen jacket secured with silver buttons across his chest. Trim the sails. The wind is getting stronger and we don't need any torn canvas. Above, the lookout had strapped himself to the mast to keep from being flung overboard when the ship lurched. With an exaggerated sigh, Nathan acceded to Bannon's request for a demonstration of magic, even though the young man had not continued to pester him. All right, watch this, my boy. The wizard knelt down, smoothed the ruffles of his fine travel shirt, and briskly rubbed his palms together as if to warm them up. This is just a small hand light, a flame we could use to ignite a fire or illuminate our way. I use sulfur matches or flint and steel, Bannon said. Then you have magic of your own. You don't need to see mine. No, I want to see it. He leaned closer, his eyes bright. Make fire. Show me. Nathan cupped his hands to form a bowl, his brow wrinkled, and he stared into the air, concentrating until a glimmer of light appeared. The wisp of flame curled up and wavered, but when a gust of wind whipped across the deck, the hand fire flickered, then went out. Nathan could not sustain it. The wizard looked completely baffled. Nicci had seen him create blazing balls of fire before with barely a glance, not to mention far more horrific wizard's fire that caused great destruction. As if incensed, he concentrated again, then scowled when only a tiny thread of fire appeared, which was again extinguished by the breezes. Is it supposed to be that difficult? Bannon asked. I'm not feeling at all well, my boy, he said in an obvious, awkward excuse. Magic requires concentration, and my mind is troubled. Besides, there's too much wind for a proper demonstration. Bannon looked disappointed. I wasn't aware that wizards could use magic only under ideal conditions. You told me I had to be ready to fight with my sword no matter my mood. What do you know of wizards? Nathan snapped. Your sulfur matches couldn't light a fire in a situation like this either. Stung, Bannon conceded. In a more apologetic voice, Nathan said, It isn't you, my boy. My Han seems to be troubled. I'm not entirely sure what to do about it. Your Han. It is what we call the force of magic, the force of life within us, particularly within a wizard. The Han manifests differently in different people. My Han was intertwined with prophecy as well as the ability to use magic, but now that's all untangled. I'm certain I'll get it sorted out. Are you sure you're not just seasick? Bannon asked, with a teasing lilt in his voice. Maybe that's exactly it, Nathan said. Disturbed by what she had seen, Nicci wondered what might be bothering the wizard. Nathan had lost his gift of prophecy with the shift in the world, but his core magic should have remained unaffected. Still, a fire spell was supposed to be quite simple. I'm retiring to my cabin. Nathan turned away, trying to keep his dignity and balance on the rocking deck. If I am hungry, I may go to the galley for supper when it's ready. Nicci decided to take shelter in her own cabin as well. She didn't want to distract the superstitious sailors by staying out in the worsening weather. Despite the sorceress's cold beauty, Saul had known that she was evil and dangerous from the moment he first saw her. His companions noticed only Nicci's shapely figure, her long blonde hair, and a face even more attractive than carvings of the Sea Mother. When stuck alone on a ship long at sea, sailors tended to lower their standards of beauty, but there was no denying that this Death's mistress was more beautiful than the most expensive whore in the cleanest brothel in Saramundi. And Nicci was right here for the taking. Whenever the woman flaunted herself on deck, her black dress clung to her curves and rippled around her in the breezes, tightening against her full breasts. Saul imagined the breasts would be soft and pliable, just waiting to be squeezed. He tried to picture her nipples, wondering whether they were dark or pale pink, whether she would gasp if he pinched them. The other two divers wanted to lay claim to her, but Saul was their leader, and he would have to be first. Their two comrades were dead, and the survivors deserved something. The sorceress owed them all a few rounds of gasping, squirming pleasure. In fact, she owed them the lives of their murdered friends, Pell and Buna. She had somehow used her magic to summon underwater monsters to kill them. Nicci had taunted the divers for days, rebuffed their attentions, insulted them, and now two of his comrades were dead. It was her fault. Back home in Saramundi, Saul and his fellow Wish-Pearl divers were treated as heroes. From the time he was a young boy, his parents had taught him to dive deep, and then they had sold him to a mentor for a portion of Saul's pearl harvest over the next 5 years. The mentor had trained him, and such training consisted of him trying to drown young Saul over and over, tying heavy weights to his ankles, sinking him to the bottom of a deep lagoon and counting out minutes. The mentor did not pull any of the apprentice divers back into blessed air until he decided they had been down there long enough. Over a third of the trainees came up dead, their lungs filled with water, their eyes bulging, their mouths open and slack. Saul himself had drowned once, but he had coughed up the water and come back to life. That was when he knew he would be a Wish-Pearl diver. He could have any Saramundi woman he wanted, and he usually did. His lovers all expected Wish-Pearls as gifts, which he freely gave. Saul could always find more. Out in the southern reefs, the supply of folded-hand shells seemed inexhaustible, but Captain Corwin paid him in more than Wish-Pearls. It was a lucrative arrangement, giving Saul and his companions power and status whenever they returned to port. But Pell and Buna would not be coming back home. Because of Nicci. The aloof sorceress thought that she was untouchable, that she would not be held to account for killing his friends. but the Sea Mother demanded justice, and Saul knew how to deliver it. After he whispered his plan to Elgin and Rom, the three met on deck, where the sailors had piled discarded wish-pearl shells. Most had already been thrown overboard, but these last few remained, unnoticed after the disaster and the rapid escape from the reefs. Now, the divers used their knives to pry loose the inedible and worthless meat inside, but Saul knew more about these particular shells. A gland inside the flesh of the shellfish contained a toxin, a poison potent enough to incapacitate even a sorceress. The three men worked quickly to gather the extract, because the cook would soon be preparing supper. Bannon had first watch in the thickening night, and he was nervous. On Chiria, he had seen many terrible storms roar across the ocean, hurricane-force winds that whipped the flat island and tore the roofs off of houses. Fishing boats in the coves had to be tied securely or dragged to safety up on the shore. He had never been through a storm at sea, but he could smell danger in the air. Sharp bursts of breezes tried to rip the breath from his lungs. He didn't like the look of the clouds or the feel of the winds. The off-duty sailors had gone below decks to play games in the lantern-lit gloom. Some men swung in their hammocks trying to sleep as the wave-walker lurched from side to side. Others puked into buckets, which they emptied out the open ports. Bannon was startled when three shapes loomed up beside him on the deck. Lean men who stood shirtless even in the blowing wind and pelting droplets of cold rain. Saul, the leader of the Wish-Pearl divers, held a pot covered with a wooden lid. "The cook has finished serving supper." Though he was queasy from the rocking deck, Bannon's mouth watered. He hadn't eaten all day. "Is that for me?" Rom scowled at him. "No. You'll get your own meal when your watch is over. But the cook wanted to make sure the sorceress ate." Bannon frowned. He's never done that before. "We've never had a storm like this before," Elgin said. "Best for the two passengers to stay in their cabins. If the fools walk around in the rain and wind, they might fall overboard. And the captain wants to be sure they pay him a bonus when we get into port." Bannon nodded. That made sense. "We already delivered a meal to the wizard, but the sorceress..." Saul looked away, as if in shame. "She knows. We've been unkind to her, insulted her." He thrust the pot into Bannon's hands. "Better if you delivered dinner personally." Rom nodded. "Yes. It would be awkward if the three of us did it." "Awkward," Elgin agreed. Bannon was skeptical. He'd never seen the Wish-Pearl divers run errands for the cook before. But most of the sailors were below decks, after all. And the divers rarely did any work, so he was glad to see them cooperate. Maybe the deaths of their comrades had given them a change of heart. Besides, Bannon was glad for the opportunity to bring Nicci her dinner. "I'll take it," he said. Chapter 13. As the ship rocked in the sway of the increasing storm, Nicci looked at the pot Bannon had delivered to her cabin. She lifted the wooden lid and sniffed. "It's a fish chowder," Bannon said, happy to be of service. He caught himself against the door of her cabin as the ship lurched, but his smile didn't fade. "The cook wanted to make sure you ate." "I will eat." Nicci had not intended to venture out into the wind-lashed night to make her way to the galley. The young man was so eager, so solicitous. If she did not accept the food, she knew he would only continue to pester her. "Thank you. I'm on watch. I have to get back to my duties." Bannon obviously wanted to chat with her, hoping she would ask him to stay for a few more moments. "Yes, you have to get back to your duties." Nicci took the pot in a swirl of savory, fishy aromas, and when the young man awkwardly retreated, she closed the flimsy cabin door. Her room had plank bulkheads, a wash basin, a narrow shuttered porthole, and a tiny shelf. A hard, narrow bunk with a woolen blanket served as her bed, and a small oil lamp illuminated her quarters with a flickering flame. Sitting on the bunk, Nicci lifted the pot's lid and used a splintered wooden spoon to stir the milky broth. Chunks of fish floated amid wilted herbs, gnarled tubers, and pieces of onion. She ate. The taste was sour, flavored with unfamiliar spices. When serving Emperor Jagang, Nicci had traveled the old world, eaten many strange cuisines, and sampled flavors that only a starving woman could enjoy. This stew was one of those, possibly because the milk had curdled in the broth. But she needed the nourishment. This was food, nothing more. The hull creaked and shifted as the ship felt the pressure of the waves and the building wind. Finished with her meal, she turned the key in her oil lamp to retract the wick and extinguish the flame. In her cramped cabin, she had only the darkness and the sounds of a struggling ship for company. She lay back on her narrow bunk, trying to sleep, feeling her insides churn much like the waves outside. Before long, she wrapped the blanket around herself, shivering. The shivers became more violent, her muscles clenched, her head began to pound. Within an hour, she knew that the chowder was poisoned. Not just spoiled, but containing some deadly substance. She should have known. She should have been more wary. Others had tried to kill her before, many others. But she found it incomprehensible that Bannon would poison her. No, she couldn't believe it. The simple, eager young man was not a schemer, not a traitor. She had trusted the food because he had delivered it. But he could have been duped himself. Nicci curled up, panting hard, trying to squeeze out the fire in her gut. Sweat blossomed on her skin, and her shivers became so severe they were like convulsions. Her insides roiled as if someone had plunged a barbed spear into her stomach and twisted it, twisting her intestines until she feared they might be torn out, like what remained of the Wish-Pearl diver. Barely able to see or think, she slid off her bunk and swayed on weak legs. Her knees nearly buckled, but she clutched the joined planks of the bulkhead. Her head spun. She retched, as if some invisible hand had reached down her throat and was trying to pull out her insides. Slumping against the wall of her cabin, Nicci was so unsteady that she barely noticed the wave-walker shuddering in the heavy seas. Her vision blurred, but the cabin was so dark she couldn't see anyway. Her muscles felt like wet rags. Nicci needed to find help, needed to get to Nathan. She could think of no one else. Maybe the wizard would be able to purge the poison, heal any damage. But she couldn't find the door. Her entire cabin was spinning. She retched again, this time vomiting all over the floor, but the poison had already set in. She tried to call upon enough of her own magic to strengthen herself, at least to get out of this trap, but she was too dizzy. Her thoughts spun like a wheel edged with jagged razors. She had to get out, had to find her way onto the deck where she hoped the fresh cold air would revive her. She felt along the walls of her cabin, forced herself to focus, knowing she would find the door if she just kept moving. How could she be lost in such a cramped space? She encountered the small shelf and held on to it, placing so much weight on it that the nails ripped loose from the planks and came crashing down. She collapsed and crawled across the deck, her hands slipping in the wet pool of her vomit. When she found her bunk again, Nicci was able to pull herself to her feet. Finding the wall, she worked her way around the cabin, one agonizing step at a time. The deck kept heaving, but she needed to find the way out. She knew it was here, somewhere close. Her cabin door burst open as someone pushed it inward. Nicci reeled back and barely caught her balance as she saw 3 men crowded in the doorway. She knew that Bannon was on watch. Nathan was in his cabin, and the rest of the Wave Walker's crew were huddled below decks, hiding from the storm. Nicci was here all alone. The 3 Wish-Pearl divers faced her. Rom carried a small lamp turned down low, so they could make their way along the corridor. They were still shirtless, and the unsteady lamplight cast dark shadows that chiseled their muscles. Their loose trousers had been cinched tight around their waists, and in her distorted vision, Nicci saw that Saul was aroused, his manhood poking against the fabric like a short, hard harpoon. She retreated a step deeper into her cabin. Her knees wobbled, and her weak helplessness made Saul burst out in laughter. The other 2 divers joined him in their husky chuckles. "The sorceress appears to be under the weather," said Elgin, then snickered at his own joke. "She'll be under me in a minute," said Saul. He pushed his way into the cabin with the other 2 close behind him. You'll be too sick to fight or use your evil magic, bitch. And after we're done with you, you'll be too sore and exhausted to move. Go, Nicci managed, and forced herself to add, last chance. I get the first chance, said Saul. These two can take their turns afterward. With a careless gesture, he knocked Nicci backward onto her bunk. The muscular man stood over her, slammed her shoulders down against the wadded blanket, and fumbled with her breasts. She pushed at his hands, tried to claw them. Even though she was sick and unable to find her magic, Nicci's nails were sufficient weapons, and she ripped deep gouges in his forearm. Saul slapped her hard across the face, and her head slammed against the pallet. Nicci reeled, but the physical blow was no worse than what the poison was doing inside her. Saul managed to yank down the front of her dress to expose her breasts. Bring the lamp, Rom. I want to see these. The three men leered down, laughing. Saul said, Pink nipples, just like I thought. It's good to see for myself after dreaming about them for days. He put a paw over her left breast, crushing down, squeezing hard. Nicci fought against the poison, delved deep into her mind, and struggled to find her strength. She had been raped before, not just by Jagang, but countless times by his soldiers when he had forced her to serve in their tents, to be a toy as punishment, as training. The powerful emperor had been able to force her, but these worthless men were not dreamwalkers. They were not emperors. They were disgusting. Anger made Nicci's blood burn. Whatever it was, the poison was just a chemical, and her magic was more potent than that. She was a sister of the dark. She possessed the abilities she had stolen from wizards she had killed. She could summon a ball of wizard's fire and incinerate all three of these men, but that might also engulf the Wave Walker in fire. No, she had to fight them in a different way, a direct way, a more personal way. Grunting, Saul fumbled with the string on his trousers, loosening the fabric at his waist. He pulled his pants loose to expose his meaty shaft. For all your bluster, Nicci managed to say, I expected something larger. Elgin and Rom cackled. Saul slapped her again, then grabbed her thighs, pushing her legs apart. It had happened so many times before. She had been powerless. She had been forced to endure. But Nicci didn't have to endure now. Even weak, even poisoned, she was stronger than these scum. She was better than they were. She felt flickers of fire within her hands, not much more than the little flame Nathan had summoned on the windy deck. But it was enough. She clapped her burning hands against Saul's naked shoulders, searing his skin. He howled and lurched back. Nicci released more magic into the fire in her palms, but it flickered and weakened. The Wish Pearl divers backed away in fear. She still has her magic. Not enough of it. Saul growled and came back at her. Normally, calling fire was not difficult, but she had seen Nathan struggle with his powers too. Still, she knew even more straightforward spells. She could move the air, stir currents, create breezes. Now, she summoned air in the confined cabin, not just as wind, but as a fist. The invisible blow shoved Saul away from her, and he was so startled that his erection drooped. The other two men were still stiff, bulges poking prominently against the fabric of their pants, though the arousal probably stemmed as much from the promise of violence as from the anticipation of physical pleasure. Saul recovered himself. Bitch, you'll lie back, and... Nicci ignored the poison, ignored the dizziness, ignored the sickness raging through her. She called on the air again, focused it, pushed it, forming a weapon. The storm outside blew with greater fury, and the winds lashed against the Wave Walker. Sizzling, splattering rain came down so loud outside that no one could hear her struggles inside the cabin. But if she made these men scream loudly enough, someone would hear. Nicci manipulated the air, shaping it like a hand, and then a fist. She used it to clutch the testicles between Saul's legs. He cried out in sudden alarm. Nicci created two more hands of air that seized the sacks of the other two Wish Pearl divers. They cried out, flailing their hands against the invisible grip. I warned you. She rose up from the pallet, not caring that her breasts were still exposed, and she glared at the three with her blue eyes. I warned you. Now choose. Do you want them torn off, or just crushed? His face a mask of red fury, Saul lunged toward her. Nicci manipulated the air to tighten her hold around his scrotum, and then twisted as if she were wrenching off the lid of a jar. She contracted her air fist with sudden force, but not so swiftly that she couldn't feel each of his testicles squeeze until it popped like a rotten grape. Saul let out a high wail that could not begin to express his pain. Giving the men no chance to beg because she had no interest in mercy, Nicci crushed the testicles of the other two, leaving them moaning, whimpering, and unable to manage much of a scream as they fell to the floor of her cabin. I think you would rather I killed you. Nicci pulled the front of her dress back up to cover herself. I can always change my mind and come back. Standing straight on her wobbly legs, she glared down at the writhing men. Even poisoned, I'm better than you. She didn't have time to clean up the garbage, though, before the main attack struck the ship. Chapter 14. The air-breathing thieves drifted overhead in their great ship, vulnerable at the boundary between the water home and the sky. The dark hulk cut across the waves high above, aloof, but not unreachable. The interface was choppy and stirred, indicating a turbulent storm on the surface. The fragile creatures up there would be fighting for their lives against the wind and rain, but down here, the water was calm and warm, peaceful, a true home. The Selka were not the ones who had declared war. The stirring currents carried the faintest echoes from the raging storm. The Selka queen could taste the difference in the delicate flavors of salt as water flowed through the fine gill slits at her neck. Though the Selka were far from the reef labyrinth where they kept their precious treasure, the queen could still taste the bitter alien taint of humans in the water. She swam faster than a shark, stroking along with webbed hands, her beautiful smooth skin sliding through the water. Behind the queen, like a school of predator fish swimming in formation, came her Selka army. Enraged, they swooped through the currents with their fin-sharp bodies and claws that could mangle a kraken. The Selka queen had proven herself in undersea battle many times, gutting a hammerhead with her hands, spilling its entrails in clouds of murky blood. As a people, the Selka remembered the days of great human wars from thousands of years ago, when their race had been created. Those were times of legend, times of enslavement. Selka history told of how human wizards had tortured and modified unwilling subjects, turning vulnerable swimmers into lethal aquatic weapons to fight in their wars. Back then, the Selka had been terrors of the sea, sinking entire enemy navies. But that had been long ago, and the air-breathing wizard masters had forgotten about the Selka. Their discarded warriors, former humans, now changed and improved, had withdrawn into the deep cold waters, building homes in the reefs and on the seabeds. The Selka were a free people now, frolicking, mating, exploring. They had their own civilization unknown to the air-breathers, undisturbed and at peace. Until the humans intruded, until the thieves wrecked the reef labyrinths, took away those things most precious to the Selka, losses that could never be recovered, all those dreams. The Selka had killed and devoured 2 of the thieves that swam down to take the wish pearls. They had seized those divers, holding them down. The queen knew that the weak air-breathers would drown soon enough, expended air boiling out of their exhausted lungs, but such a quiet death was not a sufficient price for them to pay. With her long claws, the queen had torn open the throat of the first diver, watching red blood gush out in an explosion of bubbles. The second diver had struggled to escape from the Selka soldiers, but he was weak, unable to squirm away. As her people closed in to drink the flowing blood from the first victim's gaping neck wound, the Selka queen saw the wide-eyed terror of the second victim, watched his last breath of air gasp out in terrified astonishment. Before the light could dim from his eyes, She tore open his throat as well and let her people feed. It was a beginning, and it was not enough. From the shape of the ship's hull overhead and the lingering taste that its barnacled wood left in the water, the Selka Queen knew this was the same vessel that had robbed the reef labyrinth several times. She knew it would come back, and therefore they must stop it. Perhaps if they killed the entire crew and sank the wooden ship, this one battle would be enough. The humans might be wise enough to stay away. Perhaps. Perhaps not. And then it would be all-out war. Her people were hungry for blood. Human blood had a sharper, brighter taste than fish, and tonight the Selka would feed well. She arced upward, stroking toward the vessel that hung overhead. All told, more than 100 of her people swarmed up to the hull and grasped the slimy wood with their clawed hands. Kicking and stroking, they emerged into the hostile air and scaled the side of the ship. As she stepped over them, Nicci ignored the 3 moaning, emasculated men on the floorboards wallowing in her vomit just inside her cabin. She still felt weak from the poison, but she took satisfaction from the fact that she had permanently disarmed the would-be rapists. She left them entirely behind. The wave walker shuddered in the throes of the storm, and Nicci stumbled against the wall of the narrow corridor as she tried to make her way to Nathan's cabin. She wondered if the old wizard had heard the men's screams, but the howling storm and the lashing wind were so loud she could barely think. Her skull pounded. Suddenly, Nicci doubled over, retching onto the deck. She hoped the wizard could help her, draw out the poison and spill it into the open air. When she reached his cabin, though, Nicci found the door ajar. He had gone out on deck into the whipping wind and the spray of waves. When she emerged outside, cold raindrops slapped her face, but the frigid shock braced her. The wind flung her hair in all directions. She sucked in a breath and shouted Nathan's name. She saw him clinging to a ratline at the base of the mizzenmast. His long white hair hung like wet ropes down past his shoulders. He had wrapped himself in an oilskin cloak, but the storm blew so hard that he was surely drenched. His face was drawn, his expression queasy, and Nicci wondered if the wizard had been poisoned as well. More likely, Nathan was just seasick. He wore his sword at his side, as if to battle the rain. Nicci stepped onto the wave-washed deck, as if drawing energy from the storm to drive away the lingering effects of the poison. Her black dress was soaked, but she kept her balance. She made her way along by grabbing a ratline to hold herself steady as the ship plunged into a trough of a wave and then rose up again in a sickening lurch. When Nathan saw her, his face split in a broad grin. "You look ill, sorceress. The storm is not to your liking." "Poison is not to my liking," she shouted back into the howling noise. "But I'll recover. Unfortunately, Captain Eli will have to find new wish-pearl divers." She said nothing more. Nathan gave a small nod as he drew his own conclusions. "I'm sure you took care of them as was necessary." White caps foamed over the bow, spilling like a slop bucket across the deck. Several supply barrels broke loose from their ropes, rolled down the deck, smashed into the side wall, and bounced up and overboard to be lost in the waves. Nathan caught himself on a rope and held on, then let out a disconcerting laugh as he straightened. "A good storm and a surly crew make for a fine adventure, don't you think?" Nicci tried to quell the pain that echoed through her skull, the knotting in her stomach. "I'm not doing this for adventure, but for Lord Rawle and his empire." "I thought you were supposed to save the world." "That is what the witch woman thinks." She hunched as another spasm twisted her gut. "I will let Richard save the world in his own way." The watch lookout had lashed himself to the platform for safety, but he maintained his post to scan for rocks, reefs, or an unexpected coastline. The swaying of the ship made his high perch like the end of an inverted pendulum, and he held on for dear life. The storm clouds knotted tighter over the night sky, like a strangler's garrote. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sea and the rigging with jagged slices of liquid silver. When Nicci heard a familiar shout, she shielded her eyes from the rain to see a drenched Bannon descending from the yardarm on the mainmast. He carried his sword, as if he might find enemies in the sky, It was an impractical choice, but the young man took the blade wherever he went. Nathan watched his young protege with a measure of pride and incredulity. Halfway down the mast, Bannon stared out at the roiling sea and yelled something unintelligible. He pointed frantically. When another large wave crashed against the ship, the wave walker tilted at an extreme angle. Water rolled across the deck, sweeping away ropes, crates, and broken debris. One young sailor was caught unawares and slipped from his anchor point on the rail. He tumbled and rolled, scrabbling with his hands until he caught a precarious perch, holding on. Nicci tried to gather her control of the air and wind, just enough to catch the hapless sailor to save him. Then she spotted what had struck such a look of terror on Bannon's face from his high perch. Just as the clinging sailor lost his grip and was about to fly over the edge in the curling wash of water, a creature climbed over the rail and caught him, a human-like figure with clawed, webbed hands. The panicked young sailor grabbed for anything, any hope of rescue, and the thing snagged him. The pale-skinned creature grabbed the sailor's striped shirt and seized his wet brown hair with the other hand. For a moment it seemed as if the slimy thing had saved him, but then it opened a mouthful of sharp triangular teeth and bit down on the side of the seaman's head, taking away half of his face and the top of his skull. As the sailor screamed and struggled, the monster tore open his throat, then cast the body onto the deck, discarding its victim in a wash of blood and seawater. Nicci knew instinctively what they were. "Selka," she whispered. "They must be Selka." Sailors on the deck shouted an alarm as a dozen more slick figures scrambled from the depths, climbing the wave-walker's hull to swarm the decks. Chapter 15. The invading creatures were sleek and smooth, with muscles rippling beneath their gray-green skin. Nicci remembered Nathan's story that the Selka had been human once, tortured and reshaped into a race of aquatic warriors. These things, though, looked as if they had forgotten their humanity long ago. They opened their slit mouths wide, gasping in the rain-lashed air, to reveal rows of triangular fangs. A filmy membrane covered their large eyes, and pupil slits widened to encompass the few hardy sailors on duty. A serrated fin ran from the hairless head down the spine, and frills of swimming fins adorned their forearms and legs. The wave-walker was vulnerable, caught in the fierce storm. The sailors could barely survive the weather's fury, and now deadly sea people swarmed aboard. Shouting for help, crewmen scrambled across the deck to find harpoons and boat hooks for weapons. 3 Selka skittered forward like a flash of fish in a brook. The veteran sailor Carl grabbed a harpoon and swung the wooden shaft with a grunt to defend himself, but he had inadvertently seized the harpoon, whose point was eaten away by jellyfish acid, rendering the weapon little more than a club. Carl fought, nonetheless. He smashed the face of one Selka, flattening its smooth head. Its gill slits flapped, oozing blood. The other 2 creatures were upon Carl. The big seaman punched and struggled, but one Selka held him down while the second ripped open his chest, splitting the sternum and peeling his ribs apart. Together, the Selka dug into the gaping wound and yanked out his slippery organs as Carl shrieked into the raging winds. Nicci stood her ground by the door to the stern deck, still trying to drive back her disorientation as she searched for magic inside her, any kind of spell that would let her fight. The poison had debilitated her, and she had just exerted herself to defeat Saul and his vile companions. She was in no shape to attack. Nevertheless, she clutched at shreds of power inside her, trying to summon a fireball, but the winds tore around her. A cold, wet backwash dashed into her face, disrupting her concentration. Flinging salt water out of her eyes, she used her anger to bring focus, and fire blossomed in her right hand finally. She felt a rush of relief. A male Selka prowled toward her, its slitted eyes focused on her. The creature lunged, just as Nicci hurled the fireball, which splattered against its slimy chest. The flames burned and bubbled its skin, and the Selka hooted a strange resonant cry that echoed through the flapping gill slits in its neck. Mortally wounded, the Selka staggered away and collapsed on the deck. Bannon managed to swing himself down from the rat lines, holding his sword. He looked terrified but ready to fight. When he's tried to make his way over to the wizard and the sorceress, Nathan spotted him. His voice was hard, grim. "Remember what I taught you, my boy." Dozens more Selka swarmed over the side of the ship and fell upon the sailors. Two burly men stood side by side, jabbing and slashing with the serrated iron spear points of harpoons. They sliced open slime-covered hides, wounding 3 attackers, but 15 more fell upon them. The men kept stabbing with their harpoons until clawed hands tore the weapons out of their grasp. Then the Selka turned the weapons upon the sailors in a feeding and killing frenzy. Bannon tottered forward on the rocking deck, trying to keep his balance while he swung his lackluster sword against the monsters. Sturdy's edge was sharp, and he took off the arm of one attacker, then swung backward to chop the neck of another, nearly cutting off its head. A Selka rushed toward Bannon from behind, webbed hands outstretched, but Nicci summoned another fireball and hurled it at the creature's head. The flame struck home, and its flesh steamed and exploded. Shrieking, the thing dove overboard, ignoring its victim. Bannon whirled, blinking in astonishment, and shouted an unintelligible thanks to Nicci. As the sailors kept yelling for reinforcements, some of the off-duty crew threw open a deck hatch and emerged from below. Seeing the swarming creatures, the crew shouted to rouse the sailors in the lower decks. Rallied at last, the men grabbed whatever weapons they could find and boiled up out of the hatch to defend the ship. But when the disoriented seamen climbed into the open storm, hissing Selka converged on the hatch. The next sailor up was a tall, thin man who had been adept at patching sails. As soon as he popped his head up into the air, a Selka slipped claws beneath his chin, hooked into his jawbone, and lifted him like a fish on a line. The man dangled by his head, and his arms and legs jittered spasmodically as the monsters gutted him, letting his blood spill down onto the other sailors trying to climb up. The Selka discarded the body and then poured down the ladder, invading the lower decks where the crew members were trapped and slaughtered. 4 attackers stalked forward as rain slashed down and salt water scoured the deck. Nicci stood firm, defiant, despite the roiling dizziness inside her. She felt the rage within and reminded herself that she had been a sister of the dark, that she had stolen magic from many wizards. Even weakened by the poison, she was more powerful than any foe these creatures had ever seen. The wind howled, and she pulled energy from it, reshaped it, brought the storm closer. As the Selka attacked her and Nathan, she pushed back, throwing a battering ram of air. The blow knocked 6 creatures up over the ship's rail, high into the air, and flung them far out to sea. Striding forward, Nathan raised both hands, trying to summon a blast of his own magic. She could tell by his stance and his intent expression that he must be calling on a powerful spell. As 10 more aquatic attackers climbed aboard the Wave Walker, Nathan gestured to fling a magical bombardment at them, and his face filled with a perplexed expression when nothing happened. He waved his hands again, to no effect, and the Selka surged toward him undeterred. "Nathan!" Nicci shouted. The old wizard kept trying to summon magic, but failed. He seemed too confused to be afraid. Just in time, Bannon leaped next to him, swinging his sword to hack into the nearest Selka. As that one collapsed, he stabbed a second one, offering a dark grin to the wizard. "I'll save you if you need it." Nathan looked at his empty hand in confusion. "I'm not supposed to need it." Nicci wondered if the wizard had also been poisoned. She trembled dizzily. Her last spell had left her spent, but Nicci could not afford to be spent. There were still too many attackers. A blonde sailor picked up an empty barrel and threw it at a Selka. The creature grappled with him just as a large wave smashed into the deck, sweeping both overboard. The sailor went under, and Nicci never saw him resurface in the churning cauldron of waves. Captain Eli burst out of his stateroom, screaming commands to his men. "Selka," he cried, as if he had encountered them before. "Damn you, leave my ship alone." He had brought his cutlass and a long rod that he used for clouting unruly sailors. With a weapon in each hand, he marched forward to meet the attackers. Identifying the captain, the Selka closed in on him, but he stood his ground on the wet deck. As the creatures came forward, the captain struck sideways with his long rod and slashed wildly with his sword in the other hand. The cutlass lopped off a webbed hand at the wrist, and he hacked and clubbed, driving the Selka back, but more closed in around him. His rod flattened slimy faces, broke sharp teeth, but Selka hands snatched at him. Finally, one seized the club and tore it from his grasp. Outnumbered, the captain kept fighting with his cutlass, slicing and chopping the attackers. But one of the Selka took up the club he had lost and used the hard rod to strike Captain Eli's wrist, shattering his forearm. He gasped in pain, no longer able to hold his sword, and the curved blade clattered to the deck. Unable to fight, the captain retreated into the chart room, nursing his broken arm. He barricaded the door, but the Selka made short work of it, splintering the wood before flooding into the chamber. Captain Eli's screams were quickly followed by the sounds of shattered glass from the stern windows. Hurled out into the night, the man's body floundered into the roiling wake of the ship. The sea creatures dove after him to have their feast before he could drown. As the storm surged and Nathan struggled unsuccessfully to call on his gift, Nicci used every trick she knew, summoning a tangled combination of additive and subtractive magic to draw bolts of black lightning. The first blast lashed one Selka through the heart, leaving a smoking crater. Beside her, Nathan looked bleak. The magic. I can't find my magic, it's gone. He raised his hand again to work a spell, curling his fingers. His azure eyes filled with fury, but with no result. It's gone. Nicci had no time to understand what was wrong with him. Desperate, she managed to call up a deadly gout of wizard's fire. When the crackling ball boiled in her hand, she released it. The wizard's fire swelled like a comet in the air and engulfed 4 Selka that had cornered a lone sailor. The sailors' screams changed, then ended abruptly, along with their hissing, writhing shrieks as the deadly incineration erased them all. But the uncontrolled wizard's fire kept sizzling across the deck, charring a stack of barrels and setting the deck and hull boards on fire. The magical incendiary kept burning, but the pounding rain and waves eventually doused the relentless fire. Nicci sagged, not sure how much more energy she possessed, though she needed to keep fighting because the Selka kept coming. 3 weak and wretched men staggered out of the doorway from the cabins in the stern deck. The shirtless wish-pearl divers walked with agonized, scissor-like steps. Blinded and disoriented, Sol, Elgin, and Rom could barely move, and they certainly couldn't fight. But the men were not entirely useless. At least they provided a moment's diversion for the attacking Selka. When 2 sea creatures closed around the divers, Sol's eyes were filled with pain and blood. He reached out as if he didn't realize that the Selka was not one of his shipmates. The aquatic creature wrapped a webbed hand around his throat, slamming him against the wall as it grabbed his lower abdomen with its other hand. A hooked claw dug deep into Sol's pubic bone and slowly curled upward to slice through the man's groin all the way up to the base of his throat, like the knife of a fisherman gutting his catch. Sol's entrails spilled out like wet, tangled ropes. As he collapsed, the Selka passed him into the arms of another creature, who pulled him open wider, then dug pointed teeth into Sol's chest cavity and began to eat his heart. More creatures grabbed a gibbering Elgin, who slapped uselessly with his bare hands as the monsters ripped him open as well and tossed him aside for the other creatures to devour. The third diver, Rom, turned and tried to flee, but the Selka grabbed him from behind and sliced open his back, prying loose his entire spine, with a few ribs still attached. After uprooting the vertebrae from his body, the creatures dropped the jelly-like bag of skin and meat to the deck. Giving up on trying to fight with magic, Nathan tore his ornate sword from its scabbard and held it up, defying the sea people. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Bannon, the 2 men attacked the monstrous creatures. With a fixed and brutal expression, Bannon swung sturdy like a woodcutter, hacking his way through a thicket. For his own part, the wizard embraced his new role of swordsman. He threw off his rain slicker for freedom of movement and swung his blade in a graceful arc, catching one of the monsters under the chin and cutting its throat all the way back to the neck bone. He spun with a downsweep that cleaved through the shoulder and chest of another. While Nicci recovered from unleashing her wizard's fire, 2 Selka closed in on her. She summoned enough energy to shove them aside with a barricade of air, but she couldn't call sufficient force to knock them overboard. Within moments, the Selka came back, angrier now, and she faced them, ready to do whatever she had to do. A panicked sailor scrambled up the rat lines, trying to climb to escape. He reached the yardarm on the main mast, then pulled himself to the dubious safety of the lookout platform. When the attacking Selka saw him unprotected up there, they swarmed up the ropes, closing in, and the man had nowhere to run. With a loud and startling crack, a natural bolt of lightning struck the top yard, shivering the entire mast into splinters, and throwing the sailor from the platform. His smoking body was already limp as it crashed into the water out of sight. The blast also scattered the climbing Selka. Falling, one grabbed onto the furled mainsail, pulling on the unrolled canvas and slicing the fabric with its claws. With a groan, the smoking, splintered mast toppled forward, crashing into the rigging and snapping the wave-walker's foremast as well. When Nathan gaped in dismay at the disaster, one of the creatures sprang on him from behind, grabbing his back and tearing his fine new shirt. Bannon ran his sword sideways through the Selka's ribs, skewering it. He used all of his strength to tear the dying creature from the wizard, stomped on its slimy chest, and yanked his sword back out. "Thank you, my boy," Nathan said in disbelief. "You taught me well," Bannon said. Nicci dredged deep for another scrap of energy to create a second ball of wizard's fire, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. Bannon's expression fell as he looked toward the bow. "Sweet Sea Mother, they keep coming." Chapter 16. Storm waves slid across the deck, but even that wasn't enough to wash away the blood of the slaughtered sailors. The attacking Selka devoured their victims, fighting over hearts and livers, gnawing through arms and legs. Nicci summoned another branch of blue-black lightning that lashed the Selka like a cat o' nine tails. The stench of roasting meat and coppery blood was mixed with a powerful odor of burnt, salty slime. After releasing her lightning, though, Nicci reeled, barely able to keep her balance as she continued to fight off nausea and the hammering pain in her head. When she staggered back to recover her strength, Nathan defended her against more oncoming creatures. Although the wizard's magic had been rendered impotent, his sword remained deadly. Wild and reckless, Bannon stabbed and slashed, but forgot to protect his flank. A Selka dove in and raked a long cut down Bannon's left thigh, although before the creature could do more damage, Nathan leaped in and decapitated the thing. The Selka's face stared up as it rolled, the thick-lipped mouth reflexively opening and closing to show its pointed teeth. Nathan kicked the severed head over the side of the boat, as if it were a ball in a game of hala. When Nicci sensed a change come over the attackers, she looked toward the bow as one creature more magnificent than the others climbed over the rail. The Selka was obviously female, and a flush of leopard-like spots swirled along her slick, greenish body. The other Selka turned to regard their queen with reverence. Even with the howling wind, crashing waves, and creaking timber, a hush settled over the wave-walker. The Selka queen stood at the bow, her back turned to the carved wooden figurehead of the beautiful Sea Mother. The queen spoke in an eerie, warbling voice, as if she had not spoken words in the air, or words in the normal language of humankind, in her entire life. "Thieves must die. Your blood cannot pay for the damage you've caused." Nathan shouted, "We have stolen nothing." Bannon's eyes went wide, as if he suddenly understood the answer. And then Nicci knew as well. "The wish pearls," she said. The Selka queen said, "Wish pearls are the seeds of our dreams, teardrops of our essence, our greatest treasure. The Selka are no longer part of your race, no longer part of your world. We have come to take our dreams back, our pearls." The dead bodies of sailors on deck far outnumbered sailors who remained alive. The ship itself was nearly destroyed. Its main mast toppled, the foremast smashed, and fires smoldered in the wreckage of sails and snapped yardarms. Vicious Selka swarmed below, ransacking the lower decks and the cargo hold. More screams accompanied a clash of swords and clubs, until the last sailors defending the lower decks were also killed. Through the large open hatch, Nicci could hear the desperate lowing of the milk cow rise to a crescendo, then fall silent. Before long, 3 Selka returned to the deck, carrying large hunks of raw, bloody meat to offer their queen. As the female creature glared at Nicci, Bannon, and Nathan, crowded together in mutual defense, 2 burly Selka climbed back to the open deck. They hefted a wooden chest that they had found behind locked doors in the cargo hold, and now they dropped it with a crash in front of the regal creature. The queen's eye slits widened as her followers tore off the lid with such force that they ripped the hinges entirely off and splintered the wooden sides. The chest was full of wish pearls harvested only days before. Staring down at the treasure, the inhuman queen scooped the pearls in her webbed hands and held them up as if they were the raindrops of miracles. She raised her alien face to let out a hissing cry. "The seeds of our dreams." The queen cast the pearls back into the water, returning them to the sea. She picked up more wish pearls and gently, lovingly, scattered them into the raging ocean, as if she were planting a crop. She continued until she had emptied the entire chest. As if hearing an unspoken command, the Selka redoubled their attack and threw themselves upon the last desperate sailors aboard the Wave Walker. Bannon and Nathan crouched on either side of Nicci, holding their swords and ready to fight to the death. As the attackers came toward them, Nicci opened herself to her magic, called upon everything she had learned and stolen from other wizards. Even though she had little left within her, she nevertheless managed to summon more wizard's fire, a desperate act. A small blazing sphere appeared in her hands, which she augmented with normal fire, then an even brighter halo of illusion. To the Selka it appeared as if she held the sun in her hands. The crackling globe of wizard's fire hung ready, but Nicci kept it as her last defense. Once she used it, she doubted she would have any flicker of magic left with which to attack. But Nicci didn't need magic. She had taken a knife from one of the fallen sailors, and she would keep fighting. The Selka queen strode forward to face them. The rest of her warriors snarled and gurgled. Nicci lifted her wizard's fire into the standoff. "With this, I can kill most of you, including the queen. Would you like to taste my fire?" The female creature was terrifying and magnificent. As the sea people pressed closer, several seemed curious about Bannon, their gill slits flickering. The queen fixed her slitted eyes on the young man. "We know you," she finally said. "We saved you once. Why did you come back?" "We didn't mean any harm." He blinked at her, covered with blood. Claw marks and gashes marked his skin and face, and his sword dripped with blood and slime from the Selka he had killed. He said in a whisper of dismay, "I thought the Selka were magical. I called on you to save me when I was younger. But now I see you're just monsters." A flush suffused the leopard spots on the female creature, and the frills of her bodily fins extended. "We are the monsters." From below, a loud cracking sound rumbled through the deck, a sickening, destructive blow to the hull. The Selka were breaking the ship. Storm lightning shattered the sky again. The queen turned to Nicci, who refused to flinch. Her crackling ball of fire reflected off of the slick, greenish skin of the creatures. Even with all the Selka they had killed, more than 60 remained to face them. All the other sailors aboard had been murdered, and even if she used her ball of wizard's fire, Nicci knew she would kill some, but not enough, of the creatures. Then she remembered. Nicci fished in the fabric of her dress, found the hidden pocket, and withdrew the wish pearl Bannon had given her just after the departure from Tanamura. It felt cold in her fingertips. One last wish pearl, probably the last aboard the ship. The seeds of our dreams. She held it up in the fingers of her free hand, and the Selka queen hissed. The other creatures reacted, simmering, ready to lunge forward even with the threatening ball of magical fire Nicci held. While the Selka watched her intently, Nicci threw the wish pearl as far out to sea as she could, and the storm-churned waves quickly swallowed it. "Let the fish have my wishes," she said. "I make my own life." The Selka Queen watched her with respect and finally announced, "Maybe you are not thieves." She turned to the remaining creatures in her army. "We are finished." The blood-spattered Selka grabbed some of the remaining human corpses and dragged them overboard into the raging sea. Others took the bodies of the slain Selka with them. At the splintered side wall of the ship, the Selka Queen faced Nicci for a long moment, staring at the threat of the wizard's fire, before she turned and dove overboard in a perfectly graceful arc. The rest of her people joined her, abandoning the Wave Walker. They left Nicci, Bannon, and Nathan alone as the storm finished the destruction that the Selka had begun. Chapter 17. The Wave Walker had been mortally wounded. 2 of her masts were broken, and the torn sails whipped about like spectral streamers. The battle with the Selka had smashed the vessel's bow, torn the ropes and the rigging, the deck boards were splintered, and an even greater slaughter had taken place in the lower decks. The smell of blood and offal wafted up from the open hatches. Nicci and her companions stood together, the only survivors on the ship, tense and waiting for some renewed attack from the undersea creatures. Unable to maintain the flow of magic, she finally let the manifested sphere of wizard's fire dissipate in her hand. She hoped they were safe from further attack, even though the Selka Queen had made no promises. As the fireball faded, she heaved a deep breath and clung to the tattered remnant of a rat line to keep her balance. As the Wave Walker rode up on the high crest of a wave and crashed down again, they were all thrown to their knees. "Sorry I couldn't help you during the battle, sorceress." Nathan sounded both baffled and afraid. He looked at his hands. "I could not find the magic inside me. I tried to summon spells I've used all my life. Even simple ones, I couldn't do them." "It was the heat of the battle. You couldn't concentrate," Bannon said. "But your sword proved deadly enough. You saved me." "Oh, more than once, I expect." Nathan forced an unlikely smile. "But you saved me as well. We made a decent accounting of ourselves." His shoulders rose and fell, and he turned to Nicci again. "Try as I might, I couldn't touch my Han." He reached up, ran his fingers gingerly along his neck. "Is there an iron collar I can't see? An invisible Radhahan placed on me to prevent me from using my powers?" Nicci knew full well how the sisters in the Palace of the Prophets had controlled their gifted male students through the use of an iron collar, which blocked them from using the force of life. Nathan had worn such a collar for much of his life as a captive prophet, and Richard had been forced to wear one when he was taken for training by the sisters. "I'm not aware of any outside force neutralizing your gift, wizard," Nicci said as they stood back up. "But you were losing your magic earlier, even before the Selka arrived. You couldn't even summon a flame as a trick to show Bannon." Nathan hung his head. "Dear spirits, I knew I'd lost my gift of prophecy, but now I have lost my magic as well. I don't even feel whole anymore." Rain continued to pelt them, and the wind was so heavy the droplets felt like thick pellets of ice. Another broken yardarm splintered, cracked, and crashed to the deck after a loud gust of wind wrenched it loose. The waves smashed the prow, sending a violent shudder through the entire ship, and Nicci barely kept her feet by clinging tighter to the ropes. "If we make it through this night, I will be happy to consider further explanations," she said. Bannon struggled to make his way closer to them. Water ran down his face, and Nicci couldn't tell whether he was crying. "What do we do now?" Nicci found a grim strength in her answer. "We survive. That is up to us." The deck had begun to tilt alarmingly, and the Wave Walker rode much lower in the water. "We should search below decks," Bannon said. "There might be other survivors." "Yes, my boy, we'd better check." Nathan gave Nicci a knowing glance. They both understood there would be no survivors. Nicci remembered hearing the sea creatures smashing about, battering the hull boards. We also need to see what damage the Selka did. I think they intended to wreck the ship even after they killed us all. They climbed down through the open hatches. The confined spaces reeked of blood and entrails, a gagging stench like a butcher shop filled with chamber pots. They found the cow's head and scraps of its hide that the Selka had peeled away and left like discarded drapes against the bulkheads. The Selka had left the ravaged bodies of dead sailors down in the crew decks, hammocks torn loose from the bulkheads and support beams. One young sailor hung by the back of his skull from a hammock hook. A thundering sound of rushing water down in the cargo hold was even more ominous. When they lifted the hatches and stared down into the lower hold, Nicci managed to create a small handlight to illuminate the inky shadows. Part of the hull had been smashed and splintered from the outside, the cracked boards pressed inward. Swimming beneath the vessel, the Selka must have attacked the wooden planks until they opened a jagged hole. Water roared in now, unstoppable, filling the hold. "The Wave Walker is going to sink," Nathan said. "It's only a matter of hours." "We can seal the hatches," Nicci said. "Confine the flooding to the bottom hold. That might buy us half a day." "Can't we patch the hull?" Bannon asked. "I could hold my breath, swim down there, and do some work." Seawater gushed in, already half filling the lower hold. Nicci understood that the force of the flow would shatter any repairs as quickly as they were put in place. "If I had my magic," Nathan said, "I could restore the planks, grow more wood in place." "Let me try," Nicci said. It was additive magic, using the wood itself, building upon what already existed. She reached into herself, but her every fiber trembled, wrung dry. She had already used so much magic in the battle, and the insidious poison still hadn't worn off. Nevertheless, the ship was sinking, and she had no time to lose. Nicci squeezed her eyes shut, focused her thoughts, summoned all the magic she could find. With her gift, she sensed the shattered hull planks, found the ragged edges, and used magic to draw more wood, making it grow. She pulled the smashed hole together like a scab over a wound. But the ocean continued to push its way in, and her newly formed wood broke apart, leaving her to start all over again. Nathan grasped her shoulder as if to force strength into her, but she could draw nothing from him. Instead, she thought of her anger, thought of the murderous Selka, thought of Saul, Elgin, and Rom, and what they would have done to her, what they had done to the entire crew of the Wave Walker. The repercussions went far beyond their attempted rape, because if those fools hadn't poisoned her, Nicci would have been at her peak strength as a sorceress, and the Selka would never have defeated them. In the flash of her disgust and fury, she found another tiny spark, pulled more magic, and made the planks grow again, closing up until she forcibly sealed the hole that the Selka had smashed through the hull. When the water finally stopped pouring in, she shuddered. "It's fixed, but still fragile." Bannon sighed with delight. "Now that we're not sinking anymore, we have time to find scraps of wood. I'll dive down and shore up the patch. We can make it solid." For the next hour, the young man threw himself into the task, holding his breath like a wish-pearl diver and plunging down into the flooded hold. Remnants of cargo and crew floated all around, crates, heavy casks, bolts of sailcloth, and several bodies. But Bannon eventually succeeded in reinforcing the patch of magically repaired wood. Outside, the storm continued with full force, and when they finally climbed back to the open tilted deck, they looked in dismay at the torn rigging, the broken masts, the charred spots where Wizard's fire had burned the prow. At the stern, the chart room was a shambles. The navigator's wheel had been knocked off its pedestal. The currents and winds pushed the wreck onward, unguided. They had no captain, no charts, no way to steer. Though the night had already seemed endless, the darkness remained thick, strangled with clouds. Standing at the bow, shielding his eyes, Bannon pointed ahead. "Look at the water there, that foamy line?" Then he yelled in alarm. "It's reefs, more reefs." With added fury, the storm shoved the helpless ship forward, and Nicci saw that they were being inevitably pushed toward the fanged rocks and the churning spray. "Brace yourselves," Nathan shouted. Nicci tried to manipulate the wind, the waves, but the ship was an ungainly, doomed hulk. The sea had an implacable grip. The winds were ugly and capricious. With a terrible grinding roar, the ship drove up on the reefs. Dark rocks broke the keel and gouged open the lower hull. The deck boards splintered and scattered apart. The mizzenmast toppled into the water. As the night thickened through flickers of lightning, Nicci thought she saw the dark silhouette of a distant coastline. Impossible and unreachable, the land provided only the mocking hope of safety. But only for a moment. Angry seawater rushed aboard as the great ship broke apart and sank. Chapter 18. Having wrought sufficient havoc, the storm dissipated and fled. The scattered clouds moved on like camp followers after a victorious army. Waves rolled and washed up on the rock-studded sand. Nicci awoke to the shrieks of gulls fighting over some prized piece of carrion. Her entire body felt battered. Her muscles and bones ached from within, and her stomach still roiled, mostly from seawater she had swallowed in her struggle to swim ashore in the wind-blasted night. She brushed gritty sand from her face and bent over to retch repeatedly, but produced no more than a thimbleful of sour-tasting bile. She rolled onto her back and looked up into the searing sky, trying to get her bearings in her spinning mind and memories. She heard the waves rumbling and booming as they crashed against the shore, slamming into the headlands, but here on the long crescent of a sandy beach, she seemed safe. She propped herself up on an elbow to reassess her situation one step at a time. First, her own body. She felt no broken bones, only some bruises and abrasions from being thrown overboard and hurled by waves onto the shore. Nicci inhaled again, exhaled, forced a calm on the queasiness inside her. Her heart was beating, her blood pumping. Air filled her lungs. She was restored now, and could once again touch the tapestry of magic that was a familiar part of her entire life. She had been so weak after the Wishpearl divers poisoned her, and Nicci did not like to feel weak. The flood of memories crashed in like a riptide, the storm, the Selka attack, the shipwreck. She climbed to her feet and stood swaying, but steadied herself. She was alive, and she was alone. The gulls shrieked and cawed, challenging one another. A flurry of black and white wings settled around several corpses washed up on the shore. Broken sailors from the Wave Walker. Birds fought over the bodies, pecking at the flesh, squabbling over choice morsels. Although there was feast enough to gorge 100 gulls, one seized a loose eyeball and plucked it out, held it by the optic nerve, and flew away while 4 other birds stormed after it with accusing screams. At first, Nicci thought one of the bodies might be Bannon's, but she saw that the dead man had long blonde hair. Just one of the sailors she did not know. Since these dead men were beyond her help or her interest, she turned to scan down the strand for any survivors. The beach was strewn with wreckage deposited by the storm. Splintered hull planks, smashed kegs, a spar that had been strangled by ropes and tattered sailcloth. Larger barrels lay tossed along the sand, some halfway buried by the outgoing tide, like dice tossed by giants in a capricious game of chance. She waited motionless like a statue, just trying to regain her mental balance. So much for their quest to find coal and air. She was cast on this desolate shore with no idea where she was. She had never believed the witch woman had any secret knowledge. Nicci stood there bedraggled and bruised, lost, and she did not feel ready to save the world in any fashion, not for Richard Roll, not for herself. Even with the crashing waves, the whistling wind, and the shrieking gulls, Nicci felt overcome by oppressive silence. She was alone. Then a voice called to her. "Sorceress! Nicci!" She spun to see Bannon Farmer coming toward her. He looked waterlogged, his ginger hair clumpy and tangled, his face bruised. His left cheek had been smashed and discolored, and a long cut ran across his forehead, but his grin overshadowed those details. He bounded around a large curved section of broken hull that had piled up against a rock outcropping. Sweet sea mother. I didn't think I'd find anyone else alive. His homespun shirt was drying in the hot sun, leaving a sparkle of crusted salt on the fabric. I woke up with sand in my mouth and no one around. I'd been caught in some tide pools about 50 feet from shore. I called out, but no one answered. The young man lifted his arm to display his lackluster sword. "I somehow kept my grip unsturdy, though." Nicci ran her eyes over his body, checking to make sure he hadn't been wounded more severely than he realized. On the battlefield, she had often witnessed how shock and fear could deceive a man about how hurt he really was. Bannon seemed intact and resilient. She asked, "Have you found Nathan?" A look of alarm crossed his face. "No, you're the first person I've seen." He squared his shoulders. "But I just started looking. I'm sure Nathan's alive, though. He is a great wizard, after all." Nicci frowned, knowing that Nathan had been unable to use magic during the Selka attack. With concern for the old wizard, she made her way down the beach, shaking off any lingering aches and dizziness. "Where did you search? Have you gone this way?" "I came from back there," Bannon pointed. "That's where I washed up, but most of the Wavewalker wreckage is scattered down here. Maybe the currents brought Nathan in this direction." The sunlight was so bright on the sand that it hurt Nicci's eyes. She squinted, shaded her brows so she could look down the coastline, which curved out into an elbow of headlands that drew fierce waves like a magnet. White caps battered the rocks, and the explosive boom could be heard even a mile away. If Nathan's body had been thrown into that cauldron, he would have been smashed into a pulp. With surprising energy, Bannon ranged ahead, calling the wizard's name. Nicci half expected that they would find his smashed corpse sprawled on the sand under another busy cluster of seagulls. Halfway to the loudest, crashing waves, they saw yards of sailcloth draped like a burial shroud on the beach, amid the remnants of splintered crates. Bannon spotted a tumbled pile of barrels, rope, and more wadded canvas. Nicci caught up with the young man just as he lifted a ragged swatch of sailcloth and cried out, "Here he is!" Bannon grasped the shoulders of Nathan's ruffled shirt. The old man lay face down, draped over a broken barrel. His long white hair hung in tangles around his face. When she saw him there unmoving, Nicci's immediate impression was that he was dead, drowned and cast aside. Bannon rolled him off the barrel and laid the man flat on his back on the sand. Nathan's skin was a pale gray. His eyelids didn't even flicker. Bannon bent over him, listened for a breath, touched the older man's cheeks, peeled open his eyes. With an urgent, determined look, he rolled the wizard over, wrapped his forearms around Nathan's waist from behind, and put his fists right up against the abdomen. He pulled hard with a short, sharp jerk, forcing Nathan to convulse. Bannon clenched his arms again with enough power that Nicci thought he might snap the wizard's spine. Instead, a fountain of seawater spewed from Nathan's mouth. He convulsed again, and then coughed. His hands feebly swatted at Bannon, but the young man showed surprising strength. He laid him on his back in the sand again and began pumping his long legs, pushing Nathan's knees up against his chest as hard as he could. Nathan coughed and expelled more water from the side of his mouth before finally gaining enough strength to push Bannon away. "Enough, my boy. I've survived as much as I'm going to." He looked miserable and shook his head, then ran his fingers through his hair. Nicci looked curiously at the young man. "He was drowned? Where did you learn that?" "On Cheerio, we knew how to rescue drowned fishermen. Often it doesn't work, but if there is still a spark of life and we can get the water out of his lungs, the Sea Mother sometimes lets a man breathe again." "I'm not just a man," Nathan said in a rattling voice. "I'm a wizard." He bent over and vomited copious amounts of seawater. "Clearly the Sea Mother showed you mercy," Nicci said. As he sat up, still wobbly, Nathan put a hand to his right temple, where a long, deep gash in his forehead still bled. "I'm pleased to find myself alive again. A good way to start the day." He touched the gash again and winced. He closed his eyes, obviously concentrating, and his expression fell. When he looked up at Nicci, his face was forlorn. "Alas, the gift still eludes me. Might I humbly request that you heal me, sorceress? Remove at least one inconvenience." He gave her a sudden worried look. "Or is your power gone as well? You were having difficulties during the battle." "I am fine," she said. "Those were after effects of the Wishpearl diver's poison. Fortunately, I am recovering better than those men are." Bannon turned to her with a strange expression. "The divers poisoned you?" He wiped sand out of his reddened eye. Nicci gauged his expression carefully. "Yes? In the pot of chowder you delivered." She could tell by the look on his face that he hadn't known, which gave her a sense of relief. "That was why I felt so weak I could barely fight the Selka. I was racked by poison." His expression turned to dismay. "In the food I brought? I poisoned you? I didn't know. I didn't mean to, sweet sea mother. I am so sorry. In a similar circumstance, Nicci knew that Jagang would have murdered the young man slowly and painfully for such an error. There were times when Death's mistress would have killed him as well, but she was different now. Richard had changed her. Seeing Bannon's abject misery, his open honesty, she was reminded again of why she had not suspected the meal he'd brought. Nodding slowly to herself, she said, "That is why they used you, Bannon Farmer. I would never think you capable of treachery or of trying to harm me in any way." "I'm not. I would never poison you." "You see? Your very innocence was a weapon that others turned against me. They duped you." She hardened her voice. "Don't let it happen again." As he stammered and offered far too many apologies, Nicci flexed her fingers, felt the magic, felt strong again. "It no longer matters. I have recovered." She laid her hand on Nathan's temple and easily summoned what she needed to knit the torn flesh of his wound. He let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you. It was not dire, but it was an annoyance." She turned to Bannon, looked at his battered form. "And now you." The young man took a step away, uneasy about her magic, or maybe not convinced that she had actually forgiven him. "There's no need, sorceress. They are but minor injuries. I will recover by myself in time." He touched the slash on his thigh. But Nicci, needing to reassure herself that she had full control over her powers again, reached out to grasp his arm. "I insist." She let the power flow, and his bruises vanished, his cuts healed. The flicker of fear vanished from his face. "That's wonderful. I feel like I could fight the Selka all over again." He gripped his sword. "Let's hope we don't have to do that, my boy," said Nathan. Nicci brushed sand off her black dress and tied her hair back out of her eyes. "I want you both intact. We have work to do." She looked up and down the coast. "We need to learn where we are." Chapter 19. After he accepted his disheveled appearance, Nathan insisted on searching the wreckage to locate his sword, as well as any other items they might find useful for their survival. After all the misfortunes they had suffered, he had little hope of retrieving his precious weapon, but by a stroke of good luck, he did find his ornate blade. The sword was wedged between a splintered wine cask and a crate that had held brightly dyed fabrics for market, which were now waterlogged and ruined. The wizard pulled the blade free and raised it into the sunlight with a sigh of satisfaction. "That's much better." He winked at Bannon. "Now you and I, my boy, can defend our sorceress against any attackers." "The gulls and crabs are surely trembling in fear." Nicci rolled her eyes and got down to serious business. "Before we set off, we should salvage any supplies we can find. There's no telling how far we are from civilization or how long it will take us to get back to the Daharan Empire." Even after their ordeal, she continued to think of what she needed to do for Richard and his vision for the future. Along with several other mangled corpses of Wavewalker sailors, they found an intact keg of drinking water, from which they drank their fill, then a crate of salted meat. Nathan was discouraged to have lost all the new shirts, vests, and cloaks he had purchased in Tanamura, but he did discover a sailor's trunk that contained a fresh shirt that fit Bannon, a tortoiseshell comb, and a packet of waterlogged letters, the ink now running and smeared. The few decipherable words indicated they were notes from a lost sweetheart who would now never get a response from her beloved. "Take only what we can use." Nicci pulled out a long fighting knife the nameless sailor had kept in the bottom of his trunk. She fastened the sheath to her waist. The bout with the insidious poison had left her weak and incapacitated, but it had taught her a lesson. Even if she couldn't use her magic, Nicci would not let herself be unarmed, Never again. Using scraps of sailcloth, they fashioned makeshift packs to carry the salvaged supplies. Just after the sun reached its zenith, the three set off down the expansive beach. Around them, the headlands rose up in sheer sandy ledges dotted with tufts of pampas grass and fleshy saltweed. They worked their way up to the point, from which they paused to look out into the sparkling sea. Nicci saw no other sails, no approaching ships, not even the line of angry water that marked the reefs that had destroyed the wave-walker. "We must have been blown far south," Nicci said, scanning back the way they had come. From Captain Eli's maps, she thought they might be somewhere down on the Phantom Coast. In such an empty land, devoid of any human markings, an artificial structure stood out like a shout. Bannon spotted it first with his sharp eyesight, pointing ahead across the windswept uplands to a promontory half a mile away on which stood a monolith of rocks, obviously built by people and just as obviously placed there so it could be seen from afar. Squinting, Nathan said, "Without any frame of reference, it's difficult to tell how large the structure is." Nicci set off. "We have to go see. It might give us our bearings, or point the way to some nearby town or military outpost." Above the beach, the bleak, grassy emptiness played tricks on them, and the promontory with its stone tower was much closer than it had seemed. As they approached, Bannon sounded disappointed. "It's just a pile of rocks. A marker. A cairn." "It's to signal a waypoint," Nathan said. The marker was a tower of neatly piled rocks, with the largest boulders around the base stacked and wedged to form a solid foundation on which a thin, tall pyramid had been erected. The apex of the cairn was only a head taller than Nathan. Thick scrub grasses grew around its base, and orange and green lichen mottled the rough black surfaces of the mounded rocks. The rocks did not look like any others in the vicinity. "Someone went to great difficulty to build this," Nicci said. "It has obviously been here a long time." The wizard shaded his eyes and stared out into the sparkling ocean. "It might be for passing sailors, a point to mark on their maps, or a signal tower. Not that we could signal them anyway," he sighed. "There isn't enough brush to build a decent bonfire." Nicci turned to him with a thin smile. "A ball of wizard's fire hurled into the air might draw some attention." Bannon circled the cairn, looking for any clues. He squatted down, brushing aside the lichen and moss. "Oh, words are carved on these bottom stones," he said, revealing chiseled letters. "It's a message." Nicci and Nathan came around to see the first stone, and Nicci froze. The incised letters read, "To Cole Adair." "Well," Nathan rocked back, sounding pleased. "I suppose that is the waypoint we were looking for." Nicci's chill deepened as she saw the rough, weathered words carved into the next stone. "From there the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again." The words on the third stone made her throat go dry. "And the sorceress must save the world." Nathan looked at her in astonishment. He lifted his hand, flexing his fingers. "Made whole again? Do you think it means I will be able to touch my Han again, use magic?" Red knew. She knew. Nicci frowned, feeling a knot in her stomach. "Much as I hate to admit it, this lends credence to what the witch woman wrote." Bannon was confused. What? What is it, a prophecy? He looked from one to the other. "Prophecy no longer exists," Nicci said, but her insistence did not sound convincing. Maybe if this prediction was old enough, burned into the fabric of the world before all the rules themselves changed. "I thought we were shipwrecked and lost," Nathan said with a tone of wonder in his voice. "Ironically, this debacle may have put us exactly where we were supposed to go." "I prefer to choose my own direction," Nicci said, but she could not argue with the evidence of her own eyes. She did not need a prophecy to help save the world or to aid Richard Rawld in any way possible. And if she had to journey toward a mysterious place called Cole Adair, then she would do it, as would Nathan. The wizard pursed his lips as he regarded the stones. "Only a fool tries to resist a clear prophecy. In doing so, the person usually brings about the same fate, but in a far worse fashion." Nicci set off, leaving the cairn behind. "We go to Coladair, wherever it is," she said. After the tall stone cairn dwindled in the distance, Nicci heard a loud crack and rumbling clatter in the wind-blown silence behind them. They all spun in time to watch the spire of piled stones shifting and collapsing. The tallest rocks crumbled from the pinnacle, the center buckled, and the whole structure collapsed into a mound of rocks. The cairn had served its purpose. Leaving the high point, they descended the headlands and came upon the bones of a monster. A long skeleton sprawled among the rocks and weeds just above the high tide line. Its head was the size of a wagon, a triangular skull with dagger-like fangs and cavernous eye sockets. Its vertebrae draped along the rocks and down into the sand like a rope of bones, as long as 10 horses in a row. Innumerable curved ribs formed a long and broken tunnel that tapered to a point at the creature's tail. "It's not a dragon," Nathan observed. "Dragons are mostly extinct," Nicci said. Bannon crossed his arms over his chest. "Sea serpent, but just a small one. We often saw them swimming past the Chiria shore during mating season, when the kelp blooms." Looking at the long skeleton, Nicci surmised that the creature had died out at sea, and the tides had cast its body up on shore, where gulls and other scavengers picked it clean. Only a few iron-hard scraps of meat remained on the curved bones. "If that is a small sea serpent, I'm glad the wave walker did not encounter one." They walked along the beach until the tide came in with the late afternoon. The sun lowered in a ruddy ball toward the expanse of water. The three trudged on, finding no path, no villages, no docks, nor even old campfire circles that would indicate a human presence. This land seemed wild, unsettled, unexplored. Bannon bounded off ahead, heading toward another large cliff that blocked their way, pushing out into the sea. "Hurry, the tide is coming in, and it'll block our way. I'd rather walk along the beach than climb those cliffs." They were sloshing in ankle-deep water by the time they rounded the point, climbing over seaweed-covered rocks. "This way," Bannon said. "Be careful of your footing." But when they came around the corner into a cove, the young man froze in place. He reached out to catch his balance on a tall rock. Nicci saw what had caught his attention. Another wrecked ship had been smashed like a toy, high up on the rocks. Little was left beyond a few ribs, some hull planks, and the long keel. Time and weather had reduced it to skeletal remains. Nathan paused to catch his breath. "Now, that is interesting. What sort of ship is it?" The wreck's curved prow was adorned by a ferocious carved serpent head. A sea serpent, like the bones they had seen, Nicci realized. The hull planks were rough-hewn and lapped one over the top of the other, rather than being sealed edge to edge as those of the more sophisticated wave walker had been. Several of the ship's intact ribs curved up, draped with moss and seaweed. The rest of the hull had fallen apart. Nicci turned to Bannon, who looked as if he had seen an evil spirit. "Is the design familiar to you?" Too quickly he shook his head. Nathan pressed. "Why are you shuddering, my boy?" "I'm just cold and tired." He cleared his throat and trudged up on the rocks. "It'll be dark soon. We should keep going and find a place to make camp." Nicci looked around, made her decision. "This is a good enough spot. The cove is sheltered, and that wreck is above the high tide line. It'll provide shelter." "And ready firewood," Nathan said. Bannon sounded uncertain. "But maybe if we kept going, we could find a village." "Nonsense. This is much better than sleeping out in the windy headlands." Nathan picked his way closer to the ominous serpent ship. "It'll all look better with a nice roaring fire." He began to gather shattered fragments of the planks for kindling. Nicci found a sheltered area in the curve of the ruined hull. "The sand is soft here. We can build a fire ring out of rocks." Bannon sounded defeated. "I'll go find us dinner. There'll be crabs, shellfish, maybe some mussels in the tide pools." He trotted off into the deepening twilight, while Nathan gathered scraps of wood and prepared a fire, but he had to rely on Nicci's magic to ignite it. Soon they had a large crackling blaze. After smoothing the sand for a decent cushion, the wizard situated himself on the ground. Nicci dragged up a wave-polished log to use as a makeshift seat. Nathan propped his elbows on his knees and gazed into the cheerful bonfire, looking miserable. I do not believe I've ever felt so weary and lost, even if I know we're on our way to Col Adair. We've endured a lot of hardship, wizard. This is just more of it. She poked a stick into the flames. I'm lost because my magic failed us when I needed it most. I've had the gift all my life. I wasted so many centuries locked in that dreadful palace, receiving prophecies and forced to write them down so that everyone could misinterpret them. He snorted. The sisters had the best of intentions, but their results left much to be desired. He shifted his position, but could not seem to find a comfortable spot to sit. They considered me dangerous. Prophecy was integral to me, woven through my flesh and bone and blood. And when Richard sent the omen machine back to the underworld, he unraveled that part of me. Richard did what was necessary, Nicci said. No doubt about that, sorceress, and I'm not complaining. He fumbled around in his makeshift pack to withdraw the tortoiseshell comb he had claimed from the unnamed sailor's trunk. He began to wrestle with the tangles, grimacing as his unkempt hair fought against his efforts. The world is a better place without that damnable prophecy. He held up his hand, concentrated, even squeezed his eyes shut. But nothing happened. But now I'm losing the rest of my magic. I haven't been able to use my gift properly since before the storm, before the Selka. I have tried, but nothing. How can that be, sorceress? Are you asking if magic itself is going away, as did prophecy? I don't see the correlation. My gift functions properly. Then, as an afterthought, she added, so long as I haven't been poisoned. But I was a prophet and a wizard. He looked at her with a flare in his azure eyes. If the gift of prophecy unraveled within me, what if it was connected to the rest of my gift? You can't pluck one loose strand from a complex tapestry without unraveling other parts. Could it have disrupted my entire Han? Maybe by yanking out prophecy, Richard loosened other strands of interconnected magic. He pushed his hands out toward the blaze, visibly straining. What if I can't create a light web ever again, or manipulate water, or make fire? Will I have to resort to doing card tricks like a traveling charlatan? How can I be made whole again? I don't have answers for you, wizard, Nicci said. He looked stung. Maybe you won't be able to call me that anymore. Interrupting them, Bannon returned with an armload of misshapen oysters and mussels, which he dumped in the sand at the edge of the fire. There were crabs, too, about the size of my hands, the young man said. I couldn't carry them all, and the crabs tried to run away. I can go catch some later. Nathan used a stick to push the shells into the coals, and the moisture hissed and spat as it steamed away. The mussels yawned open, gasping, as they died. Bannon used a stick to fish them back out of the flames, rolling them onto the sand. They cook quickly. Nicci and Nathan each picked up one of the hot shellfish, juggling them in their fingertips until they could pry the shells wide enough to get at the meat inside. After they devoured the entire haul, Bannon took a flaming brand from the fire and ventured into the darkness again. Before long, he returned with crabs, which they also roasted. Squatting down on the smooth log near Nicci, Bannon laid his sword on his lap and ran his finger gently along the blade's edge. He kept glancing around, deeply uneasy. At last, having the chance to think and plan, Nicci gazed at the skeletal remains of the wrecked serpent ship, then looked up into the sky to view the altered constellations. Tomorrow, we decide where to go. Paying little attention to their discussion, Bannon tossed the empty shells against the wooden ribs of the derelict ship. Nathan opened the leather satchel at his side, glad he still had his life book. It had mostly dried, and the blank pages suffered little enough damage. Using a lead stylus he had procured in Tanimura, he began to sketch the coastline on one of the blank pages. I have no cartographic instruments, but I do have a good eye. He added the rocky points, the crescent-shaped beach, the site of the tall stone cairn, and now the sheltered cove that held the wreck of the Serpent ship. It's difficult to make an accurate map if you don't know where you're starting, but I'll do my best. After all, I am the roving ambassador, and Richard will want a map when we come home again. He worked his hands concentrated, looked down at the pages, then sighed in disappointment. A map-making spell could do a much better job, but this will serve. Nicci said, "At least that book provides blank paper. It is not entirely useless." Nathan sat up straight as a thought occurred to him. He looked at Nicci and extended a finger. The witch woman wasn't useless. She knew we had to be here. You had to be here. Yes, to save the world, to save Richard's empire. I'm sure it will all become clear enough once we find someone to ask. Bannon looked up at them. So if we find a place called Col Adair, you'll get your magic back? And the sorceress will save the world? Yes, Nathan said, then frowned. Possibly. Or maybe it's just a foolish, vague prediction that has no merit at all. Nicci added, "No one can be certain of anything, a witch woman says. And prophecy no longer exists. Do we have another choice? We're here anyway. You and I came to explore the old world. That quest seemed pointless before, but it is more important now. Then we will go to Col Adair," Nicci said as she went to stand at the edge of their firelight. "As soon as we have any idea where to find it." Chapter 20. Bannon did not sleep well, despite the shelter of the cove and the familiar lullaby of the surf. Restless, he fought against swirling thoughts of all that had happened in the past few days, and fears of what might lie ahead. Since he was awake, he volunteered to keep watch, brooding through the darkest hours of the night. He jumped at every sound in the darkness, fearing that burly, ruthless men would stride up the beach to seize him, to gag him and bind him. But it was just his imagination, his memories. While the beautiful sorceress slept on the sand not far from Nathan, Bannon called upon peace, reshaped the world the way he wanted it to be, and fashioned a contented smile for himself. The wizard looked unsettling as he lay near the waning fire, sound asleep, but with his eyes open. Near dawn, though, his eyelids fluttered closed. The young man roused his companions as morning light edged the high headlands. He was amazed at how instantly Nicci came awake without yawning or stretching. She rose to her feet, her blue eyes bright and alert, her expression clear as she absorbed her surroundings in a flash. She brushed sand off her black dress, and despite all the ordeals, didn't look at all rumpled. That, in itself, seemed like sorcery to Bannon. He'd been infatuated with pretty girls on Chiria, but Nicci was unlike any woman he had ever met. She was more beautiful and intelligent than the young island women, but it was more than that. She seemed fascinating, but also dangerous. Bannon flushed with embarrassment when she caught him staring at her, and she stared right back, but with an expression that carried little warmth. They set off into the wilderness together. After leaving the small cove behind, Bannon let out a silent sigh of relief to be away from the wreck of the ominous Norukai ship. "The beach gets rockier farther on," Nicci said, scanning south along the shore. "We'd better travel inland." The wizard agreed. "That is where we'd likely encounter some settlements, since we haven't seen any docks or boats on this section of the coast." "I'll find a way for us to climb up," Bannon volunteered. Scouting ahead at his own pace, he picked a feasible route, zigzagging up the crumbling sandstone cliffs. The other two followed him, hand over foot, and together they reached the open, windy flats above the surf. The breeze was sharp and chilly, and thin clouds scudded across the sky. The tall, pompous grass and low vegetation rippled as if some invisible stampede charged across the flatland. Dark green cypress trees hunched against the constant gale, their tufted branches pointed in the direction of the prevailing winds. Nathan and Nicci discussed their plans, but the rustling breezes snatched their words from Bannon's hearing as he scouted ahead. He was reluctant. or perhaps not brave enough, to make small talk with the beautiful sorceress. He wanted to hear where Nicci had grown up, if she'd had a perfect life, a peaceful upbringing, loving parents. Bannon didn't need to know, didn't want to know, actually. He just made it so, in his own mind. When Nathan startled a black-winged tern from a matted clump of grass, the old wizard bent down. "Ah, look. A nest, and better yet, 3 eggs." He cradled them in his palms. "This can supplement our breakfast." Bannon came back, feeling his stomach growl. "Eggs? Are we going to make a new cook fire?" They had only been traveling for an hour. Nicci took the eggs from Nathan's hands. "No need to stop, let me." She wrapped her fingers around them, and Bannon saw tendrils of steam rise up. Within moments, she handed him one of the eggs, and the shell was so hot that he had to juggle it in his hands. "We can eat as we walk," Nicci said. "We have a long distance to cover, even if we don't know where we're going." Nathan finished his breakfast and tossed the crumbled eggshell to the ground. He dry-washed his hands and rubbed them on his pants. From the outstretched headlands, they could see the coastline snaking southward for miles. The hills inland were covered with dark pines and silver-leaved eucalyptus with peeling bark. The 3 maintained a steady pace, and the wizard called to Bannon. "If you see any more signposts pointing the way to Col d'Adair, my boy, be sure you let us know." Bannon cheerfully agreed, then realized Nathan was just teasing him. But was it such an unlikely possibility? He ranged ahead, foraging, and wound his way through the bent cypress trees, then explored the stands of pine and the spicy-smelling eucalyptus. Seeing no sight of human habitation, the young man wondered if they were the first human beings to set foot on this untamed land. It felt wonderful, and it felt terrifying at the same time. Chiria Island had been settled for countless generations. The people grew their cabbages and set out in their fishing boats, and the only excitement was the occasional trading ship that tied up in the small harbor. He had long pretended that his younger years were perfect, with every neighbor waving a hearty hello, everyone chipping in to help one another, the weather always sunny, food on the table, a fire in the hearth even on the coldest winter nights. He had left that place, a place that never really existed. He was robbed in the dark alleys of Tanimura. He fought bloodthirsty Selka and saw his shipmates slaughtered, certain that he too would die that night. But he had survived the wave-walker being shipwrecked on an unknown shore. He had left Chiria for this, had left his father's hard fists and drunken shouts, had left the blood and the kittens. Bannon winced at the memories. He brushed aside tall, brittle blades of pampas grass, walked around a hummock, and ducked into a rustling tangle of cypress that offered shelter from the wind. Even with the fearful ordeals, this was better than Chiria, far better. Exploring by himself, he entered the forest. He heard the chuckle of a creek flowing through the pines to a beautiful round pool with a smooth, sandy bottom. He saw the silvery flashes of small fish darting around, evading his shadow. Bannon knelt in the weeds and flowers on the edge of the pond and scooped handfuls of the cold, clear water, drinking his fill. Fresh water. He studied the darting fish, but they were much too small to bother with. A handful would barely make a meal, even if he could catch them. The water, though, was pure and delicious. He filled his water skin and ducked out of the pines and eucalyptus into the brisk wind again. Now that he had shaken his darker memories, Bannon felt light-footed as he continued to explore. Yes, he had suffered terrible hardships, but he would make the best of his situation. He reminded himself that he had left Chiria intending to seek adventure, and he had found exactly that. A small, shadowed part of him acknowledged that he had fled his island in shock and denial at what had happened, but he drove those thoughts away again, blinking his eyes and looking at the bright world. He drew another clean breath. "I am not running away, I am exploring," he said aloud with enough force to convince himself. He was in an unknown land with a great wizard as his mentor, a man who taught him history and swordplay, and there was the mysterious and beautiful sorceress Nicci, who intruded more and more into his thoughts. He could not help but be attracted to her. As he roamed the grassy headlands, He headed back toward the cliff edge to watch the white waves roll in. He wondered who Nicci was, what drove her. Did she think about him, too? Bannon pondered what he could do to make her notice him, to consider him a worthwhile traveling companion instead of just a coincidental one. Bannon peered over the verge and watched rooster tails of spray leap into the air. A flash of color caught his attention, wedged into the mossy sandstone just down the cliff, and he knelt to see a clump of unusual flowers growing within arm's reach. The blossoms were vibrant, the deepest and most intense violet he had ever seen, shot through with veins of crimson and a central splash of yellow stamens. They had thick, fleshy stems and sword-like green leaves. The beautiful flowers gave him an idea, a perfect idea. Beautiful flowers for a beautiful woman. Bannon stretched out, extending his arm over the edge to reach the blossoms. He picked 4 of them, a bouquet. It was a small gesture, but perhaps Nicci would be grateful, perhaps she would notice him. He bounded back through the grasses, searching for his companions, and he was panting hard by the time he caught up with them. The breezes blew his ginger hair wildly around his head as he hurried up to Nicci. When he extended the flowers, all his suave words were snatched from his mouth as if the wind had stolen them. He could only manage to blurt, "I found these for you." She frowned with a glimmer of annoyance, but when she looked at the flowers, her expression filled with interest. She narrowed her blue eyes and reached out to take 1 of the flowers from his bouquet, leaving him with the other 3. She showed extreme care as she touched the stem with just her fingertips. Bannon waited for her to smile with delight or nod in warm appreciation. He couldn't remember whether he had ever seen her respond with a genuine smile. "Where did you find these?" she demanded. "Over by the cliff," he pointed. "Growing in a cranny in the rock. Such flowers are rare. I could have made use of them many times." She looked over at Nathan. The wizard's eyes were wide with recognition. "Do you know what those are, Bannon Farmer?" "Pretty flowers?" "Death-rise flowers," Nicci said, studying the 1 in her hand. Bannon looked at the rest of his bouquet, confused. "Death-rise flowers," she repeated. "One of the most dangerous plants in existence. They are extremely hard to find and valuable. Assassins would pay a king's ransom for these 4, but this is far more than we could ever use." She held up the stem in her hand. "1 will be more than sufficient." What do you mean?" Looking down at the violet and crimson flowers, he felt his skin crawl. "Do you expect to kill an entire city, my boy?" Nathan asked. "Or maybe just a village?" Bannon blinked, still trying to grasp what they were telling him. "You mean they're poison?" Nicci's face smoothed in a fascinated smile as she rolled the thick stem in her fingers, careful not to touch the broken end. "The death-rise flower has many uses. From the petals one can concoct an ink so lethal that any victim who reads a message written with such ink will die a painful, lingering death. Consuming even 1 seed causes a horrible agony that has been described as swallowing mouthfuls of glass shards, then regurgitating them, then swallowing them all over again." Bannon's stomach twisted into a knot. I didn't mean," Nicci continued. "Tinctures, extracts, and potions can be made from all parts of the death-rise flower. Emperor Jagang had his alchemists and apothecaries test the various mixtures on his prisoners of war." She raised her eyebrows. "About 5,000 died in those preliminary experiments. The camps for the test subjects became known as the Places of Screaming. Emperor Jagang pitched his tent nearby so he could drift off to sleep listening to that music." Bannon felt sick. He stood trembling, looked down at the other 3 death-rise flowers in his hand, afraid to move his fingers. "Even touching the juice to your skin will cause rashes and boils to break out." Nicci looked at the single flower she had kept, obviously impressed, although not in the way Bannon had wanted. "I thank you very much. One never knows when such measures might be required." She wrapped the flower carefully in a scrap of cloth and tucked it into her pack. "I am pleased with how you think." Embarrassment and the fear that his hands and arms were about to burst into leper's sores or swollen boils rendered him speechless. He turned and bolted headlong into the wind, running toward the pine trees, intent on reaching the pond and the stream again. When he reached the weeds of the shore, he flung the deathrise flowers as far as he could out into the water, then dropped to his knees, plunged his hands into the pond, and dug his fingers into the sand. He scrubbed and scrubbed, his palms, his fingers, the backs of his hands, his wrists, all the way up his arms. He frantically tried to remember any place he had touched with the deathrise flower. He filled his cupped palms and was about to splash water in his face, but he didn't dare go near his mouth or eyes. Even when his hands looked clean, he plunged them into the sand again, scrubbing and scrubbing. He scoured his skin a third time and a fourth, until even his fingertips were raw, his palms pink, his knuckles sore. Finally, he stepped away, breathing hard, still afraid that the poison had gotten inside him. He swallowed. What more could he do? He would find no antidote here, if an antidote even existed. Heart-pounding, pulse-racing, he struggled to regain his composure. Finally, he left the pond and ran to catch up with Nicci and Nathan. At dusk, 4 dwarf deer crept out of the eucalyptus forest where they had rested in the tangled shadows throughout the day. They ventured forth, their delicate hooves stepping on twigs while they worked their way along a faint game trail. Though there were few large predators here on the coastal headlands, the deer possessed natural caution on their journey to the freshwater pond where they drank each night at sunset. The deer approached the shore, uncertain and skittish. They took several steps, then paused, their ears flickering to detect any threat, then moved forward again. One hung back as a sentinel while the other 3 stepped to the pond's edge. The deer sensed something amiss. The water was smooth and clear as always, but they noticed without comprehension the glimmering silver shapes that drifted on the surface of the pond. Hundreds of the small fish that had darted like small mirror flashes in the sunlight now floated belly up like a stain on the water. The deer struggled to understand what had changed. Frozen like statues in the forest, they waited for long minutes, but nothing approached and nothing attacked. Finally, one of the deer dipped into the water and drank. The next 2 joined her, drinking their fill. When it was his turn, the sentinel buck also drank, and the twilight shadows deepened around them. By the next morning, numerous fish still drifted on the surface, though some of the bodies had begun to sink. On the shore, 4 dwarf deer also lay dead. Chapter 21. They camped in the shelter of thick cypress. During the night, the maddening, mournful breezes died down, which allowed a thick fog to settle in. The cold, wet swaths made the 3 miserable while they huddled near a small fire, adding more moist twigs in an attempt to keep the blaze going. Nicci used her magic to maintain the fire, but the flames gave out too little heat. Nicci had never been overly concerned with her personal comfort, so long as she could function. Now that they'd been shipwrecked on the unknown coast, despite the unexpected rock cairn reaffirming their destination of Cold-Adair, she could not guess how many miles they might need to walk before they found a settlement in this wild coastal wasteland. Despite the solitude, Nicci reminded herself that this land, bleak and untamed as it was now a part of the Daharan Empire. Nicci was doing what she had promised Lord Rawl, and she would, in fact, walk from one end of the world to the other for him, if that proved necessary. But neither she nor Nathan could continue their quest until they actually found a village or a city. Finally, morning brightened the murk, and Nicci stopped wasting effort to keep the useless fire going. We should get moving, that will generate heat. Nathan used the tortoiseshell comb to untangle his long white hair. I don't know if even running will keep us warm enough. He looked in disappointment at his moist and rumpled shirt. I never realized how many ways I relied on my gift. A little internal magic could always keep me warm on a blustery, miserable day like this. Nicci shouldered her makeshift pack. We won't be any colder than we are now, and at least we'll cover distance. Bannon squinted into the fog. But can we see where we're going? We'll see when we get there, Nicci said. Nathan tucked away his lifebook in the leather pouch and fastened the flap. I doubt I can add much detail to my map today. They headed out. Guided by the rush and boom of the ocean off to their right, they walked far enough from the edge of the cliff to stay safe. I'm not so much worried about falling off a cliff as I am of reaching the edge of the world, Bannon said, panting. Then we would just fall forever. Nathan lifted his bushy eyebrows. You believe we'll find the actual edge of the world, my boy? I've seen maps that cut off. If we find the edge of the world, then we will know we've come to the boundaries of Lord Rawl's empire. Nicci did not waste time or effort worrying about such things. Then we will turn and explore in a different direction. I hope we find coal and air before then, Nathan said. Ever since offering her the Deathrise flowers, the young man had seemed subdued. Before she rebuffed him, Nicci had noted the bright gleam in his eyes, recognizing that he was probably smitten with her, and those feelings were woefully misplaced. His imagination was already too active. Nathan had a certain fondness for the young man. Despite the 1,000-year difference in their ages, the two had much in common, since even the old wizard had a flash of naivete about him. The fog thinned for an hour as they continued, but the chill deepened. Bannon shivered. Maybe we should go inland, to the thicker forest, where at least the trees will shelter us. Nicci shook her head and kept going. She walked in a straight, determined line, defeating the distance, as if it were an enemy. If we follow the coastline, we'll be more likely to discover a river outlet, or a port, and we can see farther ahead once the fog clears. Nathan kept his eyes to the ground, preoccupied with finding berry bushes, wild onions, or birds' nests and breakfast eggs. Bannon ranged ahead like a dutiful scout. The wind went quiet again and the fog closed in, so that Nicci didn't see the young man until he was right beside her. He looked sheepish, smiling for the first time since the debacle of offering her the Deathrise flowers. This time, Bannon held a handful of orange lilies on long stalks. I found these for you, sorceress. I hope you like them better than those poison blossoms. Nicci regarded him coolly. But I valued the Deathrise flower. I told you in great detail about all its uses. These are pretty flowers, though, Bannon said, extending them toward her. Grass lilies. They used to grow all over Cheeria. They won't last long after they've been picked, but I wanted you to have them. When Nicci did not reach out to accept them, his expression faltered. Are they not to your liking? She recognized that Bannon Farmer was competent enough, and he had proven his mettle in fighting the Selka. She would let him accompany her for as long as she considered him useful, or at least not a hindrance. She could imagine far worse company, but she had to nip his infatuation in the bud. She realized that her response to his clumsy offering yesterday had not been a sufficient rebuff. She had to set him straight, or she would have to kill him sooner or later. Nicci recalled all the times she'd been abused, forced to spend weeks with Jagang's soldiers as a plaything for their sadistic enjoyment, as well as the times when Jagang had taken her himself, sometimes beating her bloody. With her twisted experience of so-called love, she had convinced herself she was in love with Richard Rawle. Back then, she had been a sister of the dark, corrupted by her service to the Keeper as well as her brutal enslavement by the Emperor. Her attempt to express that misguided love for Richard, forcing him to live a false life with her as man and wife, had only made Richard resent her more. Nicci had eventually learned her lesson. She herself had killed Jagang, and now she served Richard wholeheartedly in her own way. She knew that she did love Richard, that he was the only man she could love. But it was a different kind of love now. He had Kaelin, and he would never be satisfied with Nicci, not in that way, no matter how much he respected and valued her. Because of her iron-hard devotion, Nicci had made up her mind to conquer the old world for Richard Rawle, single-handedly, if necessary. She had no time or patience for a young mooncalf who thought she was pretty. Bannon beamed when Nicci reached toward the flowers, but instead of accepting them, she wrapped her grip around his wrist. Clenching tight, she released a warning flow of magic that sent a sharp tingle into his flesh like a hailstorm of steel needles. His hazel eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open in shock. Before the young man could say anything, Nicci spoke through gritted teeth. I am only letting you stay with us because Nathan likes you. and because you may be useful in helping us get where we need to go, but know this." She lowered her voice to a growl. "I am not some fawning village girl looking for a stolen kiss." His fingers spasmed, and he let the lilies fall to the ground. Nicci didn't even glance at them. She maintained her tight grip on his arm. I'm sorry, sorceress." She had to drive the point home so that the problem did not occur again. She didn't soften her voice at all. "We face serious problems. We are lost, and we must find out where we are in order to continue our mission. If you ever get in my way, I will skin you alive without a second thought." He gawked at her with just the proper amount of terror and dismay, which would resolve itself into appropriate respect soon enough. She would not need to worry about this nonsense from him again. She let go of his wrist, and Bannon flexed his hand, flapping it as if to fling away the pain. He stammered, But, I only..." She had no wish to be part of his starry-eyed view of the world, or his nostalgia for a peaceful island home. "I've heard the stories you tell yourself. I am not part of your perfect boyhood. Do you understand me, child?" She used the last word intentionally. His fearful expression suddenly darkened, as if she had torn the scab off a still festering wound. It wasn't perfect. It was never perfect. Looking ashamed, he turned away to find Nathan standing there with a concerned and compassionate look on his face. Nicci didn't interfere as the wizard put a comforting hand on Bannon's shoulder. "Best you understand the way of things, my boy. Remember, she was called Death's Mistress." Bannon walked away, his expression downcast. Heading off into the thickening mist, he said, "No, I will never forget that." The fog melted around him. Chapter 22. After they traveled for 3 more days, the headland shifted into forested hills and fertile grasslands. Bannon nervously kept his distance from Nicci and spent even more time with the wizard. Though she spoke no more of the incident, Nicci was inwardly relieved that he had learned his lesson. She heard Nathan telling the young man tidbits of history, or ruminating about his time locked in the palace of the prophets. Some of the legends sounded absurd to Nicci, as did events in the wizard's own life. But Bannon had no filter to determine what might or might not be true. He lapped up each of Nathan's tales like a cat facing a bowl of cream. At least it kept the two occupied as they trudged along, which Nathan did his best to document on the rudimentary map in his life book. On the 5th day, they came upon a path that was too wide and well-traveled to be a game trail. Ahead, they saw stumps where trees had been cut down. Bannon cried out, "That means people have been here." The trail soon widened into a footpath, then an actual road. Coming over a rise, they could see the hills spilling down to a neat, rounded bay, into which a narrow river drained. A large village of wooden homes, shops, and warehouses had sprung up on both sides of the river. A high wooden bridge joined the two banks. Piers thrust into the water, providing docks for small boats in the bay. A point of rocky land swooped around the far end of the harbor, punctuated with a lookout tower. The hills held terraced gardens and pastures, where sheep and cattle grazed. Down by the docks, people were unloading a catch from the fishing boats. Stretched nets hung on frameworks drying in the sun. High on the beach, 5 overturned boats were being repaired by shipwrights. "I was beginning to think we'd have to walk around the entire world," Nathan said. Nicci nodded. "We'll find out where we are and choose our next course. We can inform them of Lord Rawl's rule, and maybe someone here can tell us where to find Cola Dare." "I assume you're anxious to save the world, sorceress," Nathan said. "As anxious as I am to be made whole again." Nicci's mouth formed a hard, straight line. "I will reserve judgment on just how seriously to take the witch woman's words." Nathan frowned down at his shirt, disappointed by the now limp and ruined ruffles of the garment he had purchased in Tanamura less than 2 weeks earlier. "At the very least, a town that size should have a tailor who can replace my clothes. I hate to feel so scruffy." Considering how barren the lands had been in their journey from the north, Nicci wondered how often these people saw strangers. When she noticed other roads leading upriver, as well as the fishing boats and the substantial harbor, she realized that they must have contact with other settled areas, just not from the wilderness up the Phantom Coast. On the outskirts of town, the road took them past a cemetery on the hillside, where grave markers covered the slopes. Names had been chiseled into the low stone markers, while other graves were marked only by wooden posts, with names carved into the wood. These flimsier posts were arranged much too closely to mark individual burial sites. Seeing the wooden posts and stone markers, Bannon seemed very disturbed. Nathan ran his fingers down the weathered wood, where the name was all but unreadable. I assume the two types of markers indicate a class system? The wealthy can afford fine stone markers and a spacious grave, while those less fortunate are simply marked with a post. Maybe there are no bodies at all because there were no bodies to bury, Nicci said. Fishermen lost at sea, for instance. Bannon looked gray. I think they are memorials for people who are not dead but are gone. Nathan's brow furrowed. Gone? What do you mean by that, my boy? Maybe they were taken. The young man swallowed hard. Nicci turned to give him a hard look. Taken by whom? His voice came out in a whisper. Slavers, possibly. The idea troubled Nicci, and she led the way at a faster, more determined pace. Slavers had no place in Lord Rawle's new rule, and Nicci looked forward to putting the matter to rest one way or another. When they reached the outskirts of the town, children playing in the dirt streets noticed the three travelers coming from the unexpected direction and called excitedly for their parents. Stout women worked at their washing, while two older couples sat together mending fishing nets that were stretched across wooden benches. Men and women working in the vegetable patches and farm fields looked up to see the strangers. Nathan shook trail dust and sand from his pants and shirt, frowning at himself. I don't make a very formidable presence as the roving ambassador for Dahara. He tapped the sword in its scabbard at his hip. But at least my fine blade shows me to be a man of some note. Bannon put his hand on the leather-wrapped hilt of his own sword, but couldn't seem to think of what to say. Nicci cautioned them both. We won't be drawing our swords unless there's a need. We come bearing word that the old world is now at peace. They will be glad to hear it. A middle-aged woman with brown hair tied in a thick braid raised a hand in welcome. A 10-year-old boy at her side stared at the newcomers as if they were monsters from the sea. They came from the north, he said, pointing vigorously. There's nothing up to the north. Welcome to Renda Bay, said the woman. You look as if you've had a long journey. We were shipwrecked, Nicci said. We've been walking for days, Bannon interjected. We're glad we found your village. Renda Bay, Nathan said. I'll mark it on my map. As more people gathered, Nicci assessed the modest homes, wooden common buildings, gardens, and flower beds. The children did not look shabby, gaunt, or desperate. Much of the activity in the town had to do with cleaning fish in large troughs at wooden tables down by the docks. Iron racks loaded with fish fillets hung over smoky kelp fires. Rows of broad basins were lined along the beach under the sun, filled with seawater that would slowly evaporate to leave a residue of valuable salt. The villagers peppered them with questions. Nathan and Bannon told disjointed parts of their story, and the noise of conversation swelled around them. Nicci interrupted. Call a gathering and we will address everyone at once, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. They met the town leader, a man named Holden, who was in his late 30s with rich brown hair marked by a distinctive frosting of white at the temples. They learned that until recently he had owned his own fishing boat before he devoted his days to local administration. Holden led them to the town square where many eager people had already gathered to hear the stranger's tale. Nicci let Nathan speak, because the wizard was quite comfortable with the sound of his own voice. I am Nathan Rawle, currently the representative of Lord Richard Rawle of the Daharan Empire, the man who defeated Emperor Jagang. He looked at them, as if expecting cheers. You may have been wondering why you're no longer under the crushing boot heel of the Imperial Order? The villagers' expressions did not show terror or even awareness. Holden said, We've heard of Jagang, but it's been 3 decades or more. since we saw troops or any representative from the Imperial Order. Bannon interjected. We were on a ship that sailed south from Tanamura, the Wavewalker under Captain Eli Corwin, but we were attacked by Selka, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They killed our crew and our ship ran aground on the reefs. Only the 3 of us survived. You're the first people we've seen since. Many listeners stared at them in horror and fascination, while others frowned with clear skepticism, as if they expected castaways to embellish their stories. Nicci interrupted. The important news we bring you is that Lord Rawl has overthrown the evil tyrants and that you are all free. You need not fear oppression, slavery, or tyranny. As he consolidates his empire, Lord Rawl is gathering emissaries so that all may decide a common set of laws to which everyone must agree. This will be a golden age for human history. She crossed her arms over her chest. And you are part of it. Nathan brightened as he looked out at the villagers. You must have maps. You must know the area. Choose several of your best people to travel north. Make your way up to the New World and the heart of Dahara and the People's Palace, so you can join Lord Rawl. He'll provide the protection and support your village needs. Now is a very important time for the building of the new empire. Holden had a habit of nodding sincerely, demonstrating that he listened to people when they expressed their concerns, but he didn't appear convinced. That is heartening news, and I am proud to hear what your Lord Rawl has accomplished. He gestured to the gathered audience. Our people here trade with villages upriver and larger cities to the south, but we have barely heard of Dahara or Tanimura. It's grand for you to say that we are free of tyranny and slavery, but has anyone who would threaten us also heard this news? They will, Nicci said. He spread his hands, sounding perfectly reasonable. Your Lord Rawl is too far away to have any real effect in our lives. How could any Daharan help us from the other side of the world? We are on our own here, against whatever might prey on us. He will be able to protect you, Nicci said. She knew well enough not to underestimate Richard. Holden gave them a conciliatory smile and did not argue further. Still, it is good to know, and you are welcome in Renda Bay. We will help you as we can, since you seem to have lost everything. We could use a good meal, Nathan said. And new clothes. He pulled up his frayed sleeve. Do you have a tailor? I require several new outfits. We would also appreciate supplies and provisions, Nicci said, before we continue our journey. We are looking for a place called Col Adair. The people didn't immediately show any signs of recognition, but they offered to help in any way possible. As conversation buzzed in the square, Holden declared, We'll have a welcoming dinner tonight. Because of the season, our boats just brought in a fine catch of redfins. We can roast enough for a banquet. Nathan smiled. We appreciate your hospitality, and we would dearly enjoy a good meal. Now, from whom might I request a new shirt? That night, the villagers set up long plank tables in an open festival area just above the docks in the harbor. A warm, cheery glow came from the windows of the village dwellings, and tall torches surrounded the gathering. Candle pots flickered along the wooden bridge that crossed the narrow river. As dusk descended, people came for the welcome feast, fat, red-finned fish, seasoned with sea salt and pungent herbs, roasted over coals in fire pits. The meal was accompanied with tubers boiled in large cauldrons, and a salad made of bitter flowers. Nicci found the redfin to be a dark, meaty fish with a strong flavor. Bannon had a second helping as he talked with his companions at the long table. To their great fascination, he described the many dishes that could be made with cabbage. Nathan had obtained a new shirt, a gray homespun tunic that laced up the front. The old wizard found the color unflattering, but he agreed that it was far superior to the remnants of his once fine clothes. Thank you so much, my dear Jan, he said to a short, dark-haired woman with plain features, but pretty eyes. She was one of the town's seamstresses who spun her own cloth and made garments for her family and others. My last tailors in Tanamura had numerous patterns and styles to choose from. Countless grades of fabric, endless cuts. Nathan heaved a sigh. But they weren't nearly as pretty or as kind as you. Jan giggled. You should thank my husband. That shirt was supposed to be for Philip. A broad-shouldered older man sat next to her. Nearly as tall as Nathan, he had tightly curled dark hair and a rugged face. When Nathan asked him about the scar across his nose, he explained that a fishhook had once cut him down to the cartilage when a line had snapped. I have plenty of shirts, and you obviously need that one more than I, said Philip. And now I can boast that the ambassador for Lord Rawl wears clothes made by my wife. His big, calloused hand clasped Jan's much more delicate hand. He savored another bite of redfin. It's good to feast on fish I didn't have to bring in myself. Those days are over for me. Jan explained. Philip is a successful fisherman, but he prefers to be a boat builder. We've just set up a new dry dock, and he'll be repairing fishing vessels and building a new one to sell. Philip smiled proudly. A new one that I plan to name the Lady Jan. That is sure to increase the asking price, said Nathan. Town leader Holden stood up in the middle of the meal, and the dinner chatter died down. We welcome our visitors from far-off lands. We give what we can, and hope that the Sea Mother remembers our kindness to strangers. While the villagers cheered and toasted, Nicci heard some of the villagers muttering, as if they thought the Sea Mother had let them down many times in the past. She realized that Renda Bay had no armed guards, no strong military presence, no defenses whatsoever. Nicci knew that if one relied on ethereal deities to solve problems, then those problems usually remained unsolved. Suddenly, several villagers stood up from the plank tables, gesturing toward the dark harbor. A bright warning fire sprang from the watchtower on the southern point of the breakwater. Someone threw a torch into a pile of dry wood, which swelled into a blazing beacon. When Holden saw the fire, his face fell into an expression of dread. Looking out into the harbor, Nicci could see the ominous silhouettes of 4 large, dark ships that closed in on the bay with unnatural speed. Holden looked at Nicci with a sick expression. Where is your Lord Rawl's protection now? Nicci straightened. I'm here. Chapter 23. Villagers bolted in panic from the outside festival area. Some ran to their homes to seize knives, clubs, bows, and anything else they could use as a weapon. Nathan and Bannon both drew their swords and stood together next to the plank feasting tables, although the young man's expression was far different from what Nicci had seen on his face when he fought the Selka. This time, he looked disgusted, as well as terrified. The massive dark ships slid forward swiftly, even though the night was without breezes. Each vessel had one mast with a single broad sail dyed a deep blue, so as to be invisible at night. Nicci heard splashing sounds and the gruff shouts of men. Peering intensely into the night, she enhanced her vision with an obscure distance spell, which let her see that the 4 invading ships were propelled by long lines of oars. The oars cut into the water like axe blades and swept back to push the vessel forward, then lifted into the air dripping moonlight and stabbed the water again. Bannon's voice cracked. Norukai slavers! Norukai slavers, Holden echoed, then added his own shout. Prepare to defend yourselves, it's another raid. What is it, my boy? Nathan asked. Who are they? Nightmares. The slaver ships came in fast, crushing a small fishing boat as they ground up against the Renda Bay piers. A chorus of guttural, challenging shouts came from the longboats. With a chill, Nicci saw that each of the 4 curved prows supported the monstrous carving of a sea serpent, and she recognized the design from the crumbling wreck they had found in the sheltered cove on their first night ashore. The 4 raider ships careened like rampaging bulls into the harbor. Bright orange streaks soared into the sky from the long boat decks, arced downward, and scattered upon the village, striking streets, rooftops, and unfortunate townspeople. Several fire arrows struck into the lapped roofs of the houses and set the buildings on fire. Water crews raced with buckets to stop the conflagration from spreading, while the rest of the defenders converged toward the docks, carrying whatever weapons they had. But even at a glance, Nicci could see that the villagers could never drive off such an aggressive raid. By her guess, the 4 Norukai ships held nearly 300 warriors. She turned to Nathan. "It is up to us to fight them." He raised his sword. "My thoughts exactly, sorceress." Releasing magic, Nicci ignited a bright fireball in her hand and tossed it into the air, where it expanded, growing more diffuse, until it exploded high overhead like a wash of chain lightning. The glow illuminated the big serpent ships and the raiders boiling off the decks. The nearest 2 vessels crashed against the piers and fastened with iron hooks and heavy planks, while the raiders from the 2 outer vessels dropped smaller boats into the water and rowed toward the shore. Jan and her husband Philip accompanied Nathan as they braced themselves for the attack. Jan cried, "Spirits, save us!" "I will save you," Nicci said. The wizard turned to the retired fisherman. "Are your people at war with the Norukai? Why do they attack Renda Bay?" "We are prey to them," said Philip, his face haggard. "Normally they dart in with a single boat, snatch 5 to 10 victims, and flee into the night, but this is a full invasion." "Then we arrived just in time," Nicci said. Norukai warriors thundered across the docks, rushing to the village, while others jumped out of landing boats and sloshed up from shallow water to shore, carrying clubs, ropes, and nets. The sorceress illumination dissipated overhead, but Nicci's magic swelled. She stretched her mind in one direction, tapping into additive magic and the energy there, while she also drew upon subtractive magic. Combining both, she conjured jagged lashes of black lightning, which she whipped against the first 3 invaders who reached the end of the docks. Her lightning ripped their broad chests into smoking wreckage, and the burly men collapsed into a heap of bones. Despite this unexpected attack, the slavers showed no hint of fear or even caution. They charged forward, sneering at her lightning, arrogant in their invincibility. A team of 4 left their standing boats and waded to the beach. Nicci killed the next wave of them as well. The Norukai were squat men, with disproportionately broad shoulders, shaved heads, and bare arms, and they wore vests of scaled armor made of some reptile skin. Most horrific, their cheeks had been slit, from the corners of their lips back to the hinge of the jaw, then sewn up again, as if to widen their mouths, like a snake's. Now, as they roared their fearsome battle call, their jaws opened wide, as if they were vipers about to strike. Only a few Norukai carried swords or spears, while the rest obviously expected to subdue and capture their victims, not to kill. They meant to harvest the people of Renda Bay. A second rain of flaming arrows launched from the deck of a Norukai ship, pelting the village. By now several healthy fires were spreading among the wooden buildings, and when Nicci saw a blaze jump from one rooftop to the next, she flung out her hand and summoned her control of air and wind. Her directed blast swept the flames away, and as she pulled it back, she sucked away all the oxygen and extinguished the fire. Nathan looked at her and groaned. "I can no longer help you in that way," he said, gripping his sword. "But I will do my part even without magic." He ran beside Bannon, both of them holding their blades high as the muscular slavers charged ashore. As he prepared to fight, the young man had a strange look in his eyes, though not of fear. He seemed obsessed. The villagers of Renda Bay had their own swords and spears, but did not seem skilled in their use. Holden shouted orders and ran bravely to meet the surge of attackers, although he had no tactical plan. Nicci watched the 4th raider ship grind up against another dock, splintering wood as the invaders shouted. She did not intend to let them make it to shore. No longer crippled by poison, her command of magic was at its peak strength, and she could do more than summon wind or lightning. She called forth a large, roiling ball of wizard's fire, a molten sphere that she hurled at the prow of the ship, just as the Norukai lashed up against the damaged pier. The magical blaze incinerated the carved serpent figurehead and billowed back over the bow. Flames spilled across the deck and ignited 15 of the armored slavers. They shrieked as the skin boiled off their bones, and their ugly, slitted mouths yawned open in a scream so wide their jaws cracked. Wizard's fire could not be easily extinguished, and it burned the ship's deckboards, set the tall mast on fire, and ignited the midnight blue sail, which roared up in flickering orange curtains. When she had used weaker balls of wizard's fire during the Selka attack on the Wave Walker, the storm and the washing waves had mitigated the fire, but here, at the Renda Bay docks, the magical flames burrowed through the raider deck and ate through the hull. Many Norukai leaped overboard, some with skin on fire. The ship went up like a blazing beacon. The death wails of the burning enemy satisfied Nicci. Although she had changed since then, those screams reminded her of when she had burned Commander Cardiff alive, roasting him on a spit in front of the people of a newly conquered village, just to prove how ruthless she could be. By now, hundreds of Norukai had made their way into town. Raising their clubs and nets, they met the villagers who fought back with any weapon at hand. The hideous warriors showed no fear, and they were far more skilled with their cudgels and nets than the villagers were with their seldom-used weapons. The slavers threw weighted nets on a group of 3 men who harried them with pikes and swords. Entangled, the men stumbled and thrashed, trying to throw off the strands, but the Norukai swarmed over them and clubbed them until they were stunned. It seemed to be a well-coordinated operation. Once the 3 men were beaten senseless, the Norukai bound and trussed them like wild animals. They picked up the fresh captives, one at each man's feet, one at each man's arms, and hauled them back aboard the nearest raiding ship. Flaming arrows continued to soar through the air like shooting stars. Nicci tried to extinguish them one by one before they could fall upon new fuel, and she struggled to take care of other fires as well, but she could not keep up. There were hundreds of flashpoints. The Norukai seemed intent on destroying the whole town, strictly to cause chaos so they could snatch more victims. The slavers moved like professional hunters rather than a well-ordered army, ranging free and looking for targets. They swarmed into the town. Nathan told himself that a blade could be as deadly as an attack of magic, so long as it was wielded by a skilled swordsman. His new shirt was loose, comfortable, and clean. For the moment, he charged into the front ranks of the burly Norukai, sweeping his sword sideways. Beside him, Jan and Philip recklessly joined the fray. Philip carried a long hooked pike that he used as a fisherman. He threw it like a harpoon and skewered one of the slavers through the sternum. Even though the hideously scarred man was dead with his heart punctured, he clawed at the shaft before he fell still. Though she was small, Philip's wife was nimble. Jan darted among the attackers with a long butcher knife, hacking at the arms of one slaver, slicing open the side of another. Blood ran down his exposed ribs. Nathan swung his sword with both hands, using all his strength, and his blade went right across the wide-open mouth of one of the grotesque Norukai, slicing off the top of his head. Next to him, Bannon became a whirlwind, not even watching where he hacked and cleaved. Even the slavers backed away from the young man's mad, uncontrolled attack. But the Norukai were not deterred for long. They let out a hissing growl, as if it were a strange war cry, and a new group of invaders pushed forward, carrying long spears. Each weapon was tipped with the ivory tusk of some unknown animal, carved into serrated edges. As the front ranks of slavers swept in, holding thick clubs, the spear throwers took their stances and identified the centers of resistance. Town leader Holden stood on top of one of the plank tables in the festival square and shouted to rally his people. "Stand up to them. Do not let them take our wives and children. Don't let—" One of the spear throwers cocked back his arm and flung the shaft with a mighty heave. The weapon whistled through the air and buried itself in Holden's abdomen. The blood-smeared tusk sprouted from his back. At the front lines, Nathan slashed with his sword, first to the left and then to the right, chopping off arms and stabbing through rib cages. He looked up just in time to see a spear hurtling toward him. He felt a ripple inside, a twinge that he thought might be a spark of magic. He reached into himself, trying to grasp it to deflect the spear, a simple, instinctive spell. Time seemed to move so slowly, but the flicker of magic vanished, snuffed out. The magic abandoned him again, and he was helpless. Bannon grabbed his arm and yanked him sideways, and the spear whistled past. "Watch yourself, Nathan. I need you alive to help me kill more of these animals." The vitriol in his voice shocked Nathan. Something seemed to have been triggered inside him. The young man's eyes were wild, his lips drawn back, and his normally cheerful smile had now become a death's head grimace. Blood flecks were more prominent than the freckles on his face. Bannon leaped forward, paying no attention to the clubs and nets and blades of the slavers. His ginger hair flew wild, and he howled wordlessly as he hacked through the neck of one squat man, then cleaved the shoulder of another. "Animals!" he shrieked. A vicious slash from Sturdy opened the guts of another attacker, who sneered down at his snake-like entrails and reached out to grab Bannon's sword hand. But the young man tore himself away and spun to chop off the slaver's arm, and in an unthinking, malicious retaliation he cut off the other arm so that both stumps spouted blood onto the man's exposed entrails. "You'll get yourself killed, my boy," Nathan cautioned. He ran after Bannon, trying to keep up as the Norukai closed in on this unexpectedly wild attacker. One of the enemy spear-throwers hurled his weapon at the young man, but Nathan swept his sword just in time to strike the wooden shaft with a loud clack, knocking it aside. The ivory-tipped spear flew at an angle, ricocheted, and buried itself between the shoulder blades of another advancing Norukai. Closing around the seamstress Jan, the slavers threw a net over her. She tugged at the strands, driven to the ground. She used her bloody knife to cut herself free, peeling the net away, but two muscular Norukai stooped over her and raised their clubs to beat her senseless. Nathan came up behind them and stabbed one slaver in the back. When his partner turned to glare at Nathan, Jan freed her arm and plunged the butcher knife deep into the slaver's calf. Roaring, he reached down to grab at the knife, and Nathan sliced off his head with one clean blow. The old wizard quickly pulled away the remaining strands of the net, freeing Jan. The small woman crawled out, exhausted and shaking. Her husband strode up, covered with blood and filled with gratitude. "You saved her." "Thank you, wizard," Philip said. He reached out for his wife, just as one of the falling fire arrows struck him in the back of the neck. The steel arrow point, still covered with gobs of flaming pitch, sprouted from the hollow of his throat. Philip reached up and grasped the arrow, as if annoyed that it had distracted him from his reunion. Jan screamed, and Philip turned to her, his eyes wet and longing, then collapsed, dead. Bannon howled at the sky, slashing with his sword at the falling rain of fire arrows. He threw himself upon two more Norukai with such fury that they staggered back, and Nathan was forced to help him, leaving Jan to sob over her fallen husband. Blazes had begun to spread through the town. Nicci extinguished as many fires as she could, but that was a losing battle for now. She realized that if she could not drive away these attackers, it wouldn't matter if Renda Bay burned. The villagers made a good accounting of themselves, though by now at least 30 had been beaten into unconsciousness, trussed, and dragged to the first raider ship. Dozens of Norukai swarmed back aboard, stomping on the decks. Loud drum beats rumbled through the hold, and the oars lifted and lowered as the galley slaves were forced to back the ship away from the dock. Nicci summoned more black lightning and brought it down, killing 6 Norukai who thought themselves safe aboard the retreating ship. She didn't think she could stop the vessel from escaping, so instead, she devoted her efforts to the remaining raiders on the shore. Well over 100 slavers still attacked. They had seen Nicci and her powers, and a few seemed to have decided that the beautiful, powerful sorceress would be a worthy slave. They were fools. One monster-jawed slaver swung a mace tipped with a ball and chain, while 2 others held up their nets, closing in on Nicci from either side. They must have thought she would be an easy target. She didn't have time for this. She stretched out her hand, pointing from one slaver to the next, and the third in quick succession, stopping their hearts cold, and the third in quick succession, stopping their hearts cold. They fell dead in a tangle of their own nets. She panted, catching her breath, flexing her fingers. She had enough strength to summon another blast of wizard's fire. She could ignite the retrieving slaver ship, but that would kill everyone aboard, including the new captives. Would they prefer that fate? That was not for her to decide, no. She would fight the Norukai here. Nicci called up wizard's fire and, instead of concentrating it in a ball, flung a fan of deadly magical flames at the line of advancing slavers, spattering at least 30 of them. The relentless inferno did not sputter out. Even a glob of wizard's fire no larger than her thumbnail would burn and keep burning until it burrowed its way through its victim. Writhing and screaming, the Norukai fell like trees in a forest blaze. Even though she felt depleted from expending so much magic, Nicci called normal fire and sent it through the air until it struck the sails and masts of 2 more ships, setting the dyed fabric on fire. Soon the raider vessels were engulfed in flame. Nathan and Bannon had each killed 15 or 20 slavers themselves. They continued to attack with their swords, as did hundreds of shouting, angry villagers. The Norukai spear throwers hurled the last of their shafts into the crowd, indiscriminately choosing targets. With the last of her strength, Nicci sent out a wall of wind, a solid battering ram of air that knocked the burly Norukai backward. With the angry armed villagers storming toward them, the slavers at last retreated. As the Norukai frantically tried to extinguish the burning sails on their ruined ships, the attackers piled onto the last vessel with shouts and curses. Accompanied by threatening drumbeats, the slaves at the oars began to push the serpent craft back, tearing the ships free of the piers, leaving wreckage behind. Nicci took out her knife and saw she had more work to do. She didn't need magic to kill the stragglers left behind when their raiding ships retreated. She and the villagers still had a long night ahead of them. Chapter 24. Even as the Norukai ships limped away into the night, the pain and terror of their raid lingered in Renda Bay. The villagers pulled together to put out the fires, tend to the wounded, and count the dead and missing. Nathan looked down at his gore-spattered sword. His new homespun shirt, which Jan had made for her husband, was now torn and soaked with blood. The wizard found himself staring at the fabric, picking at the sticky, crusty mess. Magic was so much cleaner than this. When he realized he was focusing on such a trivial thing, he knew he was feeling the effects of shock. He checked over his hands and arms, ran fingers across his scalp to see if he had been injured without realizing it. In the heat of battle, a fighter could suffer grievous wounds and never notice until he dropped dead from blood loss. Thankfully, Nathan found only minor cuts, scratches, and a bump behind his right ear. He didn't even remember being struck there. "I appear to be intact enough," he muttered to himself. He looked around at the flurry of people, some standing stunned and helpless while others ran about frantically trying to help. He realized with an ache in his heart that, even though he had barely felt a twinge of his gift during the heat of battle, he had no magic now, and was unable to heal even his small wounds. Bannon Farmer looked lost and drained, like a rag wrung out and left to dry. He was covered with blood, clumps of uprooted hair, gray smears of brain tissue, even bone fragments caught in the material of his shirt. During the battle, he had fought as if possessed by a war spirit. Nathan had never seen anything like it. Now, though, Bannon just looked like a broken boy. But Nathan had to worry more about the injured and the dying. Without powerfully gifted healers, the people of Renda Bay needed to tend their wounded by traditional means. They had only a few trained doctors to care for maladies or injuries, such as when the fishhook had cut poor Philip's nose and left a long scar. Nathan swallowed hard, remembering the man. Jan knelt next to her husband's body, sprawled on the ground in the festival square, the extinguished fire arrow still protruding through his throat. He had died with a look of surprise on his face. At least the man had suffered no pain. Jan wept, her head bowed, her shoulders hitching up and down. Moving from person to person, Nathan helped the healers bandage knife wounds and wrap cloth around cracked skulls. The victims moaned or cried out in pain as doctors used needle and thread to bind the worst gashes. When the night breeze blew in his face, the smell of blood and smoke overpowered the salty iodine smell of the bay. So much damage. Fortunately, Nicci had unleashed her full powers, and Nathan knew how formidable the sorceress was. But he was a formidable wizard himself, or at least he had been. If he had possessed his gift tonight, if he could have woven spells just as destructive as Nicci's, most of these casualties wouldn't exist. The raiders would have been driven back before they could set foot ashore. These villagers who lay wounded and dead would still be alive, tending crops, fixing nets, or setting sail into the bay for the next day's catch. He had failed. Magic had failed him, and in his own turn he had failed the people of Renda Bay. Nathan Rawle had failed himself. If only he could have thrown wizard's fire at the Norukai vessels, incinerated the sails, kept the raiders from disembarking. He could have used a binding spell to stop them from advancing, or even unleashed a sleep web to fell them all like stalks of harvested wheat. And then the people of Renda Bay could have tied up the slavers, seized their ships, freed the captives chained to the oars below like animals in pens. Nathan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "I am a wizard." Even if prophecy was gone from the world, he could not lose everything. He refused to believe that with the unraveling of prophecy his other skills had disappeared as well, no matter what the witch woman had cryptically predicted. No, he did still have magic. He knew it. It was part of him. He was gifted. As anger swirled within him, Nathan felt an unexpected sizzle along his forearms, tracking back into his chest, as if some arcane lightning had shot through his bloodstream. Yes, he knew that spark. The magic might have gone dormant inside him, but Nathan dredged it out, pulled it, kicking and struggling like one of these captives being hauled to a slaver ship. "I am a wizard, and I am in control of my magic," he said to himself. He could use it to help these people now. He saw two matronly healers beside a man who made low, gurgling sounds. Still feeling the rejuvenating tingle inside his fingers, inside his body, Nathan hurried over to them. He could help. The victim lay on his back with a broken Norukai spear shaft through his chest. Although the jagged ivory point had missed his heart, it had ripped through his lung. Blood streamed out of his blue lips and he kept coughing. He spasmed, and the two distraught tenders could do nothing for him. When Nathan approached, the women shook their heads. The victim's face contorted with silent pain. His eyes were round and glassy. He coughed again, and a pink foam of blood covered his lips. "We can only wait for the Sea Mother to take him," said one of the women. Her face was streaked with blood and tears. Nathan looked down at the broken shaft of wood which kept the dying man propped upright. "We must remove the spear," he said. The other woman shook her head. "If you do that, he will die. Let the man have peace and dignity. And if you leave the spear in, he will die." His azure eyes became steely. "There might be a chance. He is beyond your skills, but I have magic. Let me try." The two women stared at Nathan, and he encouraged them to leave. "You go tend to someone you might save." They nodded, gently touching the dying man, and hurried off to the other injured townspeople. When the pair of healers had gone, Nathan grasped the slick, bloody spear. As gently as he could, though there was no gentle way to deal with such an insult to the man's body, he pulled the wooden shaft out. The man let out a gasping scream. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, and a bright flow ran out of the ragged hole in his chest. As the man writhed, the wound in his lung made a loud, sucking, gasping sound. He would be dead in minutes. Nathan summoned the magic within him, grasped for the tingle, the touch of his Han, and increased it to a surge, a flow of energy. Additive magic. He had done this many times before, so many times. It was child's play for one with the gift, and he knew he could control it. He pressed his hands against the open wound, pushed his palms down on the streaming blood. He could feel the healing force, and he let the magic flow through him. With his restored gift, he sought out the ripped blood vessels, the torn tissue inside the lung, the brutal hole the spear shaft had tunneled through his chest and back. He could reattach strands of muscle fibers, cement the splintered fragments of bone. He would fix this. He would knit it all together, make this man whole again. Whole, as the witch woman Red had said Nathan needed to be. Whole again. The gift wasn't gone from him. The magic was still his to control, even if he hadn't yet found Cole Adair. Nathan gritted his teeth and concentrated harder, forced this man to heal. The magic writhed like a serpent trying to escape, but Nathan made his demands. He could heal. He was in control. He was strong again. But in a malicious twist, the healing magic fought back, recoiled, and did exactly the opposite of what he wanted. Instead of sealing the bleeding wound, the magic ricocheted and rebounded, becoming a monster that destroyed rather than repaired. Magic flowed out of Nathan as he pressed down with his hands to stop the blood. The vengeful backlash erupted, ripping the spear wound into a huge gash, splintering the man's ribs and turning him inside out. His heart and lungs spilled out in a horrific explosion of blood and tissue. The man didn't even have time to scream, but lay back, arching his neck, then collapsed. Nathan stared in revulsion and disbelief down at his blood-drenched hands. He had felt the magic. He had tried to heal the poor victim, but instead of just dying peacefully, the man had been split open like an overripe fruit. Nathan had done that. The victim would have died anyway, but not like this. Nathan staggered back, opening and closing his mouth, but he had no words. He thought he had lost his magic, but this was worse than being merely impotent. The gift had turned against him. If his ability did come back to him, what if he couldn't control it? He stared in dismay at the appalling, mangled corpse, sure that a crowd would gather to accuse him of a terrible crime. He wondered if even on her worst days as Death's mistress, Nicci had done such an awful thing. When he looked up, he met Bannon's glassy gaze. The young man seemed so filled with horror at the events of the night that this new instance had very little effect on him. Bile rose in the wizard's throat, and he turned away, his shoulders slumped. He didn't want Nicci to see this either, though perhaps she could help him understand what had happened. How could his gift have turned so violently against him? For now, even if he sensed magic returning to him, he didn't dare use it. He might cause an even worse disaster. Another astonishing realization came to him. What if he had decided to hurl a ball of wizard's fire at one of the Norukai ships during the battle, and it recoiled on him instead? If the furious white-hot flames had struck back, they could have wiped out half the town of Renda Bay. Nathan groaned deep in his throat and lurched away from the people who were busy bandaging and tending the injured, splinting broken bones, propping up wounded heads on rolled cloths. He felt ashamed and afraid. He was dangerous. Instead, he picked up a bucket and joined the firefighting crews to help extinguish the last blazes that still spread through the town. In that, at least, he could cause little damage. Chapter 25. The fires in Renda Bay burned until morning, and afterward smoke continued to curl into the gray sky, staining the dawn. Houses and boat sheds still smoldered, some charred all the way to blackened, mismatched skeletons. A group of fishermen had salvaged 6 boats from the ruined docks, while throughout the town numb-looking people assessed the damage, talking in subdued voices. Nicci reflected on the previous day's easy activity, the relaxed conversations among neighbors, the quaint town activities, the small but busy market square, a way of life now struck down by swords, fire, and blood from the raid. Seemingly in a stupor, Bannon sat recovering on a splintered wooden bench next to an overturned gutting trough. Silver fish scales spangled the wood of the trough like miniature coins in the morning light. He gripped Sturdy's leather-wrapped hilt with both hands, as if drawing on its strength. His shirt was torn and stained with soot and blood. As she stepped up to him, Nicci noted at least 5 deep cuts on his arms, across his back, on his shoulder. The young cabbage farmer looked engrossed in thought, refighting his battles. He had aged greatly. Though Nicci was exhausted from expending so much magic during the battle, and treating the grievously wounded afterward, she found enough strength to heal Bannon's cuts and wounds. He didn't even seem aware of them. Nathan came up to them with haunted eyes, his long white hair and his borrowed shirt matted with clumps of gore. Dried blood caked his hands. When Bannon looked up at his mentor, his face showed little recognition. The wizard said in a soft voice, "You fought like an unbelievable warrior last night, as if someone worked a rampaging spell on you, but I know that was no spell." The young man's face was drawn and pale. "Slavers were attacking the village. I had to fight. What else could I do?" "You did well enough," Nicci acknowledged. "You fought even harder than you did against the Selka." "These were slavers," he said, as if that were explanation enough. With an obvious effort, Bannon struggled to compose himself and even managed a false, horrid-looking smile. "It's what I was supposed to do." I hated the thought of all these people being hurt and enslaved. They had a very nice life here in Renda Bay, and I didn't want it ruined. Nicci glanced at Nathan, who wore a skeptical frown. Neither of them believed Bannon's explanation. Nicci said, "That is an acceptable answer, but it's not the complete one. Tell me the truth." His expression filled with alarm. I can't. It's a secret." She knew it was time to be stern, to push him in a way that would make him respond. His wounds were far deeper than the obvious ones, and they might become either tough scars or dangerously unstable fractures. Her assessment of him had changed in the past week, and she suspected there was more than the naive, careless country boy she needed to find out. Grasping Bannon's shirt, she pulled him to his feet and pressed her face close to his so she could capture his attention with her searing blue eyes. "I don't want your secrets for the sake of titillation, Bannon Farmer. I ask because I need to know the answer. You travel as my companion, and therefore your actions might affect my own mission. Are you unreliable? Are you a hazard to me and what I must accomplish for Lord Rawle?" She softened her voice. "Or are you just a brave but reckless fighter?" Swaying, Bannon looked at the sorceress, and then at Nathan, with a beseeching expression. He tore his gaze away to stare out at the burned wreck of the nearest Norukai vessel, which was half sunk in the calm bay. Nicci suddenly remembered how oddly the young man had also behaved when they camped near the much older hulk of a wrecked serpent ship. "You've seen those ships before," she whispered. "You know about the Norukai." Finally he said, "It's because of Ian. My friend Ian, the slavers." He sucked in a long, deep breath. His hazel eyes were bloodshot from the fires and smoke, as well as his own convulsive weeping. His eyes held much deeper secrets, a clear and colorful childhood memory being stripped away to reveal the raw bones of truth. Hauling out his words like a man surrendering precious keepsakes to a moneylender, Bannon told his tale. "Ian and I were boyhood friends on Chiria Island. We would run down to the shore or race each other across the wind-swept grasses. One time we walked all the way around the island. It took us a full day. That was our whole world. As boys, we pulled weeds in the fields and helped harvest the cabbage heads, but we also had time to ourselves. Ian and I had a special cove on the far side of the island, where we would explore the tide pools. Most of the time we just played. We were best friends, both the same age, 13 summers old that year. The last year." His voice grew raspy and hard. "One morning, Ian and I got up early because we knew it was low tide. We went to our special cove, climbing down the sandstone cliffs, finding footholds, like only boys can. We had empty sacks stuffed in our belts because we knew we would bring home a good haul of shellfish and crabs for the dinner pot. Mostly we enjoyed the peace of each other's company, instead of being back in our own homes, which weren't very peaceful." His voice turned sour. Nicci said, "You always described your island home as idyllic and perfect but dull." He turned his bleak, empty eyes toward her. "Nothing is perfect, sorceress. Shouldn't you be telling me that?" He shook his head and stared out at the still smoldering Norukai ship. That day, Ian and I were preoccupied with the tide pools, watching hermit crabs scuttle among the sea anemones, the little fish that had been trapped there until the next high tide. We didn't see the slaver's boat coming around the point. The 6 Norukai spotted us, rowed in and splashed onto shore. Before Ian and I knew it, we were surrounded. They were burly, muscular men with shaved heads and those awful scarred and sewed mouths. They had nets and ropes and clubs. They were hunters, and we were just prey. He blinked. I remembered when hunting parties from my village would march across the grassy pastures in the headlands with nets, banging pots to chase down goats and round them up for the winter slaughter. The Norukai were just like that. They came after me and Ian. We both screamed and ran. Ian was ahead of me. I made it to the base of the cliffs and started to climb before the first 2 slavers caught up to me. I was just out of their reach, but my foot slipped and I fell. The men grabbed me, swung me around, and dropped me to the rocky beach. It knocked the wind out of me, and I couldn't make a sound. But Ian was yelling from halfway up the beach. He had almost gotten away. Bannon sniffled. He could have gotten away. I fought back, but there were 2 of them, and the Norukai were strong. They tried to pull my arms together so they could lash my wrists. Another slaver grabbed my feet. I couldn't get away, couldn't even scream. Even when I caught my breath, my voice was hoarse. I thrashed and kicked. Just when they were wrapping a rope around my wrists, I heard an even louder shout. Ian had turned and come back, yelling at the slavers. They threw a net at him, but it missed. He just shrugged them off and came running toward me. In the struggle, he snatched up one of the Norukai cudgels and bounded across the rocky beach, leaping over tide pools. He came to save me. Ian swung the club. I heard a skull crack. It was one of the men trying to tie me. Blood gushed from his eye and nose. Grunting, the other man grabbed at Ian, but my friend smashed him in the teeth, turning his lips to pulp. Ian yelled for me to run, and I tore my wrist away, sprang to my feet, and raced toward the sandstone cliff. I ran as I'd never had before. Tugging the ropes from my wrists, I made it there and began scrambling up, climbing for my very life. Ian shouted again, but I didn't turn back. I couldn't. I found the first foothold and pulled myself higher. My fingers were bloody, my nails torn. Bannon was breathing hard as he told his story. Perspiration sparkled on his forehead. I pulled myself up, found a foothold, climbed, and then turned back to see the slavers closing in on my friend. 2 of them threw a net again. The men he had clubbed now pounded him with their fists. They crowded around him and he couldn't get away. He screamed. Bannon's voice hitched with a sob. Ian had come back to save me. He risked his life to stop those men from tying me up. He made it so I could get away, but when they captured him, I froze. I could only watch as they wrapped the net around Ian and beat him again, kicking him over and over. When he cried out in pain, they laughed. I could see blood running from a gash in his face, and I didn't do a thing. They bound his wrists and ankles with rope, and I just watched. It should have been me under that net. He had helped me, and I just watched. Bannon released his grip and let Sturdy fall with a clatter to the ground. He pressed his palms against his eyes as if to hide. I was halfway up the cliff when the slavers came for me again, and I panicked. When I reached the higher ground, I looked back down at the beach. The Norukai were dragging my friend toward the longboat. He still struggled, but I knew he was lost. Lost. I caught a last glimpse of Ian's face, full of despair. He knew he would never get away, and he knew I wasn't coming back to rescue him. Even at that great distance, his eyes met mine. I had abandoned him. I wanted to shout that I was sorry. I wanted to promise that I would come for him, but I had no voice. I was out of breath. He turned away. It would have been a lie anyway. Ian stared at me with a look of shock and confusion, as if he couldn't believe I would betray him. I saw hatred behind those eyes just before the slavers threw him into the longboat. And I just ran. Bannon shook his head, sniffling. I left my friend behind. I didn't help him. He came back to save me, and I just saved myself. I ran away. His voice hitched, and he sobbed again. Sweet sea mother, he fought to save me, and I abandoned him. The young man looked down at the blood on his shirt, at the cuts on his arms. He touched a deep wound on his neck and winced in surprise, but he clearly didn't remember how he had gotten it. The tears in his eyes had not washed away the stinging, painful memory. That's why I fought so hard against the slavers here in Renda Bay, why I hate them so much. I was a coward when the Norukai took Ian. I didn't fight then, but I have a sword now, and I will fight to my last breath. He snatched up Sturdy from where it had fallen on the ground and inspected it, satisfied that the edge still looked sharp. I can't rescue Ian. I'll never see him again, but I can kill slavers whenever I see them. Chapter 26. After a full day of picking up the pieces, the grieving survivors of Renda Bay were exhausted. With Holden dead, a man named Thaddeus accepted the position of town leader. Thaddeus was a beefy, square-faced fisherman with a long frizzy beard. He was well liked among the villagers, but he looked completely out of his element. Nicci had been watching the people throughout the day. She had always hated slavery, and it was her mission to stop tyranny and oppression in the name of Lord Rawle, as well as for her own soul. In a way, this was how she could help save the world for Richard, but she doubted this was what the witch woman's prophecy had meant. Nathan and Bannon had washed the grime from their hands and faces, but their hair was still tangled, and their clothes were still covered with blood that had long since dried. Together, the villagers made a solemn procession out to the hillside graveyard, with mules and shaggy oxen drawing a line of carts to carry the dead. The people, already weary, sore, and heartsick, spread out to mark burial sites for the 39 villagers who had died in the battle. The townspeople carried spades and shovels, but seemed daunted by the task of digging all those graves. "We must also erect 22 wooden posts," Thaddeus said in a wobbly voice, "to remember the good people taken by the raiders." "Carve the names into the stone and make your wooden markers," Nicci said. "I can use my gift to assist with the other work." She released a flow of magic to scoop aside the grasses and dirt on the hillside to fashion a perfect grave. It was easy enough once she went through the process. She made an identical grave adjacent to the first, and then a third. She had many more to go. The villagers watched, too tired to be amazed, too frightened to express their gratitude. When she finished the 39th grave, Nicci stepped back, feeling weary. "I sincerely hope you will not need more any time soon." With little ceremony and acknowledging that they would all grieve later in their own time, the people of Renda Bay buried their dead. The men and women spoke the names aloud as they took each body from the cart and interred the victims. A mixed range of farmers, a carpenter, a jovial brewer, 2 young boys killed in a fire after the house in which they had taken refuge burned to the ground, and town leader Holden, who had given up his life on the sea to lead Renda Bay. The seamstress Jan spoke her husband's name and wept, bowing her head over the grave as Philip's body was laid to rest and covered with dirt. "He just wanted to build boats," she said. "After the accident with the fishhook, he preferred to stay on land. He thought it would be safer." Her shoulders shuddered. Safer. Nathan stood next to the small woman, his gaze somber, his head lowered. Awkwardly, the seamstress held out a folded gray garment for him. "This is another of Philip's shirts, Nathan. You fought with us. You saved me, and—" Her voice broke with a quick choking sound. She sniffled and her lips trembled. "And your first new shirt was ruined. Philip would want you to have this." "I would be honored." The wizard pressed the clean linen against his chest. Although they had fought alongside the people of Renda Bay, Nicci did not feel she had finished her mission here. After they had filled in the graves and woodcarvers had cut names into the fresh-cut posts, Nicci addressed the villagers before they left the graveyard. "This is why you need Lord Rawl," she said. "His goal is to stop such violence and bloodshed, to crush slavers so that all people can live their lives in freedom. Yes, he is far away, but the Daharan army will not tolerate such lawlessness and oppression. It may take time, but the world will change. The world has already changed. You must have noticed the stars." The villagers muttered, listening to her with a different attitude after their ordeal. She continued in a stronger voice. "But you have to be responsible for yourselves as well. When you've picked up the pieces here, send an envoy on the long journey north to the people's palace. In Dahara, swear your loyalty to Lord Rawl, and tell him what happened here. Tell him about all the lands of the old empire that need him. He will not let you down." Nathan said, "Before you send the envoys, we will write a message for him, as well as a summary of what we have seen. If someone could deliver that, we would be most grateful." Thaddeus swallowed hard. "Even though they were defeated last night, the Norukai will return. How soon can your Lord Rawl send his army?" Nicci wasn't finished. "You cannot simply wait for help. All people are responsible for their own lives, their own destinies. You must improve your own defenses, and you will need more than a bonfire and a lookout tower. The slavers believe you are weak, and that is why they prey on you. The best way to ensure your peace is through strength. Maybe last night was a lesson for them. We were here to help this time, but you would not need to be rescued if you weren't victims in the first place." "You can learn how to defend yourselves," Bannon said, looking away. "I did." "But how?" Thaddeus said. "Erect walls along the shore? String a barrier chain across the harbor? How are we to raise an army? Where do we get weapons? We are just a fishing village." Nathan suggested, in addition to your bonfire and lookout platform, build guard towers on either side of the harbor and be ready to launch a rain of fire arrows down on any raiders who come. Keep several longboats at the ready to go out and sink them before they enter the harbor. The raider vessels will be flaming wrecks before they ever get to shore. Nicci said in a hard voice, the Norukai are slavers, not conquerors. You have an advantage, because they want to capture you alive. Otherwise, you are no good to them. Other attackers may just slaughter you all. I would be happy to kill them, Jan growled. Nicci approved. Let nothing hold you back. Arm your people so they can fight better. Keep boat hooks and pikes ready on the docks, Bannon said. Even if the slavers get through, your people could fight them off as they try to disembark. Make them think twice before they come back here again, Nicci said. As she watched determination grow like a slow-burning fire among them, she felt gratified. When your wounds become scars and you've rebuilt your homes, do not forget what happened here, or it will happen again. The next day, Nicci, Nathan, and Bannon went to the small building that served as Renda Bay's town hall. The interior smelled of smoke. 3 of the glass windows were shattered, and the roof was partially charred, but teams of villagers had extinguished the fire before it caused severe damage. The beefy town leader's posture seemed hunched with duty. I'll need workers to help rebuild this hall, but it may take time. Our first priority is to strengthen our defenses, as you said. Thaddeus looked at them with a hopeful expression. Would you stay with us? Defend us? We've seen how powerful your magic is, sorceress. And the wizard could try to use his magic, too. Nathan looked as if he might be sick. No, that could be dangerous. Nicci bit her lower lip. I have a larger purpose to serve for Lord Rawl. And now we must move on. The storm blew the Wavewalker far off course, and we need to look at maps and determine where we are. We need to find a place called Col Adair, Nathan said. He patted the lifebook in his leather pouch. We were told that something important awaits us there. We do have some maps, said Thaddeus, distracted and troubled. They're in here somewhere. He rummaged in Holden's cabinets, shifting aside old documents that listed the names of registered fishing boats, a ledger for taxes, charts of land ownership. Finally, he found an old and sketchy map that showed the Phantom Coast, the southern part of the old world marked with a spiderweb of clear straight lines that joined the open lands. These are imperial roads that Emperor Jagang constructed to move his armies. But he spent little time this far south. All I know is that the port cities of Seramundi and Karamus are up here somewhere. He gestured vaguely off the top of the map. And Tanimura is farther north. I've heard rumors of the New World, but I know nothing about it. While Nicci studied the map, Nathan took out his lifebook and quickly sketched in some details on his own map, correcting some of his crude estimates of the terrain they had seen. Col Adair. Thaddeus sat heavily in the chair behind Holden's old desk. His brow furrowed as he looked at the charts. They seemed unfamiliar to him. He scratched his frizzy beard. I've barely been beyond Renda Bay myself. Even in my fishing boat, I never sailed out of sight of the coast. I've heard stories of distant lands, though. I believe Col Adair is well inland, beyond the foothills and over a mountain range, across a vast, fertile valley and then more mountains. The place you seek lies somewhere in those mountains, according to the stories. He ran his hand along the easternmost part of the map, as if he could draw topography on the scarred desk. No distant travelers have come through here in such a long time. He pointed to the middle of the map. But we know of other settlements upriver, ports, mining towns, farming villages. He shuddered visibly. And in the other direction, there are islands out at sea, rugged, windswept rocks where the Norukai live. He bit off his words, then said with a hollow calmness, I would not suggest you go there. We won't, Nathan said. We are looking for Col Adair. Nicci asked, can you supply us with provisions, packs, garments, tools, for our journey? We lost almost everything in the shipwreck. Renda Bay owes you far more than we can ever repay, said Thaddeus. If you send your emissaries up to Dahara bearing our message to Lord Rawle, that will be all the payment I require. After resting one more day and helping the villagers collect the ragged debris of their lives, the three set out again. They all wore clean clothes. Bannon's sword, now sharpened and oiled, hung at his side in its plain scabbard. Nathan's ornate sword had also been cleaned, polished, and sharpened. Bannon seemed troubled as they set off on the road. "Can we make a slight detour to the graveyard? There's something I want to do." "We already paid our respects to the fallen, my boy," Nathan said. "It's more than that," Bannon said. Nicci saw how the young man had changed after his experience here. He no longer seemed so cheerful and naive. Or maybe his cheeriness had always been an act. She said, "I do not wish to delay for long." "Thank you," the young man said. They followed the curve of the hill until they reached the line of new graves, the fresh-packed earth that held 39 resting bodies. Bannon went straight to the part of the burial ground, crowded with wooden posts. 22 new ones had been pounded into the ground, each etched with the name of a villager taken by the slavers. Bannon clenched his fists as he walked among the posts until he chose one, a clean, bright post of freshly sanded wood. On one side, a villager had carved the name Miriam. Bannon dropped to his knees on the opposite side of the post. He pulled out his sword and held it awkwardly, using the point to gouge 3 letters into the fresh wood. Tears sparkled in his eyes as he looked at the name. Ian. Nathan gave him a solemn nod. Bannon stood again and placed the sword back in its sheath. "Now I'm ready to go." Chapter 27. They followed the river inland from the town of Renda Bay, looking forward to lands unknown. The farms, logging towns, and mining settlements that Thaddeus had described for them. Someone along the way would know more about Col Adair and give them guidance. Occasional flatboats drifted by on the river as farmers or merchants brought goods down to Renda Bay. The flatboat pilots used poles to guide the loaded vessels down the stream. Some of them would wave in greeting, while others just stared at the strangers walking the river path. After the ordeal with the shipwreck, Nicci felt as if they had been given a fresh start. Her long black traveling dress was cleaned and mended. Nathan wore the homespun shirt from Philip, and Bannon also had a new set of clothes. As they went farther up the river valley, Bannon seemed to recover his pleasant fantasy of life again, but now Nicci realized that his smile and his optimism were just a veneer. She saw through it now. At least he no longer tried to flirt with her. She had frightened that foolish attraction out of him. But the young man wasn't entirely daunted. He approached her, striking up a conversation. "Sorceress, it occurred to me that, like prophecy, wishes sometimes come about in unexpected ways, and your wish did come true." She narrowed her blue eyes. "What wish?" "The wish pearl I gave you on the Wave Walker, remember? I threw it overboard to appease the Selka queen," Nicci said. "Think of the chain of events. After you made the wish, we sailed south, the Selka attacked, and that storm wrecked the ship, but we found the stone marker, which confirmed the witch woman's prophecy. Then we made our way to Renda Bay, where we fought the slavers, and the town leader told us what he knew about Col Adair. See? That was your wish, that it would help us get to Col Adair." He spread his hands. "It's obvious. Your logic is as straightforward as a drunkard walking down an icy hill in a windstorm," she said. "I make my own wishes come true, and I make my own luck. No Selka magic bent the events of the world around my desires just to put us here at this exact place. We would have found our way in any case. Wishes are dangerous, like prophecy," Nathan interjected, walking close beside them. "They often lead to unexpected results." "Then I will be careful not to make any more frivolous wishes," Nicci said. "I am the one who determines my own life." They continued inland for days, and found several settlements, large and small. While Nathan and Nicci gathered any information they could, they explained about the Daharan Empire and about Richard's new rule. The isolated villagers listened to the news, but such obscure and distant politics had little bearing on their daily lives. Nathan marked the names of the villages on his hand-drawn map and they moved on. Once, when he introduced himself as the wizard, Nathan Rawle, the villagers asked for a demonstration of his powers, and he faltered in embarrassment. "Well, magic is a special thing, my friends. Not to be used for mere games and showmanship." When Nicci heard this, she flashed him a skeptical expression. When Nathan had possessed his powers, he did indeed use them for just that, whenever he considered it useful. Now, however, he had to pretend that such demonstrations were beneath him. When the village children learned that Nicci was a sorceress, they pestered her instead, although one glance from her made them quickly reconsider their requests. Bannon offered to do tricks with his sword, but they were not interested. As they left that village, Nathan quietly vowed, "I won't mention my magic again. Not until I am made whole again after Cole Adair. For now, I don't even dare make the attempt." "You should still try," Nicci said as they continued along the forested road. "Can you feel your Han at all? You may have lost your gift, but you could regain it." "Or I might cause a terrible disaster." Nathan's expression turned grayish. "I didn't tell you what happened in Renda Bay when I tried to heal a man." They walked along a good path up into the foothills as the main river branched and they took the North Fork. "I saw you helping some of the injured," Nicci said. "You didn't see everything." Nathan waved at a fly in front of his face. "Bannon saw me, but we have not discussed it since." The young man blinked. "I saw so much that night, I think my eyes were filled with blood and I couldn't absorb it all. I don't remember much at all." "One of the Norukai spears had pierced the man's chest and he was dying," Nathan said. "Even the healer women knew he couldn't be saved, but I felt a hint of my magic. I was desperate, and I wanted to prove myself. I had seen you save the town with your gift, sorceress, and I knew how much I could have helped. I was furious, and I grasped at any small spark of magic. I felt something and tried to use it." He paused on the path, seemingly out of breath, although the route was quite level. He wiped sweat from the side of his neck. The weight of his tale seemed so great a burden that he couldn't walk and speak at the same time. "I wanted to heal him, but much has changed inside me. Dear spirits, I don't understand my gift anymore. I thought I touched my Han, and I released what small amount of power I could find. It should have been additive magic. I should have been able to knit the man's tissues together, repair his lungs, stop the bleeding." Nathan's azure eyes glistened with tears. Nicci and Bannon both paused beside him. "I tried to heal him." Nathan's voice cracked. "But my magic did the opposite. It ricocheted, and instead of sealing his wounds and stopping the bleeding, my spell tore him apart. It ripped that poor man asunder when I was only trying to save him." Bannon looked at the wizard, aghast. "I think I remember now. I was staring right at it, but I didn't see, or I didn't trust what I was seeing." Nicci tried to understand what he was saying. "You felt the magic come back to you, but it did the opposite of what you intended?" "I don't know if it was exactly the opposite. It was uncontrolled, a wild thing. My Han seemed almost vengeful, fighting against whatever I wanted. That poor man." He looked up at her. "Consider, sorceress. If I had unleashed that kind of magic in a fight against the Norukai, I might well have annihilated all of Renda Bay. I could have killed you and Bannon." "Can you feel the gift inside you now?" Nicci asked. Nathan hesitated. "Maybe. I'm not certain. As I'm sure you understand, I'm afraid to try. How can I take the risk? I don't even want to practice. What if I try to create a simple hand light and instead I unleash a huge forest fire? Those village children who asked to see a little trick? I could have killed them all. Magic that I can't control is worse than no magic at all. Nicci said, "That depends upon the circumstances. If we are being pursued by an army of monster warriors, even an uncontrolled forest fire might prove useful." As usual, Bannon tried to inspire them with his cheer. "Obviously, our best solution is to find Cola Dare as soon as we can. Then we will have our wizard back." "Yes, my boy," Nathan said. "A perfectly simple solution." He set off down the road at a brisk pace. 3 days later, while passing through wooded hills with few signs of habitation, they came upon a wide imperial road that cut straight through the uneven terrain, then down into a broad valley. The road headed northward like a straight spear that Jagang had hurled toward the New World. From the crest of the hill they looked down at the abandoned thoroughfare, which had been carved by great armies but not in recent years. The road looked weathered and overgrown. Nathan turned to Nicci. "When you were Death's mistress, did any of your expeditions come this far south?" She shook her head. Jagang did not consider this wilderness to be worth the effort. Although, from his ancient maps, we knew there were once great cities and trading centers beyond the Phantom Coast. This road may have been built by another emperor. Nathan smiled. The history of the old world is full of them. Have you heard of Emperor Kurgan, the warlord they called Iron Fang? They descended to the wide, empty road. Nicci raised an eyebrow. "I remember some of the history I learned in the Palace of the Prophets, but I'm not familiar with his name. Was this Iron Fang a ruler of any significance?" "I spent 1,000 years reading history, dear sorceress, and countless rulers have laid claim to historical significance. But Emperor Kurgan might well have been the most infamous ruler since the time of the Wizard Wars, at least according to his chroniclers. I'm surprised you didn't know of him." "Jagang preferred that I help him make history, not ruminate about it," Nicci said. She had certainly made history when she killed Jagang herself, without fanfare, without spectacle, exactly as Richard had asked. "We have a long walk ahead of us, so plenty of time for the tale." Nathan strolled ahead, following the great empty road which took them in the general direction they wished to go. 15 centuries ago, Emperor Kurgan conquered much of the old world and the vast lands to the south. He quirked a smile at Bannon as the young man walked on the weed-overgrown paving stones. "Not long ago at all. Only 500 years before I was born." "Only 500 years?" Bannon seemed unable to grasp that span of time. "Kurgan was brutal and ruthless, but he earned the name Iron Fang mostly because of his affectation. He had his left canine tooth replaced." Nathan opened his mouth and tapped the corresponding tooth with a fingertip. "Replaced it with a long iron point. I have no doubt that it made him look fearsome, although I can't imagine how it was possible for him to eat with the thing in his mouth." He snorted. "And he had to replace it regularly due to rust." "Doesn't sound very terrifying to me," Nicci said. "Oh, he was fearsome and powerful enough. Iron Fang's relentless armies overwhelmed land after land, conscripting all available young fighters, which increased his army, and thereby helped him conquer more lands and conscript more fighters. It was an unstoppable flood. But, as I'm afraid dear Richard is now beginning to realize, conquering territory is one thing, while administering it is quite another. Kurgan's downfall was that he actually believed the praise heaped upon him by the minstrels and criers, when, as far as I can tell, Iron Fang's true genius was his main military commander, General Utros. Even an emperor needs excellent military commanders to conquer and hold so many lands," Nicci said. Nathan waxed poetic. "General Utros was the strategist who led Kurgan's armies to victory after victory. Utros seized all the territory of the old world in the name of Emperor Kurgan." Walking along the easy path of the ancient imperial road, he kept glancing to the foothills in the east in the supposed direction of Kol Adair. And once Eutros was gone, Iron Fang simply could not function without his general. "What happened to Eutros?" Bannon asked. "Was he defeated or killed?" "Oddly enough, that is not entirely certain, but I have my ideas. The story is far more complicated than a list of military campaigns. You see, Emperor Kurgan had married a beautiful queen from one of the largest lands he seized. Her name was Magel. Some say she was a sorceress, because her beauty was indeed bewitching." He gave Nicci a wry smile. "Perhaps like our own sorceress?" She frowned at him. He continued his story. "Magel's beauty was so entrancing that General Eutros was put under its spell. She found him to be a handsome man, not to mention brave and powerful. Certainly he was a mate superior to Iron Fang himself, who might not have been as awe-inspiring as his propaganda would suggest." He gave a dismissive wave of his hand. "Or maybe there was nothing magic about it at all. It could just be that Empress Magel and General Eutros fell in love. It's clear to me and to many historical scholars that Eutros intended to conquer the world, then overthrow Kurgan and take Magel for his own." "What happened then?" Bannon asked. Nathan stopped at a shoulder-high pinnacle of weathered rock that had been erected at the side of the road as a mile marker, although the carved letters had long since worn away. He removed his lifebook, opened his map, and glanced at the foothills, trying to orient himself. None of the foundation rocks gave any hint about the chilling prophecy or Kol Adair, though. Nicci was almost relieved. "Eutros took the bulk of the Imperial army, 900,000 of Kurgan's best soldiers, on a campaign to conquer the powerful city of Ildakar, and he simply vanished, along with the entire army. It's generally believed that they deserted, all 900,000 of them. Maybe they even joined the forces of Ildakar. Suddenly finding himself without his army, Emperor Kurgan was weak and utterly lost. Then he discovered evidence of Empress Magel's affair with Eutros, and in his rage at this betrayal, Kurgan stripped her naked and chained her spread-eagled in the center of the city square. He forced his people to watch as he used an obsidian dagger to peel away her beautiful face in narrow ribbons of flesh, leaving her eyeballs intact so she could watch as he skinned the rest of her body strip by strip. He finally gouged out her eyes and made sure she was still alive before upending urns of ravenous flesh-eating beetles into the raw, bloody meat that remained of her body. Bannon looked queasy. Nicci gave a grim nod, imagining that Jagang could well have done something similar. "Emperors tend to be excessive," she said. The wizard continued. "Iron Fang did that to strike terror into the hearts of his people, but he only appalled them, for they had loved Empress Magel. His people were so disgusted and outraged that they rose up and overthrew Emperor Kurgan. He had no army to defend him, and only a handful of imperial guards, many of whom were just as outraged at the crime they had witnessed. The people killed Kurgan and dragged his body through the streets until all the flesh was ripped off his bones. They hung his corpse by the ankles from a high tower of the palace until jackdaws picked the skeleton clean. That is what should happen to tyrants," Nicci said. Jagang himself was buried, unmarked, in a mass grave. Nathan strolled onward, smiling. And, of course, the citizens chose another emperor who was just as ruthless, just as oppressive. Some people simply don't learn. Chapter 28. The foothills rose up from the river valley to form a mountain range, and, according to the information they had been told, beyond those mountains would be a broad, fertile valley with another line of even higher mountains beyond. And then they would find Kol Adair. Nathan thought the journey would be quite a challenge. He corrected himself. Quite an adventure. During his sedentary centuries in the palace of the prophets, he had waited for exactly this. although he had not foreseen losing his gift along the way. Leaving the rigidly straight Imperial Road, which headed north, the three travelers wound their way into hills covered with aspens. The forest was eerily beautiful, with tall, smooth trunks of green-gray bark and rippling leaves that whispered and rustled in the breeze. They walked on a carpet of mellow, sweet-smelling, fallen leaves. By late afternoon, Nathan found an open spot near a creek and suggested they set up camp. Bannon went off to hunt rabbits for their supper, but came back with only some swollen crab apples and an armful of cattails whose pulp, he said, could be cooked up into a filling, if bland, mash. They added smoked fish from their packs given to them by the people of Renda Bay. Later, Nicci drifted off to sleep while Nathan recounted more obscure and barbaric tales from history. At least Bannon was interested. The next day they continued into the rolling hills, following a path that was wide enough for a horse, although they had not seen a village in days. Nathan consulted his notes. There should be another town up ahead. Lockridge, according to the map. He frowned as he looked from side to side, still trying to get his bearings. At least, as best I can tell, we should easily reach it by nightfall. I'm happy just to travel with you as my companions, Bannon said, for as long as you'll let me. Nathan wondered how many days, months, or even years it would take them to find Col Adair, but once they reached that mysterious place, whether it was a mountain or a city or some magical wellspring, he would become whole again. In the meantime, he felt empty and unsettled. Although he was perfectly competent without his gift, a decent swordsman and a true adventurer, the magic was part of him, and he did not like the idea that his own Han was a restless, rebellious force. Alas, the farther they got from Renda Bay, the less reliable Thaddeus's sketchy map proved to be. I'm sure the townspeople ahead will be able to help us out, Nathan said aloud. When they reached an elbow in the ridge and walked out onto a cleared outcropping that sported only a single, gnarled bristlecone among the rocks, Nathan paused to take a look around him, taking advantage of the exposed view to get his bearings. Bannon pointed to a higher ridge, several miles away, a large granite peak that stood above the other hills like a citadel. There's a kind of tower over there. What do you suppose that is? Another cairn? Nicci asked. No, this is much larger. A great tower, I think. Nathan shaded his brow. The mid-morning sun was in his eyes, blocking details, but he could make out a stone watchtower topped with partially crumbled crenellations. Yes, you're right, my boy. But I see no movement, no people. He squinted harder. It looks empty. That would be a good place to erect a watchtower, Nicci said. A sentinel outpost. Nathan turned in a slow circle, looking at the ridges, the trees, the unfolding landscape. Yes, that's the highest point all around. From there, a person could see for quite some distance. He began to grow excited as an idea occurred to him. I could get over there and come back to the main road in a few hours. Getting a perspective on the land ahead would definitely be worth the detour. Nicci shrugged. If you feel it is necessary, wizard, I will accompany you. Nathan felt strangely defensive as he turned to her. Since he had lost his gift, she clearly felt she needed to be his protector, his minder. It is not necessary for us all to go on such a side trip. With or without magic, Nathan Rawle is not a child who needs a nanny. He sniffed. Leave it to me. I'll make my way over there, get the lay of the land, and update my map, while you two keep following the path. Once you reach that town ahead, I trust you to find lodgings and make arrangements for a meal. I'll certainly be hungry by the time I rejoin you. Bannon beamed as he stepped up. I'll come along with you, Nathan. You might need Sturdy and me to protect against any dangers. Besides, I'll keep you company. You can tell me more stories. Nathan knew that the young man was in earnest. In fact, Bannon was probably intimidated by the thought of being left alone with Nicci. But Nathan wanted to do this by himself. Ever since losing his grasp on magic, and now afraid even to try, lest he trigger some unknown disaster, he had felt a need to prove his own worth. As tempting as that is, my boy, I don't need your help. He realized his voice was unintentionally sharp, and he softened his tone. I'll be fine, I tell you. Let me go alone. I'll follow that ridge, see? It looks easy enough. He let out a disarming chuckle. Dear spirits, if I can't find the highest point all around, then I'm useless. There's no need for you both to go so many miles out of your way. Nicci saw his determination and accepted it. That is your decision, wizard. Just make sure you two don't need my help while I'm gone, Nathan added with a hint of sarcasm, and he nudged Bannon's shoulder. Go with the sorceress. What if she needs the protection of your sword? Don't abandon her. Nicci grimaced at the suggestion, while Bannon nodded with grave dedication to his new assignment. Without further farewell, the wizard strode off into the slatted lines of aspens, following the crest of the ridge and marking the distance to the Sentinel Tower. He hurried out of sight because he didn't want Nicci or Bannon to change their minds and insist on joining him. I am still a wizard, damn the spirits, he muttered. The Han was still within him, even though it now felt less like a loyal pet and more like a rabid dog chained to a post. But at least he had his sword and his fighting skills, and he had 1,000 years of knowledge to draw upon. He could handle a simple scouting expedition by himself. The line of the undulating hills guided him down a slope following a drainage, then up around to another high point. He caught a glimpse of the tower, which still seemed miles away, but he didn't let himself grow discouraged. He would achieve his goal, find the tower, and learn what he could. This was all unexplored territory, and he was the first roving Daharan ambassador to behold it, in the name of Lord Richard Rawle. His legs ached as he bushwhacked over the rough terrain. He paused to marvel at a series of arcane symbols he found carved into the bark of a large fallen aspen, ancient and unreadable letter scars that had swelled and blurred with age as the tree grew. The symbols were not in any language he knew, not High Daharan, not any of the old spell languages from the scrolls and books he had studied in Tanamura. The markings reminded him that he was indeed in a place far from his knowledge. When he was miles away from his companions, all alone in the wilderness and supposedly safe, Nathan let himself fully consider how his circumstances had changed since he and Nicci had left their lives back in Dahara. Yes, he was certainly in fine shape for a man his age, well-muscled, physically fit, active, nimble, and very good with his sword, even if he did say so himself. But his magic had gone astray, and that bothered him in ways he could not articulate. And Nathan Rawle considered himself a very articulate man. He could never forget the horror of the backlash when he had tried to heal the wounded man in Renda Bay, how the magic had dodged and twisted when he tried to use it. He was afraid of what other consequences he might endure. Whenever he had tried to reach for it, struggling for some touch, some grasp, he had felt only a hint, an echo, then a sting. He didn't want to be around his friends in case some monstrous backlash might occur, but he needed to learn more about his condition. Now he decided to take his chance. Out here in the forest, walking along the wooded ridges, far from anyone else, Nathan decided to experiment. Considering his options, he decided not to dabble with any fire spell, because it could so easily erupt into a great conflagration that he wouldn't be able to extinguish. Like Nicci, though, he had easily been able to manipulate air, nudge breezes, and twist the wind. Maybe he could try that. Nathan looked around himself at the forest of dizzyingly similar aspen trunks, all the rounded leaves knit together in a crown. Winds rippled through the branches overhead. What did he have to lose? He reached inside himself, searched for his Han, tried to pull just enough that he could create a puff of air, a bit of wind, to stir the twigs and leaves. A gentle little twirl. At first, nothing happened, but he strained harder, reached deeper, released his Han, pushed it, to create just an outflowing breeze, a gentle gust. The leaves did stir, and suddenly the air sucked toward him. The wind swirled and twisted, wound up as a cyclone. Nathan had intended only to nudge, but the air whooshed around him in a roar and rushed upward like a hurricane blow. He struggled, grabbed at nothing with his hands, tried to pull it in, reining back his power, but the wind only increased as the magic fought against him. Branches overhead snapped. A thick aspen bough broke in half and came crashing to the forest floor not far from him. Leaves were torn asunder, thrown apart like green confetti in the air. The storm kept building, pushing branches, thrashing like a furious seizure. "Stop, dear spirit, stop." Nathan tried to center his Han, reaching for some inner valve to turn it off, to calm himself, and finally the wind died down, the storm abated, and he was left standing there, panting hard. His white hair was tangled, whipped around his head. Nathan steadied himself against a sturdy aspen trunk. That was not at all what he had intended, and it was an even more ominous hint of the dangerous consequences he might face if he tried to use his magic. Most of the time he couldn't find the gift at all, but when he did try to work a spell, he had no idea what might actually happen. Certainly not what he wanted to happen. He was glad that Nicci and Bannon hadn't seen this. He couldn't be responsible for what might occur if he blundered again. His throat was dry, and he gradually caught his breath. "Quite extraordinary," he said, "but not something I would like to do again. Not until I understand this more." An hour later, another high clearing showed him that he had covered half the distance to the watchtower, and he picked up his pace. It was already past noon, and he wanted to see the view, take his notes, and make his way back to the main trail, and a comfortable village, he hoped, before nightfall. And no, he would not dabble with magic again. The sentinel tower sat on top of a rocky bluff, dotted with stubby bristlecones that grew among large talus boulders. The nearer side of the outcropping was a sheer, impassable cliff, so Nathan worked his way around to the bluff's more accommodating side, where he discovered a worn path wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast, or for war horses to gallop up the slope. The breezes increased as Nathan broke out of the forest and climbed into the open area around the base of the watchtower. The stone structure was far more imposing than he had first thought, rising high into the open sky. The looming tower was octagonal, its flat sides constructed of enormous quarried blocks. Such a mammoth project would have required either an inexhaustible supply of labor or powerful magic to cut and assemble the blocks like this. He stopped to catch his breath as he looked across the open terrain. From this high citadel, sentinels would have been able to keep watch for miles in all directions. He wondered if this place had perhaps been built by Emperor Kurgan during the mid-war, and he imagined General Utros himself climbing to this summit from which he could survey the lands he had just conquered. Nathan heard only an oppressive silence that pressed down around him. He craned his neck to get a view of the top of the single structure. He saw large lookout windows, some of them with the glass intact, while others were shattered. Several of the crenellations had fallen, and large blocks lay strewn around the base like enormous toys. Nathan called, "Hello? Is anyone there?" Any watchers would have seen him approach for the last hour, and a lone man would have been completely vulnerable as he ascended the wide path to the summit. If someone meant to attack him, they certainly had ample opportunity. He wanted at least to begin the conversation under the auspices of friendship. "Hello?" he called out again, but heard only the muttering whispers of wind in and out of the broken windows. Not even birds had taken up residence there. Despite his uneasiness, Nathan felt the reassuring presence of his sword. He would not try to use magic again, but he reminded himself that he wasn't helpless if he encountered some threat. He stepped up to the broken tower entrance, where a massive wooden door had fallen off its hinges and lay collapsed just inside the main entry. He braced himself, inhaling deeply. He had promised his companions that he could do this, and he could hardly walk all this way and then be afraid to climb up to see the view. "I come in peace," he shouted at the top of his voice, then muttered to himself, "at least until you make me change my mind." He stepped over the fallen door and passed under the archway to see another set of doors, iron bars, a portcullis, all of which had been torn asunder and destroyed. The iron bars were uprooted from where they had been seated in the blocks, twisted as if by some supreme force. Inside the main chamber, wide stone stairs ascended the side wall, running in an octagonal spiral up the interior faces. 5 ancient skeletons in long rotted armor lay broken on the central floor, as if they had fallen off the stairs from a great height. Though he couldn't find his Han, didn't dare try to summon it, he could sense a power inside this watchtower, a throbbing energy as if this structure had been bombarded by the magic of an attacking sorcerer. Or maybe it had been saturated with magic by the defenders who tried to save it. Nathan climbed the stairs and found himself out of breath. Though he was a fit man with travel-conditioned muscles, he was still 1,000 years old. The whistling breezes grew louder as he reached the pinnacle of the watchtower, a wide, empty lookout chamber with an iron-reinforced wooden floor. The ancient planks were petrified. Although parts of the outer walls had broken, the damage did not seem to be due to age. In fact, instead of merely crumbling and falling downward, as would have been caused by gravity, the missing stone blocks had been flung far from the base of the tower, as if blasted outward. Every wall of the octagonal lookout chamber had an expansive window, which would allow sentinels to watch in all directions. Each such window had been filled with a broad pane of deep red glass. 3 of the 8 windows had been shattered by time or brute force, and now shards of broken glass protruded from the window frames like crimson daggers. The other 5 windows were miraculously intact, despite their obvious age, which led Nathan to guess that the glass had been enhanced by magic somehow. The wind whispered more loudly, whisking through the broken windows. Standing in the middle of the open platform, he turned slowly as he tried to determine what had happened here. Sprawled on the iron-hard floor were more skeletons, all clad in ancient armor. Dark stains on the stone wall blocks marked a varnish of blackened blood, and long white grooves seemed to be scratches, as if desperate fingernails had gouged the quarried stone itself. Nathan walked across the wooden boards, and one plank gave an alarming crack, as if it was about to give way. He instinctively lurched back, and his boot came down on the femur of one of the fallen warriors. Stumbling, he lost his balance, fell into the wall, and reached out to grab for balance. His hand caught on the open sill of a lookout window, where broken red glass protruded. He hissed in pain and pulled back, looking at the deep gash in his palm. Blood oozed out, and he grimaced. Looking at the blood, he muttered, "It would be such a simple task to heal myself if I had magic." He was embarrassed by his clumsiness, even though he was alone. Now he would have to bind the gash and wait until Nicci could take care of the wound. Just then he realized that the sound of the wind had taken on an odd character. The tower itself thrummed with a deep vibration. A bright, scarlet light increased inside the observation room, throbbing from the splash of blood Nathan had left behind. The 5 intact red panes began to glow. Chapter 29. Continuing down the path, Nicci moved through the forest, and Bannon hurried after her. "Don't worry, sorceress, I can keep up. A woman traveling alone on an empty trail might attract trouble, but if any dangerous men see me and my sword, they will think twice before they harass you." She turned her cool gaze on him. "You've seen what I can do. Do you doubt my ability to take care of any problem that might arise?" "Oh, I know about your powers, sorceress, but others may not. Just having me here with a sharp blade," he patted his sword, "is sure to prevent problems. The best way out of a difficult situation is to make sure it doesn't arise in the first place." He lowered his voice. "You taught me that yourself, after you rescued me from the robbers in Tanamura." "Yes, I did." Nicci gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. "Don't make me rescue you again." "I won't, I promise." "Don't make promises, because circumstances have a way of making you regret them. Did you promise your friend Ian that you would always stay by his side? That you wouldn't abandon him in times of danger?" Bannon swallowed hard, but he kept walking beside her. "I had no choice. I couldn't do anything about that." "I did not accuse you, nor did I say you had a choice. I just point out that if you had made such a promise, it was one you could not have kept." He pondered in silence for a dozen steps. "You know that my childhood wasn't as perfect as I wish it had been. That doesn't mean I can't hope for better." He moved aside an aspen branch that dangled across the path. Nicci ducked and kept moving. "And what about you, sorceress? Did you have a terrible childhood? Someone must have hurt you badly to give you such a hard edge." "Your father?" Nicci stopped in the track. Bannon took several more steps before he realized she had paused behind him. He turned. "No, my father didn't hurt me. In fact, he was rather kind. His business was making armor, and he was quite well known. He taught me the constellations. I grew up in a village that was nice enough, I suppose, before the Imperial Order came." Nicci looked up, finally admitting aloud what she had known for a long time. "It was my mother who made my childhood a nightmare. She scarred me with lessons that she called the truth, made me think that my hard-working father was the evil one, that his beliefs were oppressive to all people, and the Imperial Order reinforced those beliefs." She strode ahead at a faster pace, not caring whether Bannon kept up with her. "She made me live in terrible, dirty places. Again and again I was infested with lice. But it was all for my own good," she said. "It was to build my character, to make me understand." Nicci sneered. "I loathe my mother for it now, but it took me a century and a half to realize it." "A century and a half?" Bannon asked. "But that's not possible. You're—" She turned to look at him. "I'm over 180 years old." "You're immortal, then?" he asked, wide-eyed. "I age normally now, but I still have a long life ahead of me, and I intend to accomplish much." "As do I," Bannon said. "I'll accompany you and do my best to help you and Wizard Nathan achieve your purpose. I can prove myself." She barely gave him a glance. "You may stay with us so long as you don't become a nuisance." "I won't become a nuisance, I promise." He realized what he had said and bit back his words. "I mean, I don't promise, but I will do my best not to be a nuisance any more." "And will you know when you become a nuisance?" He nodded. "Absolutely. There is no doubt." Nicci was surprised at his confidence. "How will you know?" "Because you will tell me in no uncertain terms." His face was so serious she couldn't help but believe him. Though the wide path implied that it had once been well-traveled, the downed aspens and oaks hadn't been cleared after several winters, and she and Bannon frequently had to climb over or step around. If there was a village ahead, its people did not often come this way. She had seen no footprints, no sign of other travelers, and she decided they would probably end up camping again in the forest. The young man broke the silence again. "Do you think anyone has the perfect life, I imagine? Do you believe there is an idyllic place like that?" "We would have to make it for ourselves," Nicci said. "If the people create an oppressive culture, if they allow tyrannical rulers, then they get what they deserve." "But shouldn't there be a peaceful land where people can just be happy?" "It is naive to entertain a fantasy like that." Nicci pursed her lips. "But Lord Rawl is trying to build a world where people live in freedom. If they wish to make an idyllic place, they will have the chance to do so. That is what I hope for." The path widened into a road, and the forest thinned into an open park, an expansive area where they could see homesteads, with a patchwork of crops across the cleared land. The farmhouses were built from logs, and capped with shake shingle roofs. Bannon said, "Those must be outlying farms for the village we're looking for. See how the trees have been cut down, the land cleared? All those fences made from field stones?" "I see no one about, though," Nicci said. Although the road remained a prominent track, it was overgrown with grass, showing no recent hoofprints or wheel marks. They passed stone walls that had fallen into disrepair. Weeds and grass protruded from the cracks. Even the fields were wild and overgrown. The area seemed entirely abandoned. Nicci grew more wary as the silence deepened. On one farm, a field of tall sunflowers drooped, their large heads sunbursts of yellow petals around a central brown circle. Bannon pointed out, "Those fields went to seed over several growing seasons. Notice how disorganized they are?" He shook his head. "No cabbage farmer would be so unruly." He stepped up to the nearest sunflower, ran his hands along its hairy stalk. These were planted in rows several years ago, but they grew up and went unharvested. The new ones are scattered everywhere. Birds spread them out. And next year after those go to seed, the pattern disappears even further. He glanced around. "And look at the vegetable garden. It's entirely untended." Nicci felt uneasy. This homestead has been abandoned. They're all abandoned. But why? The land looks fertile. See these crops? The soil is dark and rich. Hearing an odd sound, she spun, ready to release her magic in case she had to attack. But it was only the bleat of a goat. Two gray and white animals came forward, attracted by their conversation. Bannon grinned. "Look at you!" The goats came forward, and each one let him pat it on the side of the neck. "You look like you're eating well." He frowned at Nicci in puzzlement. "If goats run loose, they ransack the vegetable garden. My mother would never let goats come close to our house." They walked up to a log cottage, where the shake roof had fallen into disrepair. An overturned cart with a sprung wheel was covered with weeds. "No one lives here," Nicci said. "That much is apparent." They went around to the side of the farmhouse, where they came upon two unexpected ornamental statues, a life-size man and woman dressed as farmers. The expressions on their stone faces showed abject misery. The man's lips were drawn back in anguish, his face turned to the sky, his marble eyes staring. His mouth was wide open in a wordless wail of grief. The woman was hunched, her hands to her face, as if weeping or maybe clawing out her eyes in despair. Bannon looked deeply unsettled, and Nicci could not help but recall the stone carvings Emperor Jagang and Brother Narev had commissioned in Olturong, making sculptors depict the corruption and pain of humanity, rather than its majesty. Jagang and Narev had wanted all statues to reflect the most horrific expressions, just like what Nicci saw now. Was this some other follower of Narev's teachings? When she had lived with Richard in Olturong, he worked as a stone carver and ultimately sculpted a breathtaking representation of the human spirit, a statue he called Truth. That was when Nicci had experienced a fundamental epiphany. She had changed. That had been the end of her life as Death's mistress, as a sister of the dark. But whoever had carved these statues had apparently not received the same epiphany. "We should find another farmhouse," said Bannon. "I don't like those statues. Who would want something like that at their home?" Nicci glanced at him. "Obviously someone who does not share your vision of an idyllic world." Chapter 30. The wind whistling around the Sentinel Tower took on a deeper tone, like a lost moan. The intact panes of crimson glass in the observation windows shimmered, pulsed, awakened. Nathan held up his sliced hand, cupping the drops of blood in his palm. "Dear spirits," he muttered. As the upper observation platform of the watchtower throbbed with a deep, angry light, he stared at the glowing red glass panes with more fascination than fear. Though he couldn't use his gift, he still felt the restless magic inside him, twitching, uncontrollable. His innate, uncertain Han felt attuned to what was happening. A memory tickled the back of his mind, and he smiled with recognition. Blood glass, yes. I have heard of blood glass. The temperature around him increased, as if the glass reflected some distant volcanic fire, but this magic was heated by blood. Curious, the wizard went to one of the intact panes as the thrumming grew louder, more powerful. Blood glass was a wizard's tool in war. Glass bound with blood, tempered and shaped with the spilled blood of sacrifices, so that the panes themselves were connected to bloodshed. In the most violent wars, the seers of military commanders could gaze through panes of blood glass to monitor the progress of their armies, the battles, victories, massacres. Blood glass did not reveal an actual landscape, but rather the patterns of pain and death, which allowed warlords to map the topography of their slaughter. Nathan stood close to the nearest window and peered through the glowing crimson glass. From the top of this watchtower, he had expected to see for great distances the old imperial roads, the mountain ranges, maybe even the vast fertile valley that lay between here and Colader. Instead, he viewed the inexorable march of memory armies, hundreds of thousands of fighters who wielded swords and shields, sweeping like locusts across the land. The blood glass was so perfectly transparent that he could look through time, as well as distance, at a panorama magnified by the impurity of blood in the crystal. The old world was vast and ancient, allowing him to gaze across the sweep of invasions and pitched battles, a succession of armies, of emperors, of countless generations of bloodshed. Barbarians struck villages, killing men who tried to defend their homes and families, raping the women, beheading the children. After the wild and undisciplined warriors came another type of predator, organized machine-like armies that moved in perfect formation and killed without passion, but with relentless precision. Nathan followed the octagonal wall of the tower and peered through a second blood glass window. This one blazed even brighter, and the armies in the image seemed closer. The glass vibrated, and the whole massive tower structure thrummed as if awakened, as if afraid. Nathan spun upon hearing a sound, a rattle of hollow bones. He looked at the dismembered skeletons scattered on the iron-hard wood of the platform. Had they moved? The light filling the watchtower seemed uncertain, a thicker crimson. Outside, the afternoon sun dipped lower, but this murderous magical light was entirely independent of it. Nervously, he rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his slick, bloody hand. He lifted his palm to look at the scarlet drops that ran down his wrists. He whirled again at a louder clatter of bones, but saw nothing. Surely the skeletons had moved. He hurried to look through two more of the intact crimson panes and saw another army approaching. This one seemed more ominous than the others, more real. The warriors had pointed steel helmets, scaled armor, and shields, emblazoned with a stylized flame. Nathan remembered that flame, the symbol of Emperor Kurgan's army. Through the sorcerous magnification, he discerned a fearsome warlord at the vanguard, and Nathan realized that he might be seeing General Eutros himself, suffused through blood and time. The wind howled louder around the broken walls, as if an invisible storm swept across the top of the bluff. Carried along with the breezes came the shouts of soldiers, the clatter of steel, and the pounding thud of marching boots. The red light grew more intense, as if it shone through a fine mist of blood. Nathan drew his sword now, clamping his fingers hard around the ornate hilt, but his blood made the grip slippery. He turned slowly, but saw no movement from the scattered bones. He hurried over to look through another of the windows, and saw the army of General Eutros marching toward the high citadel, an inexorable flood of armed men converging on the watchtower. Somehow, the magic had brought them back. These ruthless soldiers seemed absolutely real. They stormed up the wide stone paths, approaching the tower from three sides. He stared at the bristling, relentless force closing in. Another clatter tore Nathan's attention away from the blood glass. Whirling, he did see the bones of the long-forgotten defenders twitching, shuddering, reassembling. Bathed in red light from the eerie windows, the skeletons rose up as if they were marionettes. The wizard raised his sword to fight them, but these were only a few clumsy threats. He was more worried about the hordes of ghost soldiers pressing toward the tower. He could hear them below. A surging crowd of swords, armor, and muscles. A gruff voice, Eutros, shouted in an accented language that Nathan somehow understood, "Take the tower. Kill them all." Surrounded by suffocating, red light, Nathan braced himself to fight the skeletons. A thunder of pounding feet came up the tower stairs. He struggled to find the magic within him, ready to release his recalcitrant gift. Whether or not it caused a disaster, he was all alone here. Even if a backlash from using magic caused terrible damage and leveled this entire watchtower, at least he wouldn't hurt Nicci or young Bannon. He might, however, destroy these spectral soldiers. One of the reanimated soldiers clattered toward him, bony hands outstretched as if the skeleton thought Nathan himself was an invader. The wizard swung his sword and sliced through the neck vertebrae. The skull toppled off and rolled across the wooden floor, its jaws still clacking. The fleshless hands and arms flailed, clawing at him. He smashed them, splintering the wickerwork of bones. Then he spun to dismember another skeleton, this one wearing tatters of armor. He kicked out with a boot to knock apart the loose bones of a third rattling opponent. Then the greater threat arrived. Armored, spectral warriors with flame-emblazoned shields and wide swords pushed through the door to the tower chamber, two abreast. They shimmered in the deep red light. Nathan backed toward a wall, hoping to find some protection with his back to the stone blocks. He had no place to hide. A flood of long-dead soldiers flowed through the door, as if they meant to take over the Sentinel Tower and simply drown anyone there with their sheer numbers. The wizard faced them, mustering all his strength. "Come at me, then." He slashed his blade across the air, surrendering the hope that he could find the ragged thread of magic within him again. The flow of Han wouldn't come to him now. He would have to make do with his sword. Oddly, he wished Bannon were here. He and the young man could have slain dozens before they fell. "I'll just have to do it myself." His straight white hair flew as he hurled himself at the ancient attackers. Crimson light from the blood glass throbbed around him, and he felt as if he were in a trance. He swung his sword at one of the ancient warriors, bracing himself for the hard impact against scaled armor, flesh, bone. But his sword passed through, and the enemy collapsed. Nathan didn't slow, but slashed at another, cleaving through misty armor. He felt a sharp pain in his ankle. One of the clawed skeleton hands had grasped his boot like a vice. With a vicious kick, he flung it aside, then ducked as another ancient warrior charged at him. He realized he was yelling. He could barely see through the thick, almost palpable light around him. Nathan lost track of his movements. He was in a wild, fighting fury. Something about the magic of the blood glass, the violence, and the slaughter that permeated the history of this place possessed him. He had no choice but to fight, to kill as many of these enemies as possible before his own blood stained the floorboards, before his own body lay here among the ancient dead until he slowly became a skeleton just like them. He charged across the platform, seeing enemies that were no more than crimson shadows, and he heard a shattering of glass like a crystalline scream. He whirled and attacked and slashed, but he couldn't see the result. He struck and shattered, struck and shattered. His blood and his sword seemed to know what to do. The hard clang and sharp shock of his steel against stone jarred him enough to dissipate the red glare around his vision. His trance was broken. The enemy was gone. Exhausted, Nathan heaved great breaths. His arms trembled. The blood from his cut ran down the hilt and onto the blade, but that was the only blood he saw. When he blinked, the air cleared to reveal bright yellow sunlight again and open air. The blood glass was gone. In his fury, Nathan had shattered the remaining panes. The red windows no longer looked out onto visions of slaughter and murder, only onto an open landscape in the slanted afternoon light. The spectral army and the remnants from centuries-old wars had faded, and the spell from the blood glass was destroyed. He had been fighting against illusions. The skeletons lay broken and strewn about, and he couldn't say if they had actually been reanimated, or if he had just been doing battle with his own nightmares. He stood for a long time, catching his breath, shaking with weariness. Then he forced a smile. That was an adventure quite exciting. With his wounded hand, he wiped sweat from his forehead, not caring that it left a smear of blood across his face. He was alone in the tower, and the wind whispering through the broken glass sounded like the distant scream of ghosts. Chapter 31. Leaving the abandoned and disturbing farmstead, Nicci and Bannon continued down the weed-overgrown road past houses and farms. The lonely goats followed them for a time, but eventually gave up and wandered off into a wild cornfield that was more tempting than the prospect of Bannon scratching their ears. Most of the dwellings they found were empty, and some also displayed more unsettling, anguished statues in the yards. Why would people feel a need to own such decorations of misery? Nicci led the way toward the main town, growing more tense, fearing what she would find ahead. Though the land seemed fertile and the weather hospitable, these homes had clearly been vacant for years. It makes no sense. Where did everyone go? Nicci paused in front of a large home with unruly flower beds, a scraggly garden patch, and drooping apple trees with half-rotted fruit ravaged by birds. Two more statues stood there, a boy and a girl, no more than 9 years old, both on their knees, expressions full of despair, weeping stone tears. While Bannon stared at the unsettling figures, Nicci was angry that some mad sculptor would revel in displaying such pain, and that these villagers had willingly displayed them. Nicci had felt no deep emotions when Emperor Jagang commissioned such sculptures, because she knew what a ruthless, twisted man he was. Only Nicci, with her heart of black ice, had been his match. But this isolated village, far from the reach of the imperial order, had for some reason decided to depict a very similar misery. Nicci found it deeply disturbing. They came upon a stream flowing down the wooded hillside, where a miller's water wheel caught the current and turned. Water sluiced over the paddles to rotate a grinding stone, but after years without maintenance, the wheel wobbled off-center and made a loud scraping sound. Some of the wooden planks in the walls of the mill had fallen in. She and Bannon reached the town itself, 100 homes around a main square and marketplace. Most dwellings had been built for single families, but others were 2 stories tall, constructed with wood from the hillsides and stones from a nearby quarry. The entire town was simply deserted. The open square held a stone fountain, now dry, a smithy fallen into disrepair, its forge long cold, a silent and empty inn and tavern. There were also a warehouse, several merchant offices, an eating establishment, a livery, and barns filled with old hay, but no